52 on a Tuesday. Hello. Welcome everybody to the TMI, Too Much Information. I am your host, Tonk 7. Sorry I've been gone. I've been really busy. And plus, it's like the dog days of sports. So I needed some time to get some good topics, especially from my man Ali. We got Ali.
What's up
tonight? What's going on, man?
Not much, man. How you been?
I've been good. Just really busy. Summertime here, so lots of stuff to do. Lots of projects I'm working on, and hanging with my grandpa, taking him out, doing a lot of stuff.
Cool.
And just staying busy. So yeah, and I've been missing y'all. I've been missing you guys, but I'd rather have some good topics to talk about. Not every week than like just plain stuff. You know what I mean?
I hear you. It's the summertime. It's slow. Got all this other stuff you can do and you want to do and everything. So definitely, I get it.
Yeah, but go ahead. Anybody who's there, please like, comment, share. We're on YouTube and Facebook, Twitter, wherever you're watching at. So most of the time we're starting the week off right with your boy Tonk 7, TMI Tuesdays. And then following that up with color commentary late nights on Thursdays. And then we got Ali to Persian.
Yeah.
Late night exhale Saturdays, late night around 10 p.m. And then Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, kind of all the time. I be seeing stuff pop up all the time with Capitan and Color. Always got some. Every time there's something announced for the Dolphins, they jump online. It's like a trampoline when it comes to the Dolphins. And so they're always doing their thing. We still got Fanatics as we're a partner with them. So the link below will bring you to that. And then we got our own gear. I've been meaning to buy a flag for a while now. I just haven't done it yet. I do have a hat. Hat is really nice. So the gear is pretty cool. And the flag's ready. I got a new flag, though. Well, it's not new. I've had it for a long time. But I figured it'd be a good additive. I like the flag. Plus, it always matches what I have on, anyways. And a lot of people have done with Prisoner of War Missing Action. So I feel good to like represent, that type of situation and awareness. And so we got a good rundown for you guys here tonight. I'm excited and I'm kind of ready to take off. Just want to say who's everyone in the clouds and in the comments. MCJB, what's up? Miss Fins, what's up? Delusional Patriots fan. I get it. What's up? Marty, what's up, everybody? And I didn't see the thing for Backroom Collections.
Use TFTG, hashtag TFTG at checkout for 10% off of Backroom Collections. They're one of our partners as well. Check out the link below. So definitely check out. They got some really cool stuff that you can put in your man cave. I know I'm going to be ordering myself, and I should have some videos of my man cave coming soon. That'll be shortly.
Nice. Yeah, I'm excited.
It's a lot of work, man. I got half of the painting stuff done, and now I'm doing the construction side. I got to go buy wood next week. It's a lot of work to be done. Sweet. But I wanted to shout out to Foot Moss Sports Talk. My friend, you may have won the battle, but you have not won the war. I will tell you that. So we'll see what happens if you guys can actually do it when it counts. So that's preseason, in my opinion. Don't really matter, but we'll see. So shout out to you. And if you are taking the red line to London, safe trips, safe travels. Have a good time. I'm very jealous. I would love to go to London, to be honest. My dream one day is to see Chelsea or an EPL game in London. I think that would be amazing. So I just wanted to say that. Didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Yeah, like football or soccer and pretty much any other country, it's probably like, imagine like being in Barcelona during those games. It's probably.
I will say this weekend in Moss Sports Talk, if he was there, this past weekend was Arsenal versus Chelsea. Arsenal won the game, of course. I don't know what my team was doing. They were sleeping or something. I don't really know what was going on. But I will say the atmosphere felt really like a important EPL game. It was a sold-out crowd, 63,000, and 2/3 of the stadium were filled with Chelsea fans. There was a lot of Arsenal fans on top of it. There was chanting going back and forth between both goals and everything. It was very impressive being at a game that was being held here and not over there. You know what I mean? I was very impressed, and I had a great time. Definitely.
What teams are you talking about?
I'm a big Chelsea fan. They're English Premier League. Moss Sports is a Arsenal fan. They're pretty much our rivals.
Oh, okay. English Premier EP. All right, interesting. Nice. Yeah.
Then again, all in English Premier League, everybody's a rival to everybody, really. But in my opinion, I think Arsenal is pretty much one of our biggest rivals. If not, Spurs is really our main big rival, but I think Arsenal is almost there.
Yeah, I've been to a couple soccer games. The Seattle, I forgot the Seattle team here, but they play international games and MSL games. And man, being at a soccer game is just so cool. Like seeing these people run around. I mean, that is true athletes that they are, to just run around and
for me, it's the atmosphere of the fan base too. On top of it, especially in the Sounders Stadium, because they share it with Seattle, right?
Sounders.
So that stadium, the way it's designed and how it carries the vocals or audio, like voices and everything in that stadium, the sound.
Yeah, there's not a bad
seat.
Like
an amplifier. It's like an amplifier automatically.
Yeah, well, there's not a bad seat in the house. I mean, I've been there for Seahawks games. I've been there for XFL games. Oh, I can't wait for that season to start. We're getting
Orlando's getting an XFL team. I'm kind of excited about that.
Oh, dude, I had season tickets last time. It was so much fun. I am so excited for that.
2023 is when it starts, right?
Dang it, that's what I should have covered for today. Next week we'll talk about some XFL because they announced the teams and the coaches. So oh man, I'm so excited, dude. But to start it off today, another topic I'm super excited about. When I saw this pop up, I was like, oh, I gotta talk about it. Julio Jones to the Buccaneers. They signed him a 1-year deal, and I think that's perfectly fine when they're trying. Usually when I see deals like this, they're trying to accomplish something. You know, they're trying to just get somewhere, maybe a Super Bowl. And I am super excited. I've always liked Julio Jones. I mean, even though he beat the Gators when he was in Alabama, one of the players to beat the Gators, but I just like him. I think he's a good wide receiver. He was on the Falcons team that went to the Super Bowl. That I think the team that lost to the Patriots. I'm pretty sure he was on that team with Matt Ryan. He is just a really good all around wide receiver, and I'm just so excited to see him. I think he's a good trade out since what's his name that was on the Bucks?
AB?
Yeah,
Antonio Brown.
Yeah, I think he's a good. You know what we lost in Antonio Brown, I think we definitely gained in Julio Jones. That was kind of came out of left field for me. I did not expect that. I didn't even know he was like a free agent. But I'm really excited to see what he does. And it's just so awesome seeing these wide receivers get paired up with Tom Brady. Even if you're not a fan, just like, Randy Moss, Antonio Brown, Julio Jones. I mean, like, to be able to play as a wide receiver, to be able to play with somebody of that caliber is just like, it's gotta be a really good feeling, you know?
I gotta ask your opinion. When we traded for Tyreek, and there was a lot of rumors that we were still interested in acquiring Debo, right? A lot of people said, "Why would we do that? That's that's kind of overkill. You know, why would we waste all that money into receivers?" Brady has now on his team. If you look at the roster, they have Julio Jones, Chris Godwin, and Mike Evans. And in realistic, at one point, all three of these guys are wide receiver ones.
Oh, dude, it's top tier.
Isn't that overkill? Why aren't they saying that this is overkill?
No, it's not. Whoever would say getting Deebo Samuel and Tyreek Hill, it almost sounds like hate at the same time. When they're saying overkill is just another word for hate, and I'm jealous. Honestly,
I think that's really what it is.
It's like you have overkill? You're trying to win a Super Bowl. One of the hardest things to do in all of sports. One of the hardest things to do is win a Super Bowl. And you're talking about overkill? We talk about dream teams. We talk about we want to have the 17, and we'll get. Well, I want to talk about that too. The 17 Warriors versus the 92 Bucks. Do you think they're talking about overkill? You're trying to win a championship, regardless of how much. If you're trying to spend a lot of money, that's a whole different thing. But just trying to amass a group of players that can kick ass. There's no overkill. There's no overkill. We're trying to win. Would you say, oh, that's like, would you go the opposite way if you're trying to win? No. So
for
overkill
me,
is.
I really don't care as long as we're winning. That's how I look
It's
at
like,
it.
I mean, why wouldn't they want to?
Real quick, guys, I want to jump in real quick on this overkill. Overkill is an un-American concept, bro.
It is.
You know what I'm saying? It's an un-American concept.
What are you talking about, dude? I mean, like sports, especially for sports, you want the best players. You want all of the best players on your team. Who would not want that? I mean, who would not want that? I wouldn't even say it against a rival team. I would never say that. Like when they put when they sent Randy Moss to the Patriots, I was like, oh, it's not. I mean, they went 17-0 or 16-0 in the regular season. Who was saying overkill then? I don't know. True. I can't hear it. So
if you ain't first, you're last. You know.
So
the dream team itself, the whole concept of the dream team in the Olympics was overkill, and you didn't see every country complaining.
I know, like you see that picture of those players, and it's like no one said overkill. They said try and beat them. It's like there's no overkill. We're trying to win. We're trying to be badass. We're trying to set records. We're trying to defeat players. And Tom Brady is trying to beat every record already available. And why do you think Tua wouldn't want to have Deebo Samuel and Tyreek Hill? Like I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to almost took offense to that. I think any super fan of sports would take offense to that. Nobody is saying overkill. But that sounds just kind of like they're just mad or upset. I usually, whenever I hear stuff like that, I don't know. It's usually not in a good way.
I'm just going to give you an example. I think you are right. You have people that are hating, that are really, expressing that it's overkill, or I was even called delusional, at one point about it. And it's like, I'm not delusional. They actually inquired. They actually made offers. Chris Greer actually did this stuff. But I'm the one that's delusional.
Why wouldn't he try to build a team that you think the head coach is going to say overkill? Are you kidding me?
No, the head coach is going to be like, okay.
That phrase shouldn't even be allowed around a locker room. Overkill. But you're going to be mad if they go 0-16, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you stupid or something?
Stupid is, stupid does, sir.
We don't want 0-16, but 15-1 is okay. Like 16-0 is okay. It's just like, no, get out of here. You're jealous, and you're clogging me up right now. I need some Drano.
So my next question to you about this is, now that he has another weapon in the bag, do you think this might be the year that he makes one last attempt at a Super Bowl run?
Brady?
Yeah. I
think for him personally, every year is a Super Bowl attempt. But that's what I mean. Like 1 year contracts demonstrate a lot with what they're planning on trying to do. It's probably helps with caps. I've never really looked into cap space and stuff like that. But whenever I see 1 year contracts, it's usually, all right, let's try to get all these guys together and see what happens. And then if it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, then we can figure out something else. And I actually like these kinds of methods. Because I don't know. I just like it. I think it's a good approach to football anyways, because it's, you need so much of a team and leadership. At the same time, you need leadership. I mean, Julio Jones is a veteran. He was very good in college, and he's been very good in the NFL. Why wouldn't, he would definitely be a great asset.
Do you really think he could be a leader, though? Do you think he's a diva?
I don't know too much personally about him, and I haven't, from what I've seen.
I mean, this is the guy that lost, I think it was like a $15,000 earring in going skiing in a river or something or lake, and he hired professional scuba divers to go find it.
Oh, you motherfuckers. You think you can do this to me?
All I'm saying is he really that smart to be a leader?
That's basically the definition of extra. I don't think that's necessarily diva. I think that's extra. And
am I right, bitches?
I mean, I almost start to want to say stupidity. Honestly, why would you wear something so expensive to go swimming? Like, you don't need it. What was it? There was a baseball player that was running to one of the bases, and when he was sliding, he broke his chain, and it was like $100,000 chain.
Oh
like,
my God!
Why are you doing? What are you doing here? Okay, if you got the money, you got the money. It is what it is. But at least that could be repaired, the broken one. But to lose a $15,000 earring, oh, it's a little dumb to me. But
yeah.
I don't know. It's what happens when you give people a lot of money. I mean, that's, you know, we don't know how he grew up, but I don't know where he came from. You know, I don't know his upbringing. I don't know, like, who he is as a person. Hopefully, after losing something like that, it trained him. It taught him to not do that again.
So here's another question. I don't mean to.
No, you're good, dude. Does
another question about Brady and bringing in Julio Jones. Last week, it got reported that Fournette came into camp pushing 280 pounds, right? Do you think because of that, they kind of like, we should consider passing the ball a lot more now, and that's why they brought in Jones? Because they already have, and as I mentioned before, they already have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
Yeah, but we also lost Gronkowski.
That is true. That's the flip side.
Even though he wasn't he wasn't playing all the time, they usually bring him in specifically.
But they did add Kyle Rudolph, though. They did add Kyle Rudolph with the Bucs as well.
Isn't that a quarterback?
No, Kyle Rudolph's the tight end. He used to be the tight end of Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, Mason Rudolph is who I was thinking of. Who played on the Steelers. He was the one where the dude hit him in the head with his helmet. He busted upside the head with his own helmet.
Oh, man.
I remember Stephen A. Smith on ESPN be like, he rips his helmet off and busts him upside the head with it.
If you actually watch that replay, I'm sorry, I don't mean you brought it up, so I have to say something real quick. If you actually slow-mo that replay on how that transpired, right before he rips the helmet off, Mason Rudolph, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Does lifts his knee and kind of hits him between the legs. If it was me, I'd be doing the same thing and hit him with the helmet, to be honest. Honest.
I mean, that was very
regardless
surprising.
of what was said or how he hit him or whatever, if you look at the replay and slow-mo it, you see the knee raised, and then he gets all upset.
Do football players wear cups?
I would assume. I would hope so.
I never wore a cup when I played football, and he tried to nut him. I know what you're talking about. He tried to back sack him. He tried to back sack him, bro. He tried to nut him a little bit, and that's what pissed him off.
Yeah.
It's like, that's my.
You yelled rape at the top of your lungs.
Mom, I honestly thought I was going to be raped for a second. He had the craziest look in his eyes.
That's what Mason Rudolph looked like at home.
That looked like the after effect.
Yeah. But you asked about adding in Kyle Rudolph. As many targets as they can give Brady, they're going to give. And
gotcha.
Leonard Fournette coming in, you said the weight you said, it sounds like he weighs more than what he weighed previous seasons. I'm not sure. I haven't. Plus, I'm still a little skeptical about the head coach. What's his name? He's more of a defensive guy.
He's a former Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator. Yeah.
So I wasn't too happy with him when he was.
Or he was a defensive assistant.
Jets,
something
but he was the head coach of the Jets. And besides Rex Ryan, who was a good head coach of the Jets in the past 15 years? You're not gonna say Adam Gase. but I'm thinking that because Brady opted out of his contract when Bruce Arians was still named the head coach. And then when Todd Bowles got named the head coach, Brady opted back in. So maybe what Todd Bowles is trying, maybe Todd Bowles would just give the offense to Brady.
Hey, real quick, Tonk, just to throw a little extra dirt on the Jets. They used to have Todd Bowles as their head coach. So
yeah, he was their head coach.
That's how terrible they are.
Yeah.
Oh, you did say that?
Yeah.
But
because I wasn't impressed with what he did on the Jets, but
Tonk, I'm going to throw a little bit of pepper on what you said. Okay, I apologize. You said that Tom Brady opted out when Bruce Arians was there and then opted back in. But we have to remember, and I think it was Adam Schefter that said that he was going to retire. And he came out and said, I don't know what you're talking about. And then he retired. But the rumor is that he did Adam Schefter a solid and retired for a little bit, only to come back. You know what I mean? That's the rumor. That's the rumor. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's weird. Why to retire if you're just going to come back 2 months later? It doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I mean, they gave Adam Schefter a break. It's like, stop reporting stuff so early. Like, we don't need. It's February. Okay, it's early March. We can calm down with the football news. Calm down, people. Let a couple months go by before you're trying to report. I mean, it's just like it was late February and we're worried about the NFL. Just chill the hell out. Like, it's like, Adam Schefter, calm down, dude. Okay.
Calm down.
like the Karen in the video. She's like, calm down. But I don't think it's coincidence that Brady wasn't wanting to be there much longer with Bruce Arians still there. And then all of a sudden he comes back with Todd Bowles there. I don't think that's so much of a coincidence. And what I'm guessing is that Todd Bowles is just going to kind of give Brady the offense. Because, I mean, do you really think Tom Brady needs a coach? I mean, maybe during the game to go through things and this and that, but as a whole, I'm not sure it has to happen anymore. And sorry, I was just reading a private chat.
A good defensive coach, so it makes sense on why they have him. They don't really need a coach for the offense per se.
Exactly,
maybe
that's
an
what
offensive
I mean.
Coordinator to throw, plays here and there.
Or I mean, what like maybe just someone to go back.
Brady's
going to
Brady,
but yeah, it's like Brady is going to run the offense. He's going to, and if you're not listening to Brady, he's going to be yelling and screaming at you. Like everyone has seen Brady on the sidelines during games. If it's not going his way, he's yelling and screaming at players, and that's all good. I mean, if you're the GOAT, you have you know what to do. So I think that's what the Bucs are starting to, and the Bucs as a whole from that organization, the way they're hiring people, they have female coaches, and they're looking to make these different types of hires. I think they're trying new ways to win. I think they're just applying these new types of applications to try to win and say, hey, maybe if we just give the offense to Brady and then let Todd Bowles handle defense, that sounds like a good scenario to me. You know what I mean? Like I honestly just think that's a really good practice and approach to go by it. So we'll see how it goes, but loading up on the offense, hey, if you can't stop them, just outscore them. I mean, if anyone can go down the field when they needed to, it's Brady.
Good defense. People say good defense wins games, but offense is really what wins the game, to be honest.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, I'm excited. I think that I'm excited to see what happens. I want to see Todd Bowles do good, regardless if he's my head coach or not. I want to see him do good, so I'm curious to see how it goes, and I'm wishing the best, just like for the Dolphins. Yeah. So thanks for everyone already commenting. Sorry, we're getting me and Ollie. You just bring it out of me, dude.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm not mad.
Dude, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not mad. This is great. You just bring it out of me. Like I like being able to just react and talk and not have to worry about reading something or looking something up. You know what I mean? Like I like that raw reaction. And thank you for doing that. And thank you for everyone in the chats. Go Gators. And I saw someone commenting about my Florida stuff. I got all the Florida stuff today, man. I got all the Florida stuff today. I got this throwback from 2012 in Miami at the game. What we got next, Capitan, in the back, packing up. Oh, yeah, so here we go. Ooh, I've been saying it. So this is College Football Players Association. And they just had a meeting in Penn State. They had a meeting. It says College Football Players Group. This is reported by CBS Sports. I think since we're getting so big now, it might be important to start saying where we get these sources from. I'm not sure. College Football Players Group presentation at Penn State included unionization option, document shows. And then it says that, all right, where does it say? It says that they're requiring someone to show up. Let me see where it says that. Because I think they're requiring someone from the NCAA to show up and discuss this. So it says basically 2 possible threats. Because that is not to report to fall camp. The backup option is to unionize the entire Big Ten conference. So that's basically pulling the Big Ten out of the NCAA. I don't know how much this will impact other sports. Because, I mean, football is definitely the driving force with these negotiations. And that's why, and NCAA is also making it more easy for players to enter the transfer portal. Now they can do it like multiple times, like in a year or a season or a couple seasons. They can just go wherever they want. The NCAA is trying their hardest to hold on, but I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like you give an inch and they take a mile. I think that's what's starting to happen here. It's interesting to have it in Penn State. I wonder what the significance of having it at that university is. But, I mean, we'll see what happens. I'm trying to see where they...
So how do unions actually work? You know, I mean, like, I know my understanding is like normal unions, there's usually union fees that the employee has to...
Yeah, so they actually have a lot... Unions is a more northern concept. I don't see a lot of it in Florida. Like, the first time I ever actually seen a strike where they stand outside and they picket was here in Seattle at a concrete plant, like 15 minutes from my house. I remember when I first saw it, there was one guy sitting out there and he had a sign that said, I forgot what it said, but it was, they weren't happy within that concrete industry. It's like an industry, and union workers, they pay money. It comes out of their paycheck every week or every month, goes to this union. And then if they have a strike, they get union paid, but they have to like go and actually participate. You can't just hang out at home and strike. So, and it protects you can't just get fired. And like you can have like different rounds of like discipline and stuff like that. And then at the same time, if they want to raise through the industry, I see good and bad with unionization. I'm not super for it. I think that it's kind of, I don't see, because it affected a lot of the construction industry here in Washington. And if what you're doing is upsetting, I can see how it can cause more harm than good.
Right, bitches?
See, because what I think may happen in this case, because I know what unions do is basically you pay for representation. That's essentially what you're paying for. And you know, along with a lot of the other stuff that you mentioned. There is an issue with the NILs and the transfer portal in college football, right? There's no loyalty to teams anymore. Anybody can just get up and say, hey, you know what? I want to transfer and move to a different team. You know what I mean? They used to make them wait a year, you know, till the next season or whatever, but there's ways and loopholes around that. You know what I mean? So there's that. There's people getting NILs already, like, and they're not even out of high school yet.
I know.
You know what I mean? There's NILs that are getting more than I've heard. I haven't like seen, like, it's been talked about in articles, but I haven't gotten a name to confirm it. But there's rumors that there's some NIL deals out there that the person's getting more than the NFL league minimum does for veterans. That's not a joke. I'm not.
No,
I'm not.
I'm
so,
not.
And then there's people that are getting way, way less, but
Yeah.
they're also, you know, those people that are getting less are also playing in most of the games and, you know, actually, you know, participating. Maybe in, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but a college football player union could bring some stability to those issues. Maybe having the union there's a max and a minimum they can get, so there's more, you know, control over it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it also will allow maybe some more control or limitations on just transferring every year, going to a new school. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that almost sounds like what the NCAA is already doing.
Okay. So you think the NCAA hasn't put any limits on these NILs, from what I understand. I haven't seen any limitations, and they're basically letting everybody jump ship like free agents every year.
Yeah, like I said, it's almost giving them an inch and they're taking a mile. I kind of felt that this was going to start happening eventually anyways, because they just don't really need the NCAA anymore. It's basically like, we play there, we have a bunch of rules. We play here, we make the rules, we set everything, we do the negotiations. And people are going to still go to the games. People are still going to buy the gear. It's still going to happen. So I think that this is just an evolution in sports, and it's just gonna be a tornado of events, decisions, discussions, and maybe they leave, and then maybe they decide it's not good, and they go back. Is it just football? Is it? It's how much does greed? You know, is greed being a driving force in this? What are the reasons why they want to leave the NCAA? You know, what about the state laws, or, you know, transgenders? You know, there's so many things that go on that. Have you had time to actually review all that stuff? I mean, the NCAA has been around for.
But on the flip side, there's
60 years,
throughout
70 years.
the years of the NCAA, they've done some shady things as well that benefit their pockets. You know what I mean?
Oh,
we try to brush them under the rug every year, but that's happens. My thing is that I think there has to be some organization that is in charge of all this that may not benefit from greed. Like, they don't have anything to do with like making money off of it. You know what I mean? Like, for example, to become a university or a college, they have to go through accreditation, right? Who's in charge of doing those reviews? Maybe that collegiate accreditation company or what organization, whatever they are, maybe they need to be the ones that are in charge of the rules based on, you know, like the limitations and stuff that they put in, because the accreditation company or organization, I'm sorry, I don't know what to call them, they're not making money. They're not making money by letting you be a university or not. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's university fees, but it's not like they're getting $1 billion from a TV deal. You know what I mean? It's nothing like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, for them to accredit
what I'm saying is we need to find an organization that wouldn't be, somebody put it in the chat,
I mean,
wouldn't be a fraud. You know what I mean?
It would probably be whoever they name. Like, if College Football Players Association, has got to be a president, a vice president, chairman.
Yeah, but even the union
treasurer.
can be
so
carrot stick.
I just hope
fraud,
that
you know
they
I mean?
have in place ways to keep them from going out of control. If you give an 18-year-old $2 million, you know, is he going to be responsible with it? Is he going to get himself in trouble? This looks like is it looks like it's just going to have to hash itself out as the players get more and more power, NIL, transfer portal, give us what we want, and less power to NCAA. We're going to see more stuff like this. But how many sports get affected by that? Because, I mean, softball, or swimming, lacrosse.
Because right now, I think NIL deals are primarily for football and basketball. I don't know if the other sports actually have NIL deals. And in addition to it, I have a fear that maybe not in the short term, but in the long run, I fear that in the long run that eventually the product on the field will start to get hurt. The quality of players coming into the draft and whatnot, because you got money in your pocket. What are you working for? What are you working so hard for?
Exactly. Like if you made $4 million by the time you're 22, you might not need to go to the NFL. You might just
say, I agree players need to be paid. I definitely agree with that. I just don't think the amount that they're getting paid is the appropriate amount. Like, they're already getting school for free, right? I think that they should be making, $40,000-$50,000 a year. That's a respectable wage, and you still have something to work for. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. I mean, if you can't live off of $40,000 to $50,000 a year, it depends on state and cost of living too. Don't get me wrong. So, like down in Miami,
I mean, if you're staying in the dorm,
course.
usually the football players, they stay like in the dorms. They're put up with.
Yeah, do they even pay for that? Do they still have to pay for that? That's my question.
I've talked down here before. I haven't looked into what the NIL covers and if they still get free tuition, free room and board. I honestly can't say how much I know of that. But I just hope that I just want to see good changes. I hope that they can stay responsible with this money that they're going to be making.
Mm-hmm.
And I am 100% in for paying the players because they're still tearing ACLs. They're still getting concussions. They're still possibly developing CTE.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, if you get a good player, he makes a lot of money in college, he doesn't go to the NFL, it gives other players an opportunity to go. And you said it might not be the best talent, but I'm not against that. Maybe it gives other players a chance, like players that go play for the XFL. Or for basketball, you got the basketball tournament is happening right now, TBT. If you got players that are so good in college that they don't need to go to the NBA, it opens up opportunities for players that didn't go to college that are starting in TBT at 25, and now they get a chance to go to the NBA. So there could be a lot of good that comes from this. I just hope that responsibility is incorporated with all these decisions and changes.
It doesn't matter what you think.
It does matter. It's my show. And Capitan back there packing his life away or whatever he claims he's
packing something.
That's me saying I'm ready to just jump on. But it's just like I've been saying this for a long time that, because I mean, the SEC, dude, the SEC doesn't need the NCAA. It doesn't. Especially when Oklahoma and Texas come to the SEC. Are you kidding me? Like, pinnacle of college football.
Foot Moss is going to know what I'm going to speak about here. The SEC is building a super league. That's what they're doing. They're so trying to build a league that they could have all the teams on their own without having to worry about the rest of the college football at all. They can run on their own. They'd be their own league. That's basically what it is. That's what they're trying to do.
I mean, imagine being able, like, seeing Alabama play Ole Miss, Auburn, LSU twice a season. See the game.
While I agree with you, I understand, but at the same time, we don't want the quality of product coming into the draft to drop. You know, a lot of these players, what do you think they're going to do with that money? You know what I mean? There's concerns that they may just go below it all, or and live that Johnny Manziel style lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm a drink trick.
Yeah. So
well, that's what I mean. Like, I'm hoping that they incorporate some kind of way to keep this under control, because it looks like it's starting to just unravel and go in a direction that we've never seen before in college sports.
That's a good point, Adam.
And I love it. I want to see it happen. I just really hope that it doesn't make things worse. And the NCAA is they're going to do everything they can to keep it going. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't go to this meeting, especially if they said, look, if you don't come, we're just going to unionize and kick you out. But at the same time, almost don't bite the hand that feeds you, because it's been keeping college football going for all these years, been keeping college sports going for all these years. Hey, let's try to make this work before you just want to opt out. But if it's not working, hey, well, because I mean, shit. Imagine if we had like the SEC have its own league, its own thing, and then like that best team comes out, plays an NFL team. We could have stuff like that, or plays an XFL team. I mean, would the NCAA allow that? So it's like there's all these other opportunities. Maybe go play a Canadian team, or a team from Mexico, or go play in another country. So there's just all these opportunities here. And I think that is like the more good ideas that come is going to help both sides work together. And so I think this is good. I think it's almost unpredictable, maybe a little risky, but what good things that come, aren't. You know what I mean? Like an entrepreneur, like this is almost an entrepreneur type approach. Entrepreneurs literally jump off a cliff and build a plane on the way down. Like that's a good example of what an entrepreneur is. So like that's why we're seeing all this stuff happen. It's like because they're just making the leap and they're seeing how it goes. And the NCAA is trying its hardest to hold on. And thank you everybody for commenting and listening, because this is an awesome freaking topic. What's CFL? Yeah, but I mean we can have similar rules. You know what I mean? Like we can adapt the rules. That's nothing. The XFL has different, rules and stuff like that. That's easy.
That's per design, because of the fact that the NFL kind of holds trademark to some of their rules. So different. That's why they do it the way that they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, and I mean, yeah, it's but still doesn't mean that there's plenty of opportunity out there, and there's always going to be you're never going to not have fans of this sport.
This is true. XFL does have fans. They have I have friends that are fans to this day. They miss it.
I do. I missed the heck out of it. I got to go to some games, and then freaking COVID hit. So this is similar, and this topic with Bill Self and Kansas University is similar kind of to what is going on with paying college players. So apparently he is under investigation for bribery and it was bribery and something else he did. What does it say? It was bribery, and then like it seemed like he was like trying to cover up what he was doing. So bribery is basically money. So it's like basically money was going on with this. And when they're holding coaches to this, like what they did to USC and Reggie Bush and the head coach Pete Carroll, and then when the head coach of Texas A&M said the stuff about Nick Saban paying players, paying this. You know how many teams have been paying players before it was documented, before it was known? They buy them houses. They give them money. They do this. So now that it's legal to pay players, we're still having situations come up like with Bill Self or bribery. So it was illegal then. It's not so much illegal now, but they're still holding him accountable for it.
Mm-hmm.
And
it goes on here to say that they self-imposed Bill Self being off the recruiting trail, and his assistant Curtis Townsend for June and July live recruiting period, as the NCAA continues its years-long probe. Years is the key word there.
Yeah.
Into the school's basketball recruitment practices, per CBS Sports. So,
if one if one team is doing it or one university, there's no way that a whole bunch of other universities aren't doing it. And I'm not saying that's why they win. I don't, Villanova built that, for all I know, built that team. Who's been the past couple winners? Duke. Will we ever find out? Did Duke ever pay? Was Duke, was...
You think Mike Krzyzewski actually paid players?
I wouldn't
Come
doubt
on,
it.
dude. That guy's like the GOAT of college basketball, and you're gonna throw him under the bus. Oh.
I mean,
I'm sorry, I'm being biased. Though. I'm being biased. So
why are you a North Carolina fan?
No, I'm a Duke fan, bro. That's a Duke level.
What? A Duke fan too?
Yeah.
Man, we all over the place here.
I am. For my college basketball, it will always be Duke. I'm always a Duke fan.
Nice. Blue blood. We got a blue blood in the house. Go Gators for life.
It's okay. It's all right. All I'm saying is that, I don't know, man. It's hard for me to see Mike Krzyzewski doing that with their program. Their program is so good that they don't need to bribe players. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's, in my opinion, teams that have to bribe players to come play for them are teams that have issues with their program already. That's just my opinion.
I mean, but
now, could it happen before Mike Krzyzewski came? Possibly. Do other teams do it? Definitely. We definitely know that. So,
well, one of the times Kansas won was with Mario Chalmers. I think back in, I don't know. It was before, obviously before he was with the Heat, but they won with Mario Chalmers. And why did Carmelo Anthony go to Syracuse? Why did Shaquille O'Neal go to LSU?
Did they make a movie about it?
I mean, seriously, you don't think he was, and I'm not hating, I am not talking trash at all.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you really think money didn't have something to do with Shaquille O'Neal going to LSU? Like, seriously? And hey, it is what it is, right? But now that it's legal, you're still going to keep this probe going on. It's like, marijuana is legal all over the country now, but we still got people in jail for selling weed.
Yeah.
It's like, obviously it's not that big of a deal anymore. We're paying players. Okay. Let them just penalize. Let them just hold him accountable. Let the university hold him accountable and let it go. It's legal to pay players now. Let it stop bothering yourself. Try to keep the CF, the college football, from leaving the NCAA. Worry about that. What are you doing worrying about this? I mean, maybe they just got to stand behind what they believe in the beginning, but it's legal now. And bribery has been a part of sports since the very beginning. There's no way people haven't been bribed through all of sports. Pete Rose.
Yeah, Tony, that's the movie I was talking about, by the way.
Like, bribery has been part of sports since the very beginning. Betting has been part of sports since the very beginning. Money has always been thrown around, regardless of how much. I mean, it's like when they found out Lance Armstrong was using steroids, and he said everybody was using steroids.
He's just the guy that got caught.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not necessarily, like I said, I'm not defending this. I see the pros and cons of it, But it's just a part of it. They just need to come to the realization. Just let the team, just let the university penalize him, do whatever. I mean, look what happened to what's his name, who was the head coach. Yeah, exactly, Carla. The head coach of, you're probably a fan, Buckeyes, Ohio State, Jim Tressel.
Yeah.
He was honestly, he was one of my favorite college head coaches. I think he was just a natural head coach. He was always calm. He was, I mean, even when he won, when he was holding up the crystal ball, he was all calm and looking around.
Don't tell that to the Hurricane fans.
No, but the Gators beat him. No, I'll say that to a Gator fan.
Yeah, but no. Hear me out about him. He didn't bribe players or anything like that. What happened with him is that he was informed that his players were trading things for tattoos and stuff like that, like memorabilia and whatnot.
Turn that some bitch sideways and stick it straight up. You're getting it.
So that's what he did wrong. He knew about it and didn't do anything. So that's where they went after him, and I think that's kind of messed up. He was a great coach.
I know.
I
know, and it sucks. I was like, man, because when you're that good of a head coach, when you have that much composure at all times, come on back, man. Bring it back, dude. We want you in the league. We want you. He was good for college sports. Yeah, he made a mistake because at the time it was illegal, but it's like he got banned for life. It's like he's drifted away. He's like a coordinator now. It's like I don't want to see him up in the freaking box upstairs. I want to see him on the field.
Yeah, I think he was with the Colts for a while, and then he ended up becoming the
he's like a
president
VP
of Youngstown University or something.
I just, if you're that good at coaching, you should be in coaching. And now that it's legal, bring it back. And plus, I don't know. It's just like, I'm so glad that stuff is going away. I am so glad. That's why I brought this topic out, because I'm just so glad that this topic is going away. These players are putting their bodies on the line. They're hurting themselves or sacrificing their bodies for a sport, for the school. They weren't making any money. I mean, especially to a player. Imagine some of these players come from dirt poor. You know what I mean? Like LeBron James, like they were like dirt poor. So like any little bit of money and they're going for it. Especially if they have talent. I mean, you're like most likely going to go to a team that's willing to pay you versus a team that's not willing to pay you. Regardless of how illegal it is, even if it's got to be, filtered through tattoos and autographs and name, image, and ink. Name, ink, and likeness. Yeah, it's just cause for cleats already.
Yeah, I thought we had one more before that. There we go. Here we go.
Yeah. All right. So this, all right. They're talking about, the contract got leaked. The information got leaked about the clause where it says that he has to like study film, the playbook, other things of that nature when it comes to being on the team. How is this looked upon as a bad thing? This is not a bad thing.
It's not necessarily a bad thing, but I'm about to throw a wrench in this whole thing, Tonk. Are you ready? What if I told you that this paints the framework for Tua's possible extension or contract with a different team?
Hold that thought, because that's another side of my brain.
That's what I'm saying is because the issue that we're hearing from not just issues with our quarterback but other teams is that the QBs are not picking up the playbook as quickly as they should. I've heard that.
Well, exactly.
I've heard that from Titans camp and even in Pittsburgh. I've heard it with a couple of their quarterbacks coming out of college and whatnot. So that being said, maybe this is the new thing that they're going to incorporate that in.
It should be. I wouldn't have finished. I wouldn't have received a bachelor's degree. I wouldn't have graduated college. I wouldn't have graduated high school if I didn't study, if I didn't do my homework. Regardless of how easy you learn, regardless of that, if you're not doing your homework, you're not going to succeed. If studying the whatever he has to study, if that isn't part of his routine already, then he's failing himself. You're failing yourself. You can only do so much on your feet. You need to
should this be in rookie contracts as well? Like
absolutely, it should be in almost every contract.
And maybe
almost every contract. You need to study what we're talking about. You need to study. I mean, they have, they open up the thing. But this is a perfect example. When they open up the thing and they see the plays, that's homework. I mean, that's that's your cheat sheet. That's their cheat sheet.
Yeah,
that's okay to have even with their homework. And actually, I support the heck out of it. I wish I was allowed when I was allowed to have cheat sheets in college. I had the most tiniest writing, like a 3x5 or 3x4. It was the tiniest writing you could possibly imagine with equations, formulas, information, processes. Like, it helped me out so much. And now I've never gotten diagnosed with having a learning disorder, but learning is like school was very, 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 very hard for me. I took 7 years to get a bachelor's degree because sometimes a class was like chemistry, biology, statistics. Those classes I took one at a time. I didn't take any other classes that semester because it's so hard. And there's so much to it. Like, if you're not studying, like I said, you're failing yourself. It is 100% super important to study the system, to study the league, to study the plays, to study the processes that your team has. How are you supposed to memorize this if you're not studying it?
I mean, right, bitches?
You're absolutely right. And going back to our previous subject about our NIL deals really hurting the quality of play, maybe this is how they combat it too. You're putting what's the term I'm looking for? You're basically putting responsibility on the players right off the get-go that they have to abide by, otherwise they're not getting paid.
I don't believe for 1 second that part of Tom Brady's success was studying. Outworking somebody, outperforming somebody can't just be on your feet. It can't just be all on your feet. It can't just be hitting the gym. It can't just be running reps. You have to sit down and you have to get your mind right.
Leave Brittany alone.
They're painting this as like bad and as like embarrassing. This isn't embarrassing. If I was a head coach, if I was writing contracts, I would 150,000%. Yo, you got to study, dude. You got to study. And if this isn't obvious, then why aren't you already studying? Why isn't this already a concept or a process in football? I would never believe that I could be the best football player that I could if I wasn't studying things about the game or things for the team, because you just want to perform the best for your team. You want to perform best for that game. You know what I mean? It's once a week.
Oh yeah.
So study. And plus they have all the time in the world. I would have been studying my ass off for that. I mean, go to Hawaii, sit on the freaking beach with a pina colada next to you. I mean, studying is easy. So for them to paint a negative picture around this, embarrassing, and I'm saying they said, but you can't be watching this while playing video games and talking about some kind of, bringing like a young emphasis to this.
Oh, that's it too? Wow. They really were detailed.
But it's just like, this isn't a bad thing. This is a good example of how contracts should be.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you think about it, Tom Brady is the master of execution. He executes perfectly almost every time. And that's essentially the results of him putting in all that studying and prep work and everything at every level, not just just his body, but his mentality and education in his brain. he does every level of everything. You know what I mean? You know
like
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
Peyton Manning. There's no way he was.
Yeah, you don't get to know every single defense that's ever been devised by the NFL by not studying. That's for sure.
Color,
there's
what's up,
just
buddy?
no way. There's just no way. I don't see how anyone could really reach to be their best if this isn't included, regardless of how you study. If it's watching film, if it's reading a book, if it's listening to an audio, whatever it is. I mean, I used to record my teacher's lectures. And I would go ride my bicycle around and listen to them over and over and over and
That's
over.
a smart move, man. Hey, real quick, guys. Before we continue, I'm filling in real quick. Are we? Did we already do the Sanu and Warriors Bulls yet? Are we there yet?
No, we're not yet.
Okay. I'll shut up.
No, I think I say that for last because I'm ready for that. But no, I think this is great. I think this sets a standard. I think this shows example of them trying to win. Like, look, man, you got to put in the work, dude. We need you to put in the work. We need you to put in the work. And there's nothing wrong with this. And to say this is in a negative or embarrassing type of way is just, it's stupid to think of this. I 150% support studying for what you do. For me to get all the certifications I have and to continue, like I have to do these things called continuing education. I have to do it every year or every 2 years. I have to have 18 credits of additional education. So that's studying or going to seminars or doing this, having actual experience. You have to do this. You have to study. You have to keep up on this is your league. You don't want to stay ahead of the curve. So, yeah. And it, oh, come on, Jay. Nah, too young, dude. No. How do college players finish? How do they get their degrees? How do they finish college and play football?
Some of them actually still remain in school, even though they're professional football players. In the offseason,
what's his
courses.
name? On Arizona, the wide receiver. He went to Phoenix University. Dang it, what is his name?
Hunter Long, from what I understand, is like a computer genius of some kind, like some IT type of stuff. Like
Von
really
Miller.
Yeah,
Von Miller has his own farm, and that's what he did at Texas A&M. He studied agriculture or something like that with environment. I mean, I am a kick-ass environmental scientist because I studied my ass off. I didn't just do blower door testing. I didn't just do air sealing inspections. I didn't just verify insulation. I studied my ass off to be to where I am. And my knowledge of sports now is because of how much I've paid attention, read, learned, asked questions, discussed, consulted for years and years and years.
Bummer. Huh? This is a bummer, man. That's a bummer.
Oh.
Definitely a bummer.
Not there's nothing bummer about that.
Just kidding.
There's nothing bummer about that. Man, it is. See, this is why I want to be on here every week, but we don't have stuff like this every week. And so that was all from my topics because that's an El Capitan topic. I want to make sure we got through all of mine. All right, yeah, no, the 17 Warriors is after. Okay, yeah. So this is Capitan. No, we could do.
Go back to Sanu.
Yeah, we could do Sanu. So let me look that up because I just looked it up. So
I will say, before you do,
you carry this one. You're a little bit more as far as like centric.
Okay.
When it comes to like, I don't know. It's I'm good at this, but you guys are a little bit better when it comes to certain topics like this. I want to follow your lead.
Okay, all right. Just give me 1 second because you caught me a little bit off guard there. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah. What I was gonna say though, I'll as I pull this up here, the Saints and
I immediately regret this decision.
And I'll make a comment when it comes to tutoring here in a second. And I'll actually, I got some. I'll show you something when it comes to tutoring. All right.
So in their Super Bowl run, the Saints had who dat? Like who dat going to beat to beat the Saints? You know what I mean? And then the Bengals had who day. Well, Miami's theme for this whole offseason has been we ain't done. All right. The Miami Dolphins have added a number of talented offensive pieces this offseason, and they apparently aren't done yet. Miami is signing veteran wideout Mohamed Sanu,
nice,
which was released by his agent Mike McCartney today. Me and Color were on a space together, a Twitter space, and reported that breaking instantly as I saw it. Nice. So it was pretty cool. Sanu was originally drafted in the third round of the 2012 draft out of Rutgers by the Cincinnati Bengals. After 4 seasons in Cincinnati, he spent another 4 in Atlanta before bouncing between New England Patriots, Detroit Lions, and San Francisco 49ers over the last 3 seasons. In his 10 seasons, Sanu has recorded 435 receptions for 4,871 yards and 27 touchdowns. He has also shown the ability to throw a bit, completing 7 of his 8 career attempts for 233 yards and 4 touchdowns. Between his 2 stints in San Francisco and time in Atlanta, Sanu should have plenty of good grasp of the Mike McDaniel, Kyle Shanahan offense that Dolphins will run this season. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, it sounds like a good match then.
I kind of mentioned this a little bit in the Twitter space, but I'm going to tell you, I've kind of like did a little bit more research. I really feel people are trying to say this guy's taking Preston Williams' spot on our roster. Okay. We've dropped Cody Core, the wide receiver. I think he was undrafted or something. His name was Cody Core. We dropped him and we picked up Sanu. I really feel the way that this roster is being built is that every player has almost an exact type of player like to back them up. Do you understand what I'm saying? We have Tyreek Hill, you have Waddle that can fit his spot instantly. In this case, we have Cedric Wilson, who's going to play the slot. Sanu can play the slot just like he can. And in addition, both players have a good arm and can throw. That's something I didn't know about Sanu. Now that I know that, I think he's really Cedric Wilson's backup.
And the Dolphins were like the last
throw 40 yards like it's his job.
The Dolphins were like the last team to actually like incorporate the Wildcat like as like a known practice. And at the same time, you know, you said it that they're matching players with backups. That sounds like a great tactic to me. I mean, nobody here is saying it was a bad thing that they signed him.
Let's talk about Color's Wonder Boy Gaskins. And I say that just because I'm not the biggest Gaskin fan, but that's okay. Gaskins and Chase Edmonds are very much alike. Color will even argue this, right? He feels Gaskins a little bit better, but they're almost like the same running back. Maybe Gaskins stays on this roster because it's like for like. You know what I mean? This roster is going to be very taxing on both wide receiver and running back positions. So therefore, maybe we need that style of roster built where you can just back up person for, you know, next man in because it's almost the same player.
Yeah, it's a great tactic. And I mean, the more I don't ever feel it's bad to have more wide receivers. It's a good position. You know, especially if you're trying to match up with the quarterback. It's given Tua more options, more talent around him. They're trying to, you know, I've even seen it, and I said it before it happened, but they're taking a different approach to Tua for this season coming in. So they're giving him more weapons. That's two wide receivers signed. From what I know now, Sanu and then Tyreek Hill. And then they already had some wide receivers. So
they brought in this offseason. We've brought in River Craycraft, Sherfield, I think his name is. I can't pronounce his last name. I'm sorry, and this would be the third one from the 49ers. So we technically have, including Mostert, we have 4 offensive weapons technically from the 49ers.
And I mean, yeah, so the players already know the head coach. They understand the system he runs. You know, they don't have to do as much homework, maybe. And I like it. I like it a lot. So being part of this podcast now and working with you guys and having this, it's actually teaching me more about decisions during the off season, signing, stuff like that. I'm always seeing what Capitan is posting. So it's really interesting to actually see this happen and come to fruition, what they're doing, the changes and the actions they're taking. And they're building a team. They're doing, you know, Mike is putting his handprint on the team. He's setting his standard. He's letting them know this is what we're going to attack. Sounds like it's going to be a hopefully it's going to be a high flying, you know, missile dropping season. Maybe a lot of yards, a lot of reception yards. They got plenty of backup players. It's looking good. I mean, they did make a 7-0 run last season, different head coach, but you know, if they had the ability to do that, you give them some more talent, man.
Yeah, and if you go back and look, when Sanu was the most effective, I want to say when he was the most the most success was when Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel was with Atlanta too, and that's basically where he had most of his stint with Kyle Shanahan and McDaniel. So we'll see what happens there. I really feel that, you know, we're building a roster to, if one man goes down, we already have to replace them.
I want to go get someone because they were talking about tutoring.
No worries. Anyway, let's see what's going on in the chat, everybody. Let's see. Gaskins will end up in New England, giving us fits. So Dolphins. Possibly. This is definitely possible. I don't think Sanu will make the final roster, though. I think he's just a cam body. I don't know. I have to know what the money is. If anybody knows what the money is, let me know. Because we got some undrafted free agents that I found out, and Color can speak to it, that have some weird like guaranteed money that's pretty high for an undrafted free agent, to be honest.
All right. So when I was in college, I had to go all the way up to calculus and statistics for math. And it was very, very, very challenging for me. I had to sit because they talked about tutoring and college tutors. I used to do every homework assignment 3 times. I bought all of the books, all the solutions manuals. I was the most studious person. I would study so much that I would teach my classmates. I studied so much. And like, because I always struggled at math growing up. I always struggled at math. I was always very confused. And once I was once I finally got tutoring, it just helped me out so much. And I worked so hard at doing that I became so good at math that I was so good at math. I still am, but I was a little bit better then because I was fresher. But I became so good at it that I applied to be a math tutor, and I got the job. And within 1 year of being a math tutor, I won an award for tutoring math. And this isn't basic. I was a math tutor, but I got this award because of how good I was at educating. That's and awesome. It shows that, like, when you put in super hard work and you really, really focus, you could achieve anything. And studying will help you get to there. And if it did it for me, it could do it for anybody. And this is like maybe my proudest achievement, because it was basically taking my something I was lacking in, taking a
what's up, CT? Long time.
Weakness and turning it to a strength, basically. So when you were talking about tutors on here, yeah, I know I was one. So you're talking to the king tutor, And like, dude, I remember sometimes I'd be so busy with students, I would have my entire table filled with students, and I would just go around and just teach and just help them. It was so awesome. I really miss, like, that was probably my favorite type of job. Was because like when you're helping someone and you see them understand and learn it, and then they go and apply it and raise their scores and test scores and grades, and you know that you were directly responsible for helping them achieve that. It's like, it's the best feeling. And what that contract is telling Kyler Murray to do is going to help him achieve just that. Yeah, so there was a topic that Caller brought in regards to vaccinations. It's, if you could see, it says Jerome Baker saying he regrets taking the vax. So I don't know why he regrets taking it, but I can talk about my personal experience with getting the vaccine. I got both doses, and no, I got a bachelor's degree, so take that, GED. Like good old days. I had a really, really bad, severe reaction to the second dose, where I had eczema on my hands. It was so bad, the skin got so dry that I actually started to bleed, and I was advised to not get the. But why? What is he regretting about it? Did something happen to him?
He did put out a cryptic message that somebody he was praying for somebody, and I don't know.
He asked for prayers for. He said he's praying for his dog, DAWG, whatever that means. So he may have a friend that is ill or something.
Well, is it ill from the vaccine? I mean, so
well, he didn't say.
Listen, the last 3 tweets from Jerome Baker were as such. They were this one coming in at 3rd, where he says, I don't think I'll ever forgive myself for getting that vaccine. The last one, and I'll even just pull him up so we won't misquote the man. He's had some different tweets popping up here lately. So, okay, I want to get my pilot license. I don't think I'll ever forgive myself for getting that vaccine. Please don't fight my battles. I need these. Oh, no, that's an old one. Sorry. My FBI agent Weiland. And then he was saying some stuff like that. Like, I don't know. He's been active on Twitter, but the vaccine one, he's definitely catching blowback for sure. He shouldn't have said nothing.
Yeah. Trying to see if there's been any update of what's going on.
Okay, so look, I was advised by my doctor to not get the 3rd dose because I could have an even worse reaction.
Hold on. Regarding the praying for my dog thing, it may have to do with Damon Arnett. I believe him and Damon Arnett were teammates at Ohio State. And Damon Arnett's going through some stuff right now off the field. I think he got arrested again for some type of drug issue, I think. So that might what it might have to do with. Someone just posted that as a response to people questioning what's going on. Damon Arnett is the corner from the Raiders. He was like a 1st-round pick, if you remember.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I'd like to know why he said that. I'm not judging him in any way. I'm not mad. I'm just curious.
This is kind of weird. There's like 3 tweets that are just weird. It's very cryptic.
It's probably the COVID vaccine. I mean, like when people just say the vaccine, I mean, now monkeypox might start being part of that conversation. But
that actually may be why he's bringing up vaccines now. The monkeypox vax is next.
It's crazy. This is one of the things I was told that would start happening in the world, but people still don't believe we have an impact. People just don't believe things aren't happening when they are happening. But you know, I was scared. I'll even admit it, scared and skeptical to get it. But at the same time, our healthcare workers, you know, pilots, people that have to deal with a lot of people all the time and are forced to wear masks all day, every day. That's why I got the vaccine, is because of people who have to deal with this day in and day out and how stressful that must be. That's why I got it. And when you get a vaccine, it changes your immune system. So eczema is an immune system problem. And that's why a lot of people get eczema worse when they get vaccines, because of the change that happens to their immune system. So there's good and bad with this stuff, but the goal is to get rid of it or to make it easier. I mean, imagine if like we stopped getting polio. People are stopping getting polio vaccines, and now polio is making a comeback. Okay, so when your kid can't walk, okay, there's a chance that a vaccine is going to affect you. But if you get polio at 1 year old, I mean, it's like what you know, either we're going to have a whole bunch of diseases, or we're going to take chances and get the vaccines to get rid of them. We know that when you get these diseases, that it's going to have severe consequences. You could die. You could be crippled for the rest of your life. There's a lot less of a chance of something bad happening to you by getting the vaccine. And we got anti-vaxxers, we got anti-this. Just study it. Look it up. Don't listen to what everybody says. Look it up for yourself. Look it up on different websites.
If you don't mind me asking, like,
go ahead.
Which manufacturer vaccine did you get that gave you the problem?
I think it was Pfizer.
Pfizer? Okay, because I got Pfizer and I have had no problems. My rest of my family has Moderna, and they've had no problems. The one I've heard the most worst about was Johnson & Johnson.
Right, because that's like 2 doses in one.
Yeah.
My whole life, I've always been gotten big giant blisters on the side of my feet, and it's like clear liquid, but I always had big huge blisters, and I still sometimes get them. And it's not like what is it called? It's not like a wart. It's like just a blister. And
is it kind of like an athlete's foot type of thing?
It's eczema. It's eczema, and it's probably because I got vaccines as a small child. But I'd rather have blisters on my feet than not be able to walk because I got polio. And you're not going to stop. If you have a puppy, you're not going to not give it the parvo vaccine, are you? You're not going to do that because it probably will catch parvo. And
so I got the J&J vaccine. I'm pretty sure I haven't been in the same universe since then.
Look, I never disregard what happens to people, and I understand if you don't want to get the vaccine, but choose your battle. You're either going to be at risk. There's a risk either way, right? There's a risk either way. If you're going to travel by airplane, if you want to do all this stuff, you're going to risk catching monkeypox, and you're going to risk catching COVID. Choose your battles. You have the decision. You have the choice.
Yeah.
Because it's only going to, I mean, man, I'm telling you right now, with the way the world is going and our impact and climate change and stuff like that, these types of diseases are going to continue to happen more and more and more. But people don't. Circumcision. Honestly, I'm against it. He just asked, are you circumcised? I don't know if I want to admit that, but I am kind of against it, honestly.
It's so bad. There's blood everywhere. The bunk beds were a terrible idea. Why did you let us do that?
There is pros and cons to that. I have a friend. Yeah, I have a friend that is really against it because he's on the train that it's basically mutilation. Which in a way it is, but in a sense, if you don't, then there's a chance that you can get infections because if you don't clean properly down there, you can have problems. And you also have to understand that a lot of the issues that had happened over the years were because of lack of training or experience performing a circumcision. Whereas now you have doctors and nurses and stuff that go through a lot of training and continued education, as you said before, that to learn how to do it properly. I got my son done and I was done as well, and we don't have any problems, to be honest. So I mean, I understand your concern. I definitely do, but I guess that's a little bit different than getting vaccines.
It is.
Though.
It's not. It's not.
Change
It's not
your
the
body
same.
in a sense.
Yeah. It's.
You know,
It's.
I was in the military for 6.5 years. I'm a veteran, right? I was in the Air Force or Air National Guard, which is pretty much the Air Force. If you know anybody in the Air Force, they'll tell you this is the same thing. And they basically in training camp, they lined us up, sitting there at attention. They came by and just basically got a gun, and they're just one after another, you know, hitting us with a vaccine after vaccine after vaccine. I can't tell you. After I left the Air National Guard, I honestly didn't get sick ever, like hardly ever. Like, and when I did, it was something because of something new. You know what I mean? Like when swine flu came out. Remember that? Yeah. I got out just as that came about, and I got sick. But they said it was just a regular flu. It wasn't swine flu at all. That's what they ended up telling me. But I'll never know, I guess. But the truth is that I'm more open to vaccines because the vaccines are not always to prevent it from happening at all. It also is there as a protective measure, so the risk is not as high of what it could be. I've had friends that have passed away because of the pandemic, getting sick and having to be in a hospital, and it didn't turn out right. I have a very good friend of mine. I knew her for 15 years, and she passed. She didn't get the vaccine when she should have. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I have
ahead.
multiple friends. I know 3 people, well, more than 3, but some of them are siblings that lost one of their parents to COVID. That's why I got the vaccine.
And for me, it was more of I would rather have the vaccine and have some form of defense, even if it's a small barrier, right? Than nothing at all. That's basically how I looked at it, and that's why I did it. Now that's up to you guys to decide if you want to do that or not. You know, I understand it's his right to have a viewpoint, on it. You know, I mean, if he, he had, I don't know why he got the vaccine in the first place if he really didn't want to get the vaccine. You know,
yeah,
I think in the NFL you have to sign a waiver of some kind, or some kind of like you have to put it out there that you're not vaccinated or something. There's some
like what it did with what's his name on the Nets, Kyler.
What you want to do with it? He got a little pretty mouth, ain't he?
Kyrie Irving. He wasn't allowed to play, and he had to miss all that time. And you
didn't Rodgers have a big deal where he's not really vaccinated?
Yeah, he said he was immunized, and you can't go to Canada. You can't go to Canada without it. You can't go to Africa.
I was going to say, I mentioned
vaccines.
this, Tonk. I mentioned this on my show yesterday or somewhere else today. The Canada thing. The St. Louis Cardinals actually went without their 2 best hitters and their backup catcher in a series against Toronto because they don't require them, I guess, to get the vax, but they also can't travel to Canada.
Yeah, you
but
can't.
The St. Louis Cardinals were willing to go without their 2 best hitters.
Well, the show's got to go. I mean, the show's got to happen. I mean, it's got to happen. We got to make it happen. And I'm not necessarily for or against any of that, but it just is the way it is. This is the world we live in, and choose your battles. Choose it, and it looks like it's not going to go.
Toronto is leading St. Louis 10-3.
Speaking of Toronto, did they really have a game? I swear I saw that they had a game where they won 28-3 or something. It was something ridiculous. Is that really happened?
Well,
right?
That might have been over.
Didn't Toronto recently have a game where they scored like 28 runs?
Yeah, I think something like that. It was ridiculous.
Or it might have been over the course of
the
a
guy
couple
had
games.
an in the park grand slam.
in the park,
dude.
dude,
It was not even funny. It was like, oh my god.
Yeah, grand slams are crazy.
John Featherland, I hope I said your last name correctly. Thanks your. Tell your father thank you for his service. I really appreciate it.
I mean, instead of like banning players for being able to play, is there a way to make them like some kind of respirator that they can wear while they play? I don't know, like throw a mask on Kyrie Irving, throw a mask on the baseball players. And plus, you can, I mean, you have to stand close to the umpire and the catcher when you're at bat, but
you don't have to have a mask. You
can socially distance, like the umpire doesn't have to be right against the back of the, like you cannot give someone COVID if you're playing baseball. It's very easy. Besides at bat, I mean, I guess when they're running and tagging them and stuff, but that would be an easy sport to socially distance on. You know what I mean? I mean, if the catcher is wearing a mask and the umpire is wearing a mask, it's perfect. They're good. I mean, the umpire stands there the entire game, doesn't even really move. It's not like he needs to breathe hard. I'm just saying, like, it's like we can do that instead of just not letting the people come.
I understand. But then again, that also creates another argument too.
What about breathing in through that?
Wearing masks in general.
I mean,
I'm okay with it. Either way, I'm okay with it. But
I believe 100% they prevent illnesses from being spread. It's I don't believe for 1 second.
What about facial bacterial infections?
Look, okay, but look, hold on. If you take a mask and you wear it during a baseball game and you don't wash it, and then you wear it for the next game and you don't wash it, okay,
it's like wearing the same underwear.
It's like who's doing that? Nobody's. Oh, when they show a picture of the mask and all the bacteria, you know how long it took that bacteria to grow that big.
Let's be honest, though, people. It's not like everybody does. The people that don't want to wear them are going to be like, they're not going to keep up with washing them either. I mean, people are lazy.
Exactly. I have like.
But isn't that why you have equipment managers that collect all the jerseys and stuff to wash them?
I don't know what that has to do with the subject, but like I don't use the only time I ever use a cloth mask is that if I'm in a doctor's office and I have to. Besides that, if I need to wear one, I have like 25, 30 of these masks, and you can put filters in them, and I wear it one day, I wash it. I don't wear it twice. For a mask to have that much bacteria growth on it, that thing took weeks.
And never been.
Somebody's poisoned the water hole.
These arguments, and I understand, like I wouldn't want to have to wear a mask if I'm running around the field, and like even if I had to be somewhere like back in like before when we used to have to wear masks all the time, I had like 4 masks with me. So after a few hours, I would just change out my mask. Like those arguments, just get out of here with those arguments. Take a break.
Yeah, I got one like Tonk. My Miami Dolphins mask has an insert like that. Like you can put filters in the insert.
And plus it's like, I mean, you can get all cool designs and like rep your team. I mean,
and make sure you know who has those is Fanatics, I believe, has those.
Yes, and I bought them from Fanatics. I have like 6
I think
pairs.
I bought some from there too.
Yeah,
and at the same time,
if you need to get any of those masks, make sure you're hitting the link in the description below to make sure they know we sent you.
And at the same time, when I'm at the gym or I'm on an airplane or something, I kind of like wearing a mask now and not feeling bad about it.
I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
You know what? You're good. I mean, imagine being in the gym and all those sweaty people breathing and breathing and breathing. You're breathing in what everybody else is breathing out. So you put a mask on that has filters on it, and you're getting nice, clean air every time you breathe in. So, it's almost like in Florida, you don't have to wear a helmet.
team is cold.
It's a high quality cloth.
Yeah, Cap, stay on topic, man.
What was I going to say before I was interrupted?
I know. Do you believe this guy back
by
there?
a 1997 movie. Okay. The leading counsel that got the law changed in Florida to where you don't have to wear a helmet on a motorcycle died from head injuries from motorcycle accidents. I mean, can you even describe something more ironic than, literally dying for their cause? And their argument was, when you're sitting at a red light, how hot it is inside the helmet. Well, how long are you sitting at red lights? Are you just sitting at a red light all day long? No. As soon as you start driving, the air goes through your helmet and it cools you off. So it's like, it was the most ridiculous argument. But when you have 100 people behind it and they think it's a good idea, not wearing a helmet is a good idea on a motor.
They've done studies, 60% of the time it works every time.
Stop interrupting me, please. Stop interrupting me. I'm trying to talk here. Like, how is not wearing a helmet a good idea on a motorcycle? It's the same argument with when it comes to the mask and helmets. And I also had insurance, and you don't have to have that either. But at the same time, I don't necessarily have to go through someone's windshield. But if I do, I'm covered. You can only do so much for people before they just have to do it for themselves. Okay, do it for yourself. And honestly, the accident, I used to have a motorcycle. I still have my endorsement. I just don't have one up here because it's not the best place to have a motorcycle. But in Florida, it's a really good place to have a motorcycle. I used to I always wore a helmet, even if I was just going to the store. When I first started driving a motorcycle full time, I had an accident. I wrecked because I made too wide of a turn, and it was the roads were a little slick, so I wrecked. But I was either going to crash into something or I was just going to lay down the motorcycle, and I chose to just lay down the motorcycle and wipe out because I knew I had a helmet on, I had pants on, I had clothes over my arms. Like, I knew I was going to be more okay than if I didn't. And that actually helped me out because when I crashed, I crashed and not tried to tense up. I allowed myself to freely hit the ground, and that made it a lot better on the impact than trying to tense up. And to argue to not wear a helmet on a motorcycle is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard of, because that saved my situation, or I would have busted my head open on the concrete. So, Gator don't play that. Gator ain't never been about that. I don't take no shit. Oh, man. Has it been 2 weeks since I've been on here? We're on the third week.
Man.
Has it been a couple weeks? But see, this is why I need these really good topics to be able to come on.
You're busting out the whip against the man behind the curtain and everything.
Bam!
It's my show.
Cause for color. Cleats. I didn't actually choose mine.
We need a cause for color.
We need a cause for color.
He already has an idea. It's called purple color.
Because he's run out of voice box from how much he's on here.
That's true.
He's got his UFC gloves when he's typing. Did you look up a cause for cleats yet?
I have one. I have one already.
If you wouldn't mind going first, I'll look one up right now.
All right. So my cause for cleats is brought to you by our good old friend on the Miami Dolphins, Jason Sanders. His for military appreciation and support, which is the Wounded Warrior Project.
Nice.
The Wounded Warrior Project. Every warrior has a next mission. We know that the transition to civilian life is a journey, and for every warrior, family member, and caregiver, the journey looks different. We're here for their first step and each step that follows because we believe that every warrior should have a positive future to look forward to. There are always another goal to achieve, another mission to discover. We are their partner in that mission. So, who is a warrior? Veterans and service members who incurred a physical or mental injury, illness, or wound while serving in the military on or after September 11, 2001. They are the focus. They are the mission. It goes on to say that here you're not a member, you're an alumnus, a valued partner of a community that has been where you have been and understands what you need. Everything we offer is free because there's no dollar value in finding recovery and no limit to what you can achieve. It goes on to say, well, why? Why do we need a Wounded Warrior Project? More than 52,000 servicemen and women physically injured recent military conflicts, 500,000 living with invisible wounds from depression to post-traumatic stress disorder, 320,000 experiencing debilitating brain trauma. Advancements in technology and medicine save lives, but the quality of those lives might be profoundly altered. The numbers speak for themselves because not every warrior can. With the support of community donors and team members, we give a voice to those needs, empower our warriors to begin a journey to recovery. There is a lot that the Wounded Warrior Project does to help veterans, especially those that are in need, that, being in a traumatic event, or I don't know if any of our veterans here have, been in a war zone or anything. They'd understand things are not like the norm that we live our everyday lives. There's a lot of things that they see that we cannot even imagine or describe, and what that does to everyone's mental state is different. You know what I mean? I am a veteran. I have been in a war zone. I haven't seen it like my friends that were Marines that have been in certain areas of Iraq and in places like that. I haven't seen it like that. As I said, I'm in the Air National Guard. I work on an air base. I used to work on F-16s, to give you an example. So I see it from afar, but I'm around those people and I can see that they don't come back the same. And these programs are put in place to help people like that so they can continue a new journey to find their middle piece and move forward, with their life and everything. So
100%.
So I saw your flag in the back, kind of reminded me of that, and so that was my cause for cleats.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite flags because it's looking at it's looking at the what happens in the war and stuff like that, and it's there's so much I knew some. Actually, I went to college with some. I know this one guy. He was such a cool guy, but he was just so messed up from going to war and the stuff that he had to do or stuff that he watched happen. And he was just like, he was always very paranoid, and he was just nervous that someone was following him at all times. But he was a nice guy. He was a cool guy. And I was really happy to be able to have a friendship with him, to be able to learn. Like, I didn't ask too many questions. I just kind of let him, like, once I got closer and closer to him as a friend, he talked more and more about he didn't go into great detail, but I learned more and more, like, where he was as a person and PTSD. And it's just like, just because you weren't shot doesn't mean you're not injured. And I've seen stickers for Wounded Warrior Project, and I'm really happy to know that there are organizations that are actually helping these veterans. And I mean, it hurts me. I mean, I don't know. Hopefully they're all telling the truth. When I see someone on the side of the road that says, disabled veteran, anything can help, like a homeless person, it's like, damn, man, the guy wouldn't serve for our country. Who knows? Was he in Vietnam? Was he in the Korean War? Was he in Iraq? Like Afghanistan? Was he in the Cold War? Like, what was, what war was it? Or was he in the war? But like, the more help, like, I hate war altogether. And I know that Joe Biden didn't do the best job of pulling us away from the Middle East, but at least at least we're getting out of there. Like, you just need to stop having so much war and the stuff that's going on with Russia and Ukraine. It's like, why are we always at war with each other? Why are we always doing this crap? Like, we just need to find a way to just work together. Like, when I talk about like being president, like, that's one of the things I want to do is try to like figure out why there's so much war and what we could do to stop it, to figure out how to make things work. Because I hate it. Like, I hate seeing what happens to these people who go to war, in like the people who are displaced because of war, all the refugees, and how much of an impact it has, and how much financially it happened. I mean, we don't want to burn down buildings, but we don't want to just, we don't want to see them destroy either because of war. So like, it's something that like is part of humanity since the beginning, pretty much, combating each other because of whatever reasons. That's why I like Prisoner of War Missing in Action, because it's for the people who are really affected by it. Especially being a prisoner of war yo, dude, Jay, you called it, dude. I'm actually doing mine is on homelessness. Sorry, got lost my train of thought, but damn, I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
We're talking about Prisoner of War Missing in Action. And what
just because that's got to be, and actually I knew a guy who was in the military, and I think he was in like Thailand or one of those countries over there, and they captured him. They put him in a cage. It was a cage. It wasn't even jail. It was a cage. It was just metal bars. He was outside in a metal bar like cage, and it's like, because he was a military personnel, they didn't put him in jail. They put him in a cage, rain or shine or heat or whatever. He's in, like, it's like these people, they're held to a different standard than regular prisoners. Like, the things that go on in Guantanamo Bay, like, it's just a very difficult situation. And like, I'm so glad that there's organizations that are out to really help these people, especially the people that are just like so messed up from PTSD, because that has,
if people see these movies like American Sniper and movies like that, this really happens to people. You know what I mean? They come back and things aren't the same.
I mean,
you know what I mean, it's not.
Yeah, like what happened. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Like the story was Kyle, something Kyle.
Chris Kyle.
Like, he had to shoot a kid because the kid was gonna kill his the
kid was gonna kill another soldier, I believe.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. It sucks.
Like, imagine having to make that decision. Like, that's crazy, man. Like, this is why I hate the heck out of war, because like, we shouldn't be having to make decisions like this. And I don't see why everybody who came back, who did a tour in Iraq, 2 tours in Iraq, isn't completely messed up 100% from having to deal with that. And I hope that eventually we can just stop having so much war, and just find a way to just make things work without having to kill each other over it. But I guess, we're always going to have a need for the military. But yeah, that was a good Wounded Warriors project. I've seen stickers and stuff, and I I have a shirt because I went to when I was the last Mariners game I was at. They had a stand up for veterans and stuff, and I bought a T-shirt that was like something for veterans. So I'll wear it one day. But my cause for cleats is all right. So I already looked it up online, but I need to. All right, so it is from the Minnesota Vikings, and it is Bashad Breeland. His cause is, just like Jay called it, homelessness. And the organization is called People Serving People. PeopleServingPeople.org. Serving meals to families, racial equality, vision. So it says, People Serving People is the largest and most comprehensive emergency shelter for families experiencing homelessness in Minnesota and a dedicated leader in homelessness prevention. Our vision, healed families, transformed communities. We exist to see families thrive. So there's a lot of homeless people all up the Pacific.
I was going to ask, is it
California.
Just in Minnesota? Because you said Minnesota. Is it just for there?
Yeah, I think this specific company, People Serving People, is just for Minnesota. But I mean, can you imagine being homeless in Minnesota in the winter? I mean, it's like -12 outside. So for, to have organizations that are dedicated and actually make an impact on helping families and trying to prevent homelessness, because that is a really good measure, is to try to prevent it. Yeah, I know homelessness is everywhere, but it's especially like the homeless people out here.
Mm-hmm.
It's you just see them walking around, and it's just these people, there's something else going on that led them to be homeless. Was it, like trying to prevent it might be helping, like, looking into what causes it, guidance of people, motivation, education, health, like it's getting so expensive here in Seattle. It's becoming so, like, to rent like a 2-bedroom on your own is like $3,000 a month. That's so expensive. And they wonder why people are piling up and living in their cars. And if you drive around certain areas of Seattle, it's sort of like a mile of RVs and cars, because people fail and they go and live in their car because they just $3,000 a month to live. I mean, that is ridiculously expensive. I think it should be illegal for prices to be that high. Like, it's like, who is allowing this inflation to happen? Someone is making decisions that is making inflation happen. There's decisions that are being made. Things are happening to make, I mean, $3,000 a month to rent. Like, I saw a chick the other day who lives close to, like, where I live here in West Seattle. There's a place called California Avenue. It's called The Junction. She pays like $2,000 a month for a 1-1. It's like so much money. How do you expect people to get ahead? How do you expect them to have to pay for their medical bills? Afford stuff. Like, prevention is such an important part of homelessness, because by the time they become homeless, it might almost be too late. They already gave up. They already threw in the towel. They may not want to go back to the grind. Mm-hmm. They might not want to put in that effort anymore because they did, or maybe their mental health is so bad. Maybe they're veterans. I mean, I see here, it's so bad. I see families of people sitting on the side of the road with signs asking for help. Like a mother, a father, and like 2 kids. I see it all over the place here.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this is about Minnesota, but it's we experience it here too, and we just there's so much work that needs to be done when it comes to this, that it's that's why I chose it, because it's nice to see organizations. And my point with that is there's a lot of organizations here in Seattle that help homeless people. I actually donate a lot. Like, I'll buy soda sometimes, or I'll buy toothpaste. Like, I'd like to donate like toothpaste deodorant, toothbrushes, like floss, shaving cream, shaving stuff, batteries, stuff like that. Food. Because I remember where was I? I was donating. It was when we had that Chaz zone here in Seattle. That autonomous zone. I actually gave a speech there. It was like my first political speech. It was amazing. I did like the best job. Some of the places around there, I went and donated. And when I pulled out deodorant and toothpaste, the people were like, "Oh my God, please give it to me! Please give it to me!" Like it's like so important, and it's like this stuff helps them out so much. So like, like if you're looking to get rid of stuff or donate, look for organizations around where you live. Or like I remember a friend of mine left a big box of soap that he had from hotels. From all the hotels he stayed at, he saved the soap. And he told me he wanted to donate it to an organization, but he left it instead of doing that. So I actually looked up an organization that helps like women and children who are part of domestic violence. And I called them and said, "Hey, I have a whole bunch of soap. Can I bring it to you guys?" And they're like, "Yeah." So I brought it there, and they were so happy to accept it and take it. And so it's like little things like that, help out so much. It's crazy how much a little bit goes a long way, especially with people who are homeless. I mean, imagine how important a bar of soap is to someone who's struggling. I mean, that's a lot for them. So there's just always a lot of opportunity, like with Wounded Warrior Project, with other organizations like this. Like you can look up these organizations and you can actually have a big impact by working directly with them. And so and it's actually a lot of fun when you donate stuff and you see how much people look at you and brighten up. Like when you see someone really brighten up from getting a donation or getting help, it's like you can see that they really, really need it and they really appreciate it. And hopefully like these programs, hopefully they kind of start getting people to be motivated to maybe start making decisions and maybe try to get back to work and try to do this. Some of these people might be felons that are struggling to get a job. We don't know where these people come from, but I mean, how much better would someone be in society, regardless of their criminal past, would be homeless or having a job and paying taxes? Regardless of what they did. Like I work with a company right now who deconstructs houses, because out here it's all old wood. You got old growth wood that they used to build houses 90, 150 years ago. They deconstruct the houses and they use that wood to build new houses. And the program they have hires people that are just out of prison.
That's kind of cool.
So like directly, get this person, he just got out of prison, put him right to work. You know what I mean? Get him right into the workforce, get him acclimated to the real world again, give him a job that is, it's not necessarily too difficult to deconstruct a house. You know what I mean? So yeah, but all right. Now it's finally getting to some fun stuff, right? And definitely. I'm glad all these on here for this one, because this reminds me when you asked me to come onto your show, we were doing that night. We were just
talked about a lot of different stuff.
Yeah. So 2017, 2018 roster for the Warriors, which had Kevin Durant finally there. Yeah. Cause it was after they lost to the Cavs. And talking about like bribery and stuff, how do you think they got Kevin Durant over there? That team versus the 98 Bulls. Who do you think would win? Whether 7 games or 1 game, I guess we could do 7. I guess we'll do best out of 7 because that's how basketball works. But who do you think would win?
You want my opinion, or do you want to go over what you think first?
I want your opinion first.
I'm going to tell you right now, the Chicago Bulls would win. The reason because is the way the game is played now, just like the NFL and just like any other sport, it supports the offense and not the defense. Back then, the game was much more physical. And I don't think Durant would do well in that style of or that era of basketball. Just my opinion.
Yeah. So okay.
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
Well, because I mean, a good example of how different it was. There was a stat that, what's his name? Dennis Rodman had, where he had like 1 point he scored, but he had like 25 blocks or 25 rebounds. Like 25 rebounds and like 1 point. So it's just way more defensive, and they're busting each other in the head. They're knocking each other around. I think, honestly, to make this a fair comparison, let's say so if it was back in the day, if you took this team, 17 Warriors, placed them in the 98 season, yeah, I think the Bulls would win. But if you took the Bulls and brought them into the 2017 season, I think the Warriors would win. Like, and what I mean is, like, meet like halfway on the rules and the difference in the rules. Mm-hmm. So that way it kind of supports both sides. So it's not it's not like such of a trade, but I mean, but I don't know, man. Scottie Pippen, Jordan even said it. He wouldn't have won as much as he did if he didn't have Scottie Pippen.
That's
but
true.
Who do you think would match up best with point guard? Steph Curry is a point guard. Michael Jordan was SG. So is that small guard?
Shooting guard.
Shooting guard. So who's the shooting guard on? So Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson against Jordan? No. Jordan would win all day. Klay Thompson, so is that who would guard? So if they were guarding each other, would Klay Thompson guard Michael Jordan? Who would guard Michael Jordan? So I'm looking at the roster. Would it be position? You have C.
See, now it used to be where the shooting guard would, guard the shooting guard, and the point guard would guard the point guard. It used to be that way, right? But then somewhere down the era, and I want to say it started in the early 2000s, maybe even sooner than that. I'd have to go back and watch Michael Jordan games. It's been a long time, but you start seeing like LeBron, who would be maybe the small forward, guarding the point guard, for example, or whoever the hot hand is. So there's really not, there's not position that guards position anymore.
Yeah.
It's based on who they think is the better defender versus the player they're facing.
So who was on the Antonio's? So
who's on the Bulls? No, I have all the Bulls roster in front of me if you need to know that.
Yeah, so do I. But I was just bringing up a side comment. Who was the player on the Spurs that also went to Toronto and won with Toronto? He won with the Spurs, and then he went to Toronto and won. Because he was who beat LeBron in those finals. Raptors winning season. Because I want to see what that what was his name? He plays for LA Clippers now.
Where did he come from? Toronto?
Yeah, he played for the Spurs. He won.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. They call him the Terminator. Oh God, Leonard. Hold on, give me a second.
He was on the Raptors. It was actually a team that beat the Warriors finally after all those seasons.
Here, I got it. Kawhi
Leonard. What position is he?
Small forward, same as LeBron.
Okay. This is what I mean. So I remember one of the games, and I think it was the season that, because the Heat beat the Spurs the previous season, 2013. The Spurs beat the Heat in the next season, 2014. And they put, what's his name? I forgot it again. What's his name? Kawhi Leonard. They put Kawhi Leonard on LeBron, and you could see LeBron go, damn it. Like, they put him on. So that was the same position player on the same. So when you look at, why I was saying it, when you look at positions from these players, who would win at that defense offense? And I don't believe for 1 second that Klay Thompson could beat Michael Jordan one-on-one. So let's see.
So here's an interesting stat, right? So according to and this is me and Color's favorite site to use, basketballreference.com, right? It's basically just like NFL Pro Reference. Has all the stats broken down and everything for the roster. So this was kind of interesting. So I was comparing like 3-point attempts, and in 2017, it seemed like the Warriors had way many more 3-point attempts than what the Bulls did, for example. Okay.
Yeah.
But in flip side of that, the 2-point field goal attempts was way much more superior on the Bulls versus the Warriors. And you assume it'd probably be a couple hundred, but this is kind of like it's an astonishing number. Michael Jordan had 1,767 2-point attempts alone by himself. The highest person on the Warriors was Klay Thompson at 658.
Yeah.
In 2017. So
Jordan, that was that one season?
That was just that one season in 98.
Yeah, I mean,
they're taking over 1,000 more attempts. Michael Jordan is by himself.
Right.
So by the numbers, in a sense, if you're thinking about that, Jordan himself could, maybe bring the Bulls to be one up on the Warriors just on that alone. You know what I mean? The chances, because like his shooting percentage, for example, for 2 points, he was 48% from the floor, so almost 50%. You know what I mean? So, and let's see what Klay Thompson was. Klay Thompson, he was only at 44%. His 3-point percentage, though, let me check that.
So if you look at position here,
mm-hmm.
Kevin Durant was small forward. I think that's what SF stands for. And Scottie Pippen was a small forward. Who do you think would win in that matchup? I don't know. Scottie Pippen was my favorite player. But that he would have a hard time beating Kevin Durant. I think they would be a little bit closer, a lot closer. I think it would be a low scoring. If they did 1-on-1, I think it'd be really close.
I mean, Durant is an elite, has elite shooting ability, and
he's tall as hell.
So
and Scottie Pippen is 6'8", Kevin Durant is 6'10".
Yeah, I do want to say Scottie Pippen is a lot better defender. I mean, he definitely has the defensive skills. I
don't know. I mean, that would be tough. I mean, Kevin Durant is just so natural. He's just so natural.
When it comes to defense, Scottie Pippen is better. When it comes to offense, Durant is better.
So
I think you're right. It's going to be a slow, low-scoring game, to be honest. Go ahead.
And look at this comparison. Steph Curry, point guard. Steve Kerr, point guard.
Let's take a look at that.
And they're basically the same height. Steve Kerr is 1 inch taller than Steph Curry. Man, imagine that matchup, dude. Imagine that matchup. And it's so funny that they compare those two teams when Steve Kerr is the head coach. And I wonder how he feels about that. Being the head coach and Draymond Green. I mean, I think it's all good, but at the same time, I'm not sure. Because I don't know, it's just so interesting that Steve Kerr is part of both those situations, kind of, because he's the coach of the Warriors and he was on that team. But man,
this is the part where
I think
Warriors have the Warriors have the better have the one up on the Bulls, because to give you an example, just in that year alone, Steve Kerr.
Steph Curry would be
Steph Curry. I'm sorry. Yeah, Steph Curry had 501 attempts and made 212 3-pointers, and Steve Kerr only had 130 attempts and only made 57. So there's a big drop off there.
Oh, look, we're doing so good. We got the spam comments. Let them happen. That's free. That's free publicity right there. What's his name? Jimmy G. Get Jimmy G in here. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just that's the first time I've seen like spam, on my feed.
They come after me in color all the time.
Well, you guys are color's on way more than I am.
Yeah.
Sorry. So I think though Steph Curry would beat Steve Kerr in 1-on-1. I mean, you just see the way Steph Curry just throws the ball and it goes in. I mean, he was a splash brother before Steve Kerr was there. I don't know how much Steve Kerr has had on an impact with Steph Curry. He has, I don't know, just the magic that they have together is just crazy. Like, look, a couple players left. Klay Thompson and Steph Curry were gone, and look how bad the Warriors are. Okay, but that's another good example when it comes to this comparison. Look at what the Bulls were without Jordan. They didn't win. He was there. They won 3. He left for 2 years. They didn't win anything. He comes back. They win 3 in a row again. And then look at the Warriors without Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. More Steph Curry than Klay Thompson. I'm not hating on Klay Thompson, but just look at the impact that they have. They don't even need Kevin Durant to win. They won twice without him, 3 times. They've won 3 times without him. They won twice with him.
I was thinking about this. The numbers we're looking at in comparison, like, I personally believe Scottie Pippen is a better defender than Durant, right? But granted, I didn't know this, but Kevin Durant had 119 blocks in 2017, right? That's right, 119 blocks is what he ended up with. Scottie Pippen in 1998, only had 43 blocks.
Right? I know, that's what I mean. I'm taking Kevin Durant on that one.
I understand, but here's the flip side of it, though. The game has changed since Scottie Pippen and the 98 Bulls. You have to remember now we have shorter players in the center position. You don't even have to be the tallest guy on the court anymore. You know what I mean? They don't really use centers the same way as they did with the post-up play and whatnot. Now it's about who can shoot the 3 and continuously, regarding the shooting. You know what I mean? That's basically, if you look at the Warriors, they have a bunch of small guys playing big man positions. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and so with that, how much does that hurt the defense? I mean, if Steph Curry will just stand back another 5 feet and shoot the ball. If you're going to be right up on him, he's just going to jump back and shoot the ball. Like, he doesn't even need the sky hook like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I mean, I think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was like the pinnacle of basketball when it comes to like perfection. Nobody has perfected the sky hook like him. Magic Johnson learned how to do it, but Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was just, if anything, he was the sky hooking, and I honestly haven't seen anybody else take that on. That's why I think that if LeBron passes him on points, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard concept to say that Michael is still better than him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand. I think it depends on, it depends on the rules too, because like I said, they were a lot more physical.
I know
I think if the Warriors team was playing in the 90s, I think they would get crushed.
I don't think.
But then again, if the Bulls were playing, I don't mean to cut you off though. No, if the Bulls are playing in the era now in the 2017s and stuff,
they'd be fouled
out. They may be getting shot up, over and everything because they can't defend the same. So you really almost can't make in a comparison because it's like this. The 1985 Bears, I think, is when they won the Super Bowl, right? That's the big time. Their defense, how bone crushing they are.
Yeah.
How do you think last year's offense would go up against that bone crushing defense? We're talking about last year's offense for the Miami Dolphins. They'd probably get crushed, right?
Yeah.
Or running backs would be hurt. Wide receivers would, get hurt. If Tua gets sacked, he may have broken more than just his ribs, to give you an example, because the way they can tackle is a lot different now compared to what it used to be. You know what I mean? So that's my opinion. I like both teams, but you almost can't compare it because in both eras, the rules were different. Therefore, the style of play that would have been effective is different in each. So it's kind of hard to compare. Now, if we compare player to player, I'm going to tell you that Michael Jordan had the best, between 3-point and 2-point shooting compared to all of them. Just my opinion. Best 3-pointer is Steph Curry for sure, like you said.
Oh yeah.
Steve Kerr was good back in his day, but
no, he was. Michael Jordan would dump it off to him.
Mm-hmm.
He would dump it off to him a lot. Interesting.
Dennis Rodman would have started some fight and be ejected before he could.
Oh yeah, dude. Dennis Rodman wouldn't make it in this era. He wouldn't make it in this era.
Do you remember? I don't know if you're old enough, and no offense to you. Bill Laimbeer and Dennis Rodman and the Pistons.
Oh yeah, the Bad Boys.
That team in this era, they would eject and suspend the team for several weeks.
Yeah. Bill Laimbeer would That's like the 85 Bears playing basketball.
That was
Bill
every
Laimbeer
week for them. That was every game for them.
They were fighting Boston. Like they were going in there scrap, like they were attacking Larry Bird. Like they were at Larry Bird. Like Bill Laimbeer and Larry Bird hated each other. And it was so I love that era because what was
I don't even know if LeBron would have been able to last because the fact is that he would get hit, slapped, he does now kind of, but still at the same time it would have been that much worse then than now.
I think he would adapt though.
You think he would adapt?
LeBron is a train. Yeah, he would adapt. He would adapt. Like he might he might not be able to flop as much, but he would adapt. He's same with Michael Jordan. I think Michael Jordan would do well in any.
That's why I think he's also the GOAT because I can see him doing it in every era.
Kobe Bryant would do well.
I can't see LeBron doing it in that era only because of how the game was played then. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard for me in a sense. I think Kobe has a better shot playing in that era than LeBron does. I don't know. I'm kind of biased too because I'm a Laker fan, so of course I'm going to go with Kobe. Just saying. So
you got a Duke tattoo, and you're a Laker fan. You're like me. I'm all over the place with sports too.
Kobe did an interview and said if he got to play with a college coach and with a college team, he played for Mike Krzyzewski. He did say that once. That's also because he was on the Olympic team.
He would have won 3 years. So. He would have won 3 in a row if he went to Duke. Are Are you kidding me? The same with LeBron. If LeBron would have went to college first, he would have dominated. Whew, man. It's
Rapid Ali. We've talked about a lot tonight, huh?
Yeah, like 2.5 weeks worth.
All right, so let me give you guys some updates going along about training camp and NFL news today. The Chicago Bears, and this one's kind of important to me because I kind of want us to get this player, if not now, next season, if possible, if he doesn't sign an extension. That's why I'm bringing him up. Roquan Smith and Robert Quinn report to Bears training camp. That's the title of this, what I'm reading from ESPN, or not. Actually, this is from Bleacher Report. I'm sorry. The Chicago Bears' new regime has untangled situations with two of the team's most productive defensive playmakers for the 2021 term. Roquan Smith, who led the Bears with 163 tackles last season, isn't expected to participate in training camp, and as he waits for an appropriate offer on an extension, per NFL Network, Ian Rappaport. Yet Brad Briggs of Chicago Tribune noted that the fifth-year linebacker reported to camp. So he came to camp. He didn't hold out. So that's good news for the Bears. Bad news for me, technically. I want him to hold out and say, okay, I'm out. I'm out of here, you know? That's what I want, because I want him to come to Miami. Chicago may have more complicated situation with Quinn, who skipped mandatory minicamp in June. The athletic Kevin Fishbane thinks it's tough to feel confident that the team's 2021 sack leader will open the 2022 season on the roster. Wow, so it doesn't sound good for Quinn there for the Bears. Didn't Robert Quinn play for the Dolphins?
I'm not sure.
I think it was Robert Quinn. He used to play for
yeah, I believe we had him in here for a minute.
For like one season, right, Color?
Yeah, he was also of St. Louis Rams fame as well.
That's right. In other news, Jesse Bates III doesn't report to camp. So this is the big safety from the Bengals that everybody's been talking about, that a lot of teams have interest in. The standoff between the Cincinnati Bengals and starting safety Jesse Bates III has officially lingered into training camp. The team designated him as a franchise tag player, but according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, he hasn't signed the $12.9 million tender and didn't report to camp because Bates hasn't signed the franchise tag. He's not subject to fines for missing training camp practices. So that's the new thing, I think, for either this season or last season. If they didn't sign the tender, they don't lose money. They don't get fined for it, essentially. So according to NFL Network's Mike Garofalo, Bengals remain confident that the Bates will be ready to play whenever he rejoins the team. Owner Mike Brown commented on the subject Monday with the Inquirer. He fits with us, Brown said. We were 2 years trying to extend him. We weren't able to get there. I regret that we didn't. We will have another chance at the end of the season. Wow, they've been trying for 2 years and they haven't extended. I don't think they're extending this person. I don't think he wants to be there. I mean, even with Burrow, maybe he doesn't like Cincinnati. I mean, Cincinnati does have Kings Island, but it gets really cold in Cincinnati too.
Yeah, I've been to Cincinnati.
So have I. Besides Kings Island, they also have Skyline Chili. That's what they're really known for. Anybody that hasn't had Skyline Chili, if you're ever in Cincinnati, get you some Skyline Chili. It's actually pretty good. Just a little shout out to Cincinnati. I'm from Ohio, so gotta shout out my state when I can. Let's see what else we got in the news today.
Boo! Boo!
Yeah, boo-hoo to you too, Color. So Kyle Shanahan turns the page on Jimmy Garoppolo. Confirms it's Trey Lance's team. In an interview with The Athletic, Tim Kawakami, sorry if I didn't say that correctly, on the TK show, head coach Kyle Shanahan referred to Jimmy Garoppolo's starting tenure in the past tense. We had an awesome run with Jimmy. I was so happy with how Jimmy played last year. This is something that we did last year, knowing where we wanted to go with the salary cap and how you balance out a salary cap and how you balance out a roster. On Tuesday, Shanahan made a strong statement about his quarterback situation. This is Trey's team, Shanahan said. That's nothing against Jimmy. We made the decision a year ago. We're not going to mess around with that anymore. Jimmy understands that fully. He's a big guy. Nothing against him. It's a business decision. So this is a big thing because, as you've probably watched Color Commentary or Coffee with Color recently, or any show Color has been on recently, he has been stating and providing proof that there are links with the Miami Dolphins and Jimmy G. It's already been said by an article and by, I believe it's a beat reporter, Cam something. I can't think of the person's last name. Cam Marino. Cam Marino is the person's name. On Twitter states that there are 5 teams that have reached out to San Francisco about Jimmy G, and the Miami Dolphins is one of them. I am under the belief that this would be a good pickup. However, I feel that if you look at the dead cap money, no team is going to give draft picks and take on a $24 million salary without negotiating that salary down, right? And if I'm San Francisco, who need all the money they can get to pay both Debo and Bosa, yes, Bosa, this is his contract year. He needs to get paid. And that he's going to probably demand a lot. I know the Bosas, they deal big deals or negotiate big deals. They're going to want all the money that they can get. They should honestly just cut him and release him, take the 1.4 million hit, so that's not more than that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. And I think
they're gonna, yeah. I mean, and it's like, why would he go to Miami unless he's going to be a starter? I don't see him as a backup to Tua.
Well, I don't see why he wouldn't be a backup. First of all, he's coming off an injury, and he had surgery, so he's not going to be game ready. He might be healthy or whatever, or 100% healthy, but that doesn't mean you're game ready or game, what do they call that? Where you're game seasoned. You know what I'm saying? So he may not be there yet. I just think that, in my opinion, because of the fact that he has playoff experience, NFC championship experience and Super Bowl experience, I think he has better options for the Dolphins when it comes to that versus what Teddy does. Just that's my opinion. Plus, he has the knowledge of the Mike McDaniel, Kyle Shanahan scheme or system or sort of system that we're gonna run. He'd probably pick it up a lot faster than any other backup QB or whoever else we have on the roster when it comes to the QB position. That's the pros for it. Now, the cons are, some people think that he's injury prone because he's really only had 2 really solid seasons with the 49ers. Okay. The Super Bowl run and last year, for example. Some people don't think he has a strong enough arm compared to Tua. You know what I mean? I'm not looking him to even take Tua's job. I'm looking him to compete, or maybe we trade, Teddy B out of here and he'd be the backup. And then we have a viable backup when we go into the playoffs, or maybe they make a switch if things don't look so good with Tua. You have someone that can pick it up that much faster. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I really want to pull the trigger, but I'm not going to pay $24 million to have a backup. I'm not going to trade for him. I'm going to let him get cut and then sign him for what I want to pay for him. If that's the way.
I mean, why? I don't know. I guess if they don't want to spend the $24 million on him, I guess just cut him.
This is true. And the other things are, people are going to complain that, why are we addressing the QB position when offensive line is still a need? The center position, for example, that's still a need. I mean, these are all great points. I think the Dolphins are always going to be linked with players because they're always going to look to see how they can get their team better. We're always going to, whatever receiver is looking to be a free agent, we're probably going to be linked with, because we're going to evaluate or ask about them to see if they're better than what we already have. That's the truth behind it. I don't think we pay big for Jimmy if he's a free agent at all. I feel that I think he would take the discount to be with McDaniel and be in Miami. To be an example, I mean, his taste in fine life is more matched with Miami than other teams that he could go to, like Seattle, for example. Pele deserves an honorable mention. I have to see what you're referring to. I'm not really sure what he's referring to there. Was the best athlete of all time, in my opinion. Muhammad Ali is close, however. These are true. Oh, I see what he's talking about now. Okay. That's Muhammad Ali versus Jordan. Jordan is definitely one of the best athletes of all time. I have to give you that. I never thought of Michael Jordan versus Muhammad Ali. That's a tough one for me. I don't know.
Yeah.
But in other news, to finish up a roundabout of rapid fire, I just wanted to go over this. This is more maybe something that you would talk about. Michigan Wolverines Jim Harbaugh says he'd help raise baby if member of family or program involved with unplanned pregnancy. Michigan football coach Jim Harbaugh, who last week spoke at a pro-life fundraising event in Michigan, said this past weekend that we'll raise the baby should someone in his family or program be involved with an unplanned pregnancy. Let's discuss it, Harbaugh told ESPN's Gene Wojciechowski, sorry if I didn't say that correctly, as part of a wide-ranging interview conducted Saturday in Muskegon, Michigan, during the team's summer tour of the state, adding, I've told them the same thing. I'll tell my kids, boys, the girls, same things I tell our players, our staff members. I encourage them if they have a pregnancy that wasn't planned to go through with it, let the unborn child be born. And if at that time you don't feel like you can care for it, you don't have the means or wherewithal, this, then Sarah and I will take that baby. That's talking about his wife and him. So that's pretty big. You're telling your players that go through with it and we'll take care of the baby.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get mad at someone for just offering to help, but why not just offer free condoms?
This is true.
I mean, why somebody's poisoned the water hole. We should just talk about preventing unwanted pregnancy instead of worrying about what to do with an unwanted child. Just stop the need.
See, I think people
and
have.
I'm not talking about like any type of like assault. I'm saying two consensual, 100% consensual.
Yeah. See, my issue with this is this. One, there's two sides of this. I have to commend Coach Harbaugh because, wow, that's pretty honorable of you to say that, that you'll take care of the baby for someone, even if it's someone in your program. I can understand family. We all do that for family. I know you, Color, whoever it would be, would do that for family. Everybody would do that for their own family. But to do it for your program and employees in your program and stuff like that, that's pretty big. I have to commend him for it. But at the same time, I feel that by telling your players that, or even in some cases employees, but I want to address the players primarily, it takes responsibility out of their hands. It basically says, guess what? You don't have to worry about being responsible. Go ahead and do what you got to do. But if you end up having an unwanted pregnancy, don't worry, I got your back. You don't have nothing to worry about. That's basically what that's saying, and that's what I don't want to raise my own kids that way, and I don't want people telling my kids that way. There are you have great responsibility to your actions. You know what I mean? And that's just how I feel. Everybody has their own take, and I appreciate that, and they have the right to, but that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a Band-Aid over a problem. Like I don't know why there's so much emphasis on abortion when that's the end result. That's the end result of a scenario, of a situation. We need to focus on better decision making and responsibility. And I'm only speaking to consensual, people. There's no laws are broken. This is just two people having a good time with each other. And something like this, like there's just better ways to go about this situation than just saying just fork over the responsibility to me, because that's just going to spawn I think irresponsible behavior. I know he's just trying to help, but like, what if 100 people, what if everyone on your team has if every player on your team gets a woman pregnant, doesn't want to take care of it, are you going to take care of 30 kids?
That's absolutely correct.
I mean, dude, like, thank you for trying to help, but I think you would make more of an impact by giving out free condoms.
Well, I really didn't want to chime in on this subject, obviously, and nobody does. I am a little fragile on it. I'm a man. That's just the way it is. I do have male fragility when it comes to this subject matter, but I just want to offer one perspective from Harbaugh. I think that at the very least, his intention was to say that if you are of the belief that the decision is coming down to life or death, that you don't have to make that decision. In other words, if for whatever reasons, your convictions, in other words, there's no reason, he's saying nobody has to abandon their own beliefs or convictions. And as such, none of these kids will have to be faced with that life or death decision. That if you feel you need to choose the life, then don't think that you have to choose the opposite because you don't have means to take care of that life. You see what I'm saying? He's taking the decision of life and death away from them. He's helping them to not have to face that burden if they were faced with it, if their own convictions led them to that dichotomy. You see what I'm saying? That's the best I can offer for a fair perspective from Harbaugh without dipping my toes too deep into this subject matter. So appreciate you guys letting me say something.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely.
It's not like I could stop you from saying something.
You could. You could scold me.
I can't. So, okay. So, yeah, he's trying to help, but damn it, what did I want to say? The choice. Choose your struggle. Choose a protective way so that you don't get unwanted pregnancy, or choose to take a risk.
I have to agree with you, Tonk. They have to address it in the sense that don't put yourself in this situation in the first place. And they need to address the preventative options that they have. So
it's 100,000%. Like, and I'm constantly only speaking to consensual situations where two people.
Yeah, that's all we're talking about.
Yeah,
that's all we're talking
about. And like, just what is your choice going to be? Because you're gonna have to make a decision. And if you can't really make a conscious decision, then maybe sexual activity isn't what you should be doing. Because I wouldn't want to be in a situation where I have to decide, do I abort the baby or do I give it up? I mean, that would suck, honestly. I would never have to give my kid away. Like to the state, to a family member, to an organization. I mean, I wouldn't want to have to do that. So you're only helping so much by offering to just take the child from them.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Jay. Condoms. I've never had to worry about this situation because I use protection. So we just need to practice better responsibility. Like, I don't know when he said that or where he was saying it. Maybe I was at a pro-life rally. Like, did they have a trigger ban recently? So that's Michigan. Did Michigan have a trigger ban after Roe versus Wade?
I have no idea. It was at a pro-life event, and then he had an interview afterwards because he clarified.
Trigger ban law on abortion, because that's what a lot of states are doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan shapes up as one of the next abortion battlefronts. I'm not sure. Because that's what like states can do now. They can just, it's called a trigger.
It's really up to them. Yeah, it's up to them if they're going to trigger it or not.
Because it's still up to individual states.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Just this whole situation is just, there's just too much extreme.
It always was. That's what they ruled, that it always was up to the individual states. Just to clarify.
Yeah, we understand.
Well, but it makes it federal if you cross state lines. It's like you would only really deal with federal crime if you cross state lines. So I just hope that this whole situation with Roe versus Wade being overturned, trigger bans, I just hope it inspires people to make better decisions when it comes to their activity and what they're doing, because condoms prevent a lot more than unwanted pregnancies. They stop the spread of disease. Mm-hmm. There's this, I also don't want to catch a disease, right? There's lots of diseases that are spread. It's not just pregnancy. So you're kind of supporting unprotected sex by saying, I'll take the child. And that's not a good concept. We need to practice. We need to preach responsibility. You have the choice. Choose your struggle. I said it earlier. What are you going to choose your struggle at? You have the choice. Pro-choice doesn't only mean about abortion. It means the decision you made that led to you wanting to make that decision. So I really hope it inspires people to think twice before they involve themselves in an activity that would lead to pregnancy. And it's like there's other things you can do. There's so many other options. Ask what Tim Tebow was doing for years when he was staying a virgin until he's married. Ask what people are doing that are staying, like, there's other things to do. And we need to practice responsibility. I have never had to deal with abortion personally myself. Mm-hmm. Mostly, I want to say 99% because of how responsible I am when it comes to my activity. Mm-hmm. And no law can take that away from me. No law can have an impact on that. No abortion ban, no nothing can ever impact my personal choices and my responsibility.
Mm-hmm. I got one last thing for rapid fire, by the way. I almost forgot it. So we mentioned the NCAA and the Super League. Remember how we were talking about that with the SEC?
Yeah.
And these groups that are building? And someone actually kind of mentioned it in the chat, but I wanted to wait to talk about it. So Kevin Warren, who is the Big Ten commissioner, came and said further Big Ten expansion would be for the right reasons. They are starting to say that there is going to be further expansion to the Big Ten. So they're going to be adding more teams, but it's going to be under the right circumstances and for the right reasons. I don't know if you know this, but it goes on to say, it says, Big Ten Commissioner Kevin Warren said that the conference may expand further in the future after moving to add USC and UCLA this summer during the opening address at Big Ten Media Days in Indianapolis. It may include future expansion, Warren said, of the league's road ahead, but it will be done for the right reasons at the right time. We will not expand just to expand. So they're not just going to add people. There has to be benefit to it. Yeah. Unlike Rutgers in Nebraska, when they added, they didn't get all the benefits right off the bat from the TV deals and stuff that the Big Ten had. They just got a big infusion of about $1 billion into the Big Ten from their new TV deal that they have. And USC and UCLA get to benefit that right off the bat. So they're getting money infused right off the bat in that sense.
Well, USC is a big time football school.
Yeah, Big Ten is starting to grow. They just hit that. They just tapped into that California market with UCLA and USC. So that's huge, right? So there's been a list of teams that may be interested in being added to the Big Ten, or at least rumored that have interest. And I'm going to name them. There's 3 big ones. Notre Dame, who's always been rumored to the Big Ten. They've always, because they're in that region, so everybody always assumes that they may join the Big Ten. Stafford would really complete almost the trifecta of California teams. Stanford.
Yeah, Stanford.
Joined, but the big one, and Mr. Color is probably going to jump on here to talk to me. The Miami Hurricanes are rumored to be a team interested in maybe joining the Big Ten. How do you feel about that, Color?
Well,
yeah, I had heard that. Hey, look, if there's a market ripe for the pickings, hey, I'm fine with it, because we'll lead any market we're playing in.
Isn't USC?
I think the SEC offers us I'm not scared of any opponents, but let's face it. You play in the SEC, you're gonna have you're less likely to be undefeated every year. Let's be honest. Even Alabama.
So you're trying to say that the Big Ten is an easier route for Miami.
Well, I'd rather stay in the ACC, because I really like the level of competition in the ACC.
Yeah,
I think it's growing. And I think that Miami, I loved that all these teams were growing together and starting to really challenge the SEC. You know what I mean?
So the flip side of this is that there's been talks that the ACC can't compete with the SEC or even the Big Ten,
right?
When it comes to the funding and the TV
and now
deals.
And now that they've lost FSU, and who else did they lose to SEC?
FSU.
FSU didn't go there. FSU is still in the ACC, I believe.
I thought
the teams that joined was Texas A&M and God, what was the other team?
Missouri.
Was it Missouri?
Missouri just got.
Missouri's in the SEC.
Ben, so there's 2 teams that will join the SEC, I think, in 2025. That's Oklahoma and Texas.
Okay. Texas A&M and Oklahoma. That's who it was.
Okay.
So Texas A&M has been with the SEC.
But I think, there's also talks that FSU wants to go there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so UCF is getting ready to join the Big 12 next season.
Yeah, they're finally.
USF is still with Conference USA, or I think Conference Athletic Conference.
See,
but Miami to Big Ten, I don't know. Is it really going to make a difference? I like them in the ACC. I don't want to see the ACC go away. I like the ACC.
Yeah, I understand. I just really think
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, Ali. Back in July, SI reported on the Knowles portion of their site. The Florida State is among multiple teams expected to join SEC. That was back. That was back on July 7th. So that was 20 days ago.
Yeah. So
a rival with UF. They probably just want to join just so they can play the Gators every year again.
Yeah. See, remember what I said, that they're trying to build a super league, right?
Yeah.
That's basically what they're doing. They're building a league that they can control the narrative. They control what teams are ranked and
the SEC is. I don't see the SEC not continuing to be the biggest power in college football. I don't know when that is going to leave, especially with Alabama, LSU, Florida, and then Texas and Oklahoma. I don't see how it's ever going to be bigger than the SEC unless every other conference joins together. So I don't know, but man, it's so interesting how all this is just happening. But Notre Dame, they're with the ACC. It's just the football team is independent. So
yeah, Notre Dame has their football programs independent. So I don't know. Well, there was rumors that ACC and Pac-12 were trying to build some type of partnership, but that broke apart. That deal that they
know, but it's so far apart. Like, You got to drive 2,000 miles for an in-conference game, 3,000 miles for an in-conference game. Like, that's just too far apart. That's just too far apart. We got to have these. We need to have like the north, south, east, and west. Or maybe kind of in the middle, but like Syracuse versus USC, or Stanford. Like, man, that's a lot of traveling. I'm used to that in playoff, in the postseason, bowl games and playoff games.
And who's in the Big Ten? Like, who would Miami have to travel to all the time?
Well, Big Ten is more,
like North Midwest,
Ohio State,
right.
Michigan, Michigan State,
like Indiana, Illinois.
That would be. I think the Ace. I think
Rutgers
Miami
is on the East
Iowa.
Coast, right?
Is it
Rutgers?
Iowa,
Rutgers is Rutgers is. I think they're in the ACC too.
Rutgers, no, it's in the Big Ten.
You sure?
Yeah.
What about Iowa?
Yeah.
Iowa's in the Big Ten, right?
Iowa's in the Big Ten.
Yeah, Iowa's in the Big Ten.
So you have Nebraska. You now have USC, UCLA.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I guess they don't mind making that, but that's a lot of traveling for one game. Because like other sports, they have like they play like multiple teams, like schools, while they're over there. One game a week.
Yeah, see, for me, I think it enables Miami to tap even more into that recruiting chain that they already tapped into. Now they're tapping in, into different markets that they may not have access to at this point. That's why I think changing their conference altogether would help them. I don't know if joining the SEC would help them, because the fact that when you talk about the SEC, most of the players are linked with Alabama or the top 3 or 4 teams that the SEC puts out every year.
But a lot of really good players in football come
Georgia,
from
for example.
So the last thing I'll have to say on it, I'm gonna go ultra Hurricane fan here. Look, they should just leave every conference, start their own, and call it the U of M Invitational. That's what they should call it. I'm out.
They could go independent. There's nothing wrong with that. That would be something.
Yeah, but a lot of really good football players come right out of Florida. I mean, you can even break it down to freaking Belglade, Pahokee. A lot of players in football come from those areas in Florida.
The great Fred Taylor from Belglade went to Glade Central High School. Pride of Belglade.
Glade Central is. If you ever see a person who plays for Glade Central in their Letterman jacket, it's like, who the heck is that? Like, just look at a Letterman jacket from a Glade Central player, because there's not much to do out there. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how all this keeps progressing. I want to see Miami start doing better. They just haven't really done that well in late seasons. They had that.
I don't know, man. They got the hype for the recruiting right now. So,
but I honestly, they haven't been the same since the death penalty. Didn't they? They had, what was that? That was like 5, 6, maybe 8 years ago. Miami. U of Miami.
It was after that Ohio State championship game.
2011. Yeah, I mean, I was.
Yeah, I'm talking. Both are Gators fans, right? Is that? I mean, I
not a Gator fan. Don't look at me.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
But I am, but no, this is
right. Well, I would just say, Tonk, like for a lot of years after that, what you're talking about, that incident, that whole thing, like our boosters have been like really disenchanted with the football side of things in our school. You know what I mean? So in that school, so it's like, but now like the weird thing to me was a couple, like maybe not even a year or two ago, I'm listening to this guy talk about the whole thing on the radio, and they were basically saying like, look, nobody cares. All the money they want to put into certain other aspects of the school. And then all of a sudden, like not a month after I heard that, they get rid of Diaz and they hire Cristobal. And like all of a sudden, Cristobal comes in like Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer and with the Dolphins and like, brings everybody in, basically destroys everybody in recruiting this year. And and now keep in mind, Cristobal is also, a known sort of winner from over at Oregon. He's the guy that actually was Justin Herbert's head coach over there. So, we're dealing with a decent football mind. Plus, he's an ex-Miami Hurricane. So, and there's like other aspects. There's people in the building, like he got Jason Taylor to come in to coach up the defense. You know what I mean? And a couple other old defensive Hurricane players. And it's just kind of like, oh, Michael Irving's getting involved at that level too. And so all of a sudden, what was, oh, nobody cares about football there has turned into, maybe we are back. You know what I mean? For real this time, for real. You know what I mean? But we'll see.
Well, I mean, this ain't got nothing to do with me being a Gators fan, but I haven't really seen much from Miami since that death penalty.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. They had Mark
Rick, and then they had the coach that had the orange tie, and they had all the T-shirts that had the orange ties, the turnover chain. They got the swag. They got.
You're absolutely right.
Miami swag. I mean, that is just what they do down there.
Yeah, and you're right though. It's been
Miami Heat. The Miami Heat were going to the Miami basketball games, the college basketball games. LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, but this was after that death penalty.
Yeah,
I think it just really, really, really hurt them so bad. And it was over like money and I think some maybe prostitution and stuff like that.
Well, I don't really know the details.
I'm just saying, like I'm not judging,
but to your point, you're right. We as fans are, oh yeah, we're back every year, but not really. It's just been a lot of swag and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't really happened.
But one other thing maybe you can touch on. One other thing maybe you can touch on next week is how the effect, whether it matters, whether it's stupid or whatever, about them eliminating the turnover chain and like.
I don't think they should have.
Right.
I mean, 100. I think 150% that helped. I mean, look how much they raved and rooted when someone would get a turnover.
Can you hold on the fort?
Over there and put it on. I was actually kind of envious. I was like, I wish the Gators had stuff. I wish all teams had stuff like that.
Hey guys, I'll talk to you guys later. I got to bounce out. I'm sorry.
All right. Hey, thank you,
but FinSup, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Make sure you hit like and subscribe, and check out all the links below and all the merch. And I'll see you guys soon.
Take it easy, Ollie.
Later.
Yeah.
Because Penn State was given a death penalty shortly after Miami with everything with Jerry Sandusky. But the last time a death penalty was given to a team was 1987 before Miami.
Huh.
So I think I don't know, man. I just haven't, and I don't root against Miami. They rarely play the Gators, and I liked them way more than I would ever root for FSU.
Yeah, it's kind of been the same on my end with you guys. Like, I don't hate per se.
Yeah, and I mean, I would definitely.
I mean, if we start bannering, I'm gonna, I'll give you a little bit, dude. Forget the Knowles. That's all I care about.
Yeah. Just never Knowles. I mean, I like USF. I like UCF, FAU.
When I was growing up, I saw the Seminoles. To the Hurricanes the same way I saw the Buffalo Bills to the Dolphins when I was a little kid.
So I don't know. I mean, you don't start taking away. Like, who made the decision to take away? Why did they take away the turnover chain? Why did Miami?
I didn't read deep into it. I think it was Cristobal having trying to make a statement about like a change of culture type thing. I did see some people saying that a lot of the Miami fans were happy about it, saying it basically ran its course. You know what I mean? As far as you know how some jokes run out and don't work anymore because everybody's heard them so many times.
I could see that argument that it would ran its course. But it was just so.
Well, you know, it's one of those things. It's what we had.
It was so custom to Miami.
That's what I'm saying.
No one else is doing it. No one else. I never even heard of it. Like I'm looking at this picture right now. I just searched why did Miami get rid of turnover chain? And it shows like this article, it shows like the turnover chain where it's like a gold and it has the U. And then there's another one of the chain and it has the little hurricane, the little bird.
Right.
That looks badass.
Yeah, they changed it every year. Another one.
It shows the U and it says 305 underneath it. Then they have another one where it's the U and it's on Florida. That's just dope.
Yeah, and did you see the one with Florida? Notice the ones with where the gemstones are at include Palm Beach County as well as Broward.
Oh yeah,
I was so proud. I was like, wow, they got us up here.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh, that whole section of Florida from Miami up this far on the East Coast. That's all her.
It warmed my heart that they.
That's all her. I mean, it's an hour. If you have no traffic, it's pretty much an hour.
Oh yeah.
To get to Miami from West Palm.
Down the turnpike.
You're exactly, fucking there, dude. Yeah,
it's exactly 55 minutes from my apartment to the stadium down the turnpike.
That's almost like a Palm Beach. You could say that came from Palm Beach, like West Palm. You could say that came from.
Right.
They're based. I mean, even Trick Daddy said, from America to West Palm.
Well, keep in mind, Tonk, when I was growing up, put it this way, the very first Hurricanes or Dolphin game I ever laid my eyes on TV when I was young, like 6 or 7 years old. Okay. Our area code in West Palm Beach was 305.
Yeah.
So
I still
we're
remember
technically born of the 305. You know what I mean? It's not like we're not 305.
I mean, I even saw people had tattoos 305, but it was for West Palm.
Right. Now the thing of it is, we've had 2 changes since then, so we are pretty far removed. What's that?
Then it was 954.
Well, no, we were 407 for a long time.
Oh yeah.
And then 407 became strictly Orlando area, and then they added 561.
Okay, so I gotta just say this.
Hey,
Big Nick, South Florida Catapult. What are you talking about, dude?
Nick, well, you'll have to look it up, I guess, because Big Nick is kind of tuned into the local South Florida area. You know what I mean?
Miami. Okay.
I generally would give deference to what Big Nick is saying about that area, like local stuff. You know what I mean?
Hold on. All right. Well, hold on, because I might.
That's the reason I posted.
But I know they gave themselves. I know that they kept themselves.
You could be right about that. They could have self.
I know 100% that they pulled themselves out of being able to compete in the postseason.
Big Nick, see if that see what you think about that. Did they self-penalize? Was it?
No, I know 100% they did self-penalize.
Well, let's look it up.
So I thought that they did get it though. But even if they didn't get the death penalty actual from the NCAA, they haven't been the same since all of that went down. That's more of my point than just a straight up death penalty. So, okay, you might be right. They may have not gotten an actual death penalty, but they did they did
Oh,
give
okay.
them
So they
their
did.
own
So right.
sanctions.
So Big Nick's saying sanctions are different than death penalty. So
Okay.
they did get some kind of sanctions.
Right.
Right.
But
Okay.
but my point is that ever since that situation, they haven't been the same.
Yeah, fair enough. We just got to be accurate. You know.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm always down to be called out.
Appreciate your input. Everybody's input.
That doesn't make me happy. Like my mom was she was all about Miami sports.
How'd you real quick? I mean, I know we're really getting late, but
that's okay,
you seem to have a lot of energy tonight. If you got to be careful, Tonk, because if you let me, I'll let you go all night.
I mean,
just let me know when you're. Hey,
I know
like
you.
I said,
It's been weeks.
Throw it in private chat when you're ready for me to put up the last rundown, bro. But other than that, how did you become a Gators fan? Did you go there for a time, or
my grandfather went there and graduated, and then my uncle, my aunt's husband, so my cousin's dad, went to University of Florida. And so I think just because my dad was never really big into college sports, and if he was a Tennessee Vols fan, even though he's from Florida. But he spent a lot of time in northern Georgia where I was born, so that's kind of Vols territory. But I was just always a Gators fan. I mean, I have a T-shirt from when I was a little kid in a Florida Gators shirt.
Right.
In a Florida Gators shirt. I don't know where it actually happened. But I don't remember rooting for another college team. And then I just kind of was always a Gators fan. I don't know. Plus it was like
nothing wrong
it was
with
just so centric to Florida and just the Everglades. I always liked outdoor stuff, and Gators are just, I don't know. It's a very specific
sometimes I think if I so much lived in the north end of Jupiter, if I grew up there, I might have just coincidentally become a Gators fan and not a Hurricanes fan. But it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I started watching football, the Dolphins were my team, and as such, the college team was the one that was right next to them. And I always wanted every one of my Hurricanes to become Dolphins, and they never do. But that's just the way it is. Until, of course, this is why I think this is why I'm so biased to Jalen Phillips and aspire to see him succeed so much. You know what I mean? Because the guy is like, it's the first time. Now, we've had Hurricanes on the team before, okay? I think we may have even drafted him before this. But it's the first time where I was sitting there watching the draft on draft night, and like the guy I wanted us to draft actually got drafted. And it happened to be a Hurricane too. It was like first time in my life. You know what I mean? I'm like, because I saw him play in a game and really impressed me against Trevor Lawrence at Clemson. And I'm like, we got to get this guy. And we ended up getting him. And I was just like, oh, awesome.
Yeah. So, I was just looking up an article. I guess it was never handed down. Hold on.
Well, we can always.
Baylor was.
Tonk, depending on how long you personally want to go, we could either I could drop a link exclusively for Big Nick if you want, and bring him up and let him actually verbalize what what he knows about the situation and why, because he's got a few things to say. If it turns out to be a longer discussion than you're willing to have, then you're certain willing to dip out, and I'll just make it like him and I panel just to end the show. But it's completely up to you, bro. You're the host, so you know what I mean. I'm at your disposal. I can drop it and just not pull anybody in, but Big Nick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's up to you if you want to hear what he has to say on the whole thing. He's a huge Canes fan and integral. Kind of integral player, and
I mean, if he wants, he can come on and explain just that.
Sure.
Because I'd like to see actually what did happen to them.
Sure.
because Penn State was definitely given the death penalty.
We love him around here. Like I said, he's an integral person in the South Florida community. So we're, you know, I posted it with my own handle, so that's only for Big Nick. I mean, you guys can hit it if you want, but Tonk really doesn't run panels, so we're only gonna pull Big Nick in. But
I mean, I wouldn't be against like having a panel maybe on another night.
Sure. Oh, I got you. It was just what we just. It's already 1:15, so I didn't think you wanted to go and get the panel either.
If we were gonna do like, what's up, man? Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Color, how you doing?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good.
Listen, real quick, I'm not going to stay on long. I just want to correct some information about the Canes from a damn Gator fan who's acting like he know about us. like he really gives a damn. But we don't listen to a team that produced a quarterback by the name of Kerwin Bell. Are you serious?
Big Nick kids. Tonk, Big Nick kids, by the way. He's kidding. Totally kidding with you.
But no. University of Miami have had 2 sanctions in their existence. One was after the 80s, after the Michael Irvin years, and then moving into after the 2000s, after the best team in college football history. And they was both caught up with scandals, small scandals about accepting money. One was from like the 2 Live crew. A lot of gifts and perks was given out. And the second one was the same thing about yachts and strip clubs and the use of cars and stuff like that. They've never, I mean, because they are the University of Miami and they did what they did in the 80s by bringing in a lot of inner city kids to a university like that, the media did have a hit out against the University of Miami. So every time they got in trouble, certain articles or certain journalists were talking about death penalty, this, death penalty, that. Actually, Penn State didn't receive the death penalty either. They just received sanctions, which means they lost scholarships, they lost bowl eligibility. The last team to receive a death penalty was actually like messed up big time. That was SMU. And since then, their program has come back. But no, the UM has never had a death penalty. So you got to learn the difference between a death penalty and a sanction.
So elaborate.
I understand. I know the difference.
Right, and elaborate on the sanction. I mean, not the sanctions, the admission standards you had referred to about what partly to be why we're been bad for so long.
All right, Donna Shalala was part of the Bill Clinton administration. She's from right here, South Florida, and once Bill Clinton's administration was over, she became the president of the University of Miami. And one of the first things that she did was raise the admission standards to get into the school. Because even after the sanctions, they were still getting #1 recruit classes. They were still getting classes, right? Big time recruiting classes. However, once the admission standard changed, then a lot of the 5 4-star recruits that they was normally getting wasn't able to get into the program. And then the remainder of the people, of the recruits that they were able to reach, they was competing against Oregon's training facility. They was competing against Florida's training facility. They was competing against Clemson, Alabama, Georgia, and the UM was not going to win those races. They was just not going to do it because, number one, they didn't have a football stadium on campus. Number two, their weight room was like a high school level weight room, and you're going up against Oregon, who has Phil Knight. You know what I mean? You're going up against Oklahoma that have T-Boone Pickens. You know, you're going up against Alabama that have the golden, not the golden, but that whatever booster, that high functioning booster that Alabama has. So that was a problem. That was a problem with the University of Miami. What happened to the downfall? But ever since the NIL and competition started to spread out a little bit more, you see these kids are starting to now trickle down and come back to the University of Miami. And they always try to go after a homegrown coach or a coach that has strong ties to the program. They went outside of it with Al Golden. That was the guy with the orange tie. He sucked. Right. He sucked pickle eggs. Like, he was horrible. for the University of Miami. He did a lot of things that hurt the program as well, like didn't allow the former Canes to be on the sideline of the University of Miami. And if anybody know anything about the NFL, if you are from the University of Miami in the NFL, you are a star. So not to allow Warren Sapp, Michael Irvin, Devin Hester, Willis McGahee, Ed Reed, not to allow these guys on the sideline with these recruits are there watching the game and they can see Michael Irvin, that's crazy. So those are some of the issues that happened. It wasn't because of sanctions or death penalties. It was nothing to do with that.
And as I alluded to earlier, a lot of the lack of will on the part of the boosters to put the money there. But also, Tonk, I was gonna mention it earlier. This is where Dwayne "The Rock" Johnston comes in. He basically
Hold on.
Go ahead, Big Nick.
Well, hold on, Color. You got to remember, as far as the boosters goes, and any boosters now are basically my age, right? Real booster of the University of Miami, because football it was dead until Howard Snellenberg came. It was not that type of school.
Right.
So those alumni, they was going there.
Big Nick, that's about right after him is about where I come into the picture growing up as a young little 6-7-year-old getting into football. You know what I mean?
Now, you have a lot of successful people that are from the University of Miami. Like a lot of people, they associate the University of Miami with their medical school, which they should, because it's one of the best medical schools in the country.
And attached to one of the best hospitals in the country, too.
Absolutely. A lot of lawyers went to the University of Miami. A lot of actors went to the University of Miami. So football wasn't a thing when those people was out there. So they don't have that same level of commitment to the program as Alabama or Florida alumni may have, So that's the reason. And all the new boosters or the boosters that you would expect, these are the people that's just leaving the NFL from the University of Miami.
I told you,
biggest star.
I told you we could do we could do a whole nother show on this topic.
Outside of football, do you know who the biggest star from the University of Miami? Outside of football, Alex Rodriguez.
Oh yeah. Well, don't forget
That's
John
the biggest
Jay.
Star.
Don't forget John Jay, two-time World Series champion, John Jay.
Yeah, but he's not bigger a star than Alex Rodriguez.
He's not known, but he's recent.
Yeah. I mean, see, and that's another thing about the University of Miami that Florida Gators know. As a Florida fan, he knows that there's two things that the University of Miami, two sports that the Miami Hurricanes run in the state of Florida. And that's football and baseball. He knows that. He knows that how good the Canes baseball team used to be.
Yeah, but around the same time, Miami was winning. The Gators were winning too. So was FSU.
They were, but
so was FSU.
But no, not in baseball. Not like Florida and Miami. Not in. I mean, they may have had one. You mean in football or basketball or baseball?
Football.
Well, you guys have what? 4 national championships combined? 5?
I think.
How many? Well, Spurrier has one.
Well, Spurrier got one as a player.
Right.
No, he has one as a coach.
Yes, I know. But first he got one as a player, then he got one as a coach.
No, he didn't get one as a player. He got the Heisman Trophy as a player. He got the Heisman Trophy as a player.
Let's look it up.
He didn't get a national championship as a player. He only got 3 national championships. I've been in Florida a long time, man. I'll be 52 in August.
Okay. Don't mean you can't bet.
What you want to bet? How much you want to bet? Let's do it. Type in your Google right now.
I'm not typing nothing.
I'm actually looking. I'm actually looking right now. Actually.
That's a bet. Color, hold me to it.
That Steve Spurrier won as a player.
Let me see here.
For the University of Florida.
Because I know he got a Heisman. He actually got a Heisman.
Yes, he did get a Heisman.
For being a kicker, too.
He's in the National High School Hall of Fame Florida Football Ring of Honor, 2-time first-team All-American, Heisman Trophy winner, UPI Player of the Year, Walter Camp Memorial Trophy, SEC Player of the Year, and that's as a player. That's his accomplishments as a player.
No, I'm telling you, Florida has 3 national championships.
Yeah.
What do you want, PayPal or Cash App?
I don't use Cash App. You got Venmo?
Oh, we do. I don't do Venmo.
What?
No, I got hacked on Cash App twice. I got 300 hacked twice.
No,
PayPal,
I don't do Venmo.
I could do PayPal.
You serious, Tonk? You're that cool, bro.
No, I bet I
would pay him.
Dude,
I would have paid him.
About to, like you're about to like single-handedly gain your own following, bro, alone.
No, I don't.
I would have paid him.
Make a bet,
men, color. We're men.
Wow.
That's why I didn't bet $100.
You are honoring the Fins
That's why I
tailgate
didn't
right
bet
now, bro.
$100 because I was sure, but I wasn't that sure.
You are the pride of the Fins tailgate, bro.
Just send me the pay.
We root for different colleges. We root for different colleges, but we're Dolphin fans. That's all that matters.
Information on here or nothing. I don't know how to get your.
Yeah, Big Nick.
Can you put, put it in the private chat?
Yeah, I mean it'd only be me and Tonk that see it.
Yeah,
and I don't want to give you no money, so you don't have to worry about me taking it.
I'll write it down. You should just put your name or put your email address. Because I got. I do have PayPal. So he never won so they only have 3.
Well, I can check how many they got. Maybe,
Florida.
but
yeah, they got 3. They got one with Danny Warfel. They got 2 with They got one with Danny Warfel. They have one with Chris Leak, and they got one with Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
So I will say this: he was born on 4/20/1945 in Miami Beach, Florida.
Who? Spurrier?
Yep.
He's still coaching. He was coaching when the AF was here. He went undefeated. He went like 5-0 or 8-0 in Orlando.
He went to a high school called Science Hill in Johnson City, Tennessee. Went to Florida, University of Florida for college. Was drafted in the NFL round 1, 3rd pick overall, 1967. Played for the 49ers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Why didn't Florida bring him back? He wanted to come back. Why did they bring him back after Meyer left?
After Meyer left? I don't remember. I don't know.
He wanted to come back.
It's kind of like who was the coach at FSU that just retired? You know, they just basically said, you got to retire, dude. He won
Bobby Bowden.
Bobby Bowden. It was kind of a scenario like that. Just how much can you actually do for a team? I mean, not that he couldn't, but at the same time, he went on to look what he did with that Orlando team he had. That was crazy.
Yeah, but could you imagine what was that quarterback name that you guys had all the potential, but he was just ruined under that coaching staff? Under not Myers, the coaching staff. But you got the 3 coaches from Myers, right?
Kyle Trask.
You know, Tonk.
Yeah.
Tonk, to your credit. You know, Tonk, to your credit.
Yeah, he was a good prospect.
Hold on, real quick, Big Nick. To your credit, Tonk, I think, the fact that Spurrier won 11 bowl games in college might have skewed your memory a little bit about the national championship.
Well,
you know
because they also didn't really call it national championship years ago. Like the Cotton Bowl would have been the national championship. Like when Oklahoma was winning with the Boz, it was like
no, they were still calling it. They were still calling them national championships, but you might be the AP national champion, or you may be the national champion. It was 2 separate systems. We were still the national champion because one year the University of Miami was the national champion alongside with the Washington Huskies. They was co-national champion. One was coaches and one was the AP.
Oh.
And the only one that the college used to really acknowledge was the AP, the Associated Press. That was the big one. That was the one everybody.
I know they always the coaches poll, even when it would come out, they'd be like, "We don't give a shit about the coaches."
I know, right?
Nobody ever came into it. It's like the longest running poll in college football. I'm like, nobody gives a shit about it. Like, who cares about college football?
Yeah, you owe Joe Paterno. You ain't slick. Your ass owe Joe Paterno.
Like, that's what
all.
they think. Yeah, well, that's all they think. You don't give a crap what you think. Just coach the team.
If I keep myself out, I'm gonna come right back and I end it.
Always growing up talking about the college poll. I mean, the coaches poll and the AP, and then my grandpa would always be like, "Oh, well, the coaches poll says this." My papa, nobody even cares about the coaches poll. It's just funny because it's like that was when I was probably like put in the newspaper the most. And my grandpa loves the freaking newspaper. But yeah, I mean, but back to like, I don't know. I mean, I hope that Miami can start to recover and be a big football presence again.
Honestly,
I'd
we're
like
getting there.
it.
I think that we've successfully set everybody's expectation low, even though it could. I mean, because I think it's still going to be about one more season. You know what I mean? Before we're really there. But an overachievement this first year for Cristobal would put us right in the running for everything. You know what I mean? In other words, we only need a slight overachievement and we could actually run for it this year, I think. But I don't want to get my hopes up yet. You know what I mean?
I'm going to try to do it right now.
But listen, so I had a vision, man, about a year or two ago that remember when the Boston market went on that run where every professional team they had won the championship. And
oh yeah. Well, like, that was the year. That was the last time the Cardinals were in the World Series. They beat us.
Yeah, like every team that the Patriots won the Super Bowl, the Celtics won the finals.
Yep.
The Red Sox won the World Series, and I think the Bruins won the Stanley Cup, if I'm not mistaken, or either they was in it. You know, so
that was the year the referees called the fake batting of the football on our offensive lineman against the Patriots because that was the day after so the Cardinals, the St. Louis Cardinals won one of the games of the World Series against the Red Sox, and it came down to a controversial call where the umpire basically awarded the game-winning run to the Cardinals, right? The very next day, Sunday afternoon, we played the Patriots in Foxborough, and that's the day they called that stupid illegal batting of the football when our offensive lineman was going to recover a fumble when we strip-sacked Brady to win the game. And they gave it back to him with a 1st and 15.
I got it, thanks.
And they kicked the game-winning field goal. You remember that day?
Of course. Of course, I remember all the things.
After what happened to the Red Sox the night before that, there was no way those referees were getting out of that stadium without the Patriots winning that day.
Wasn't that the year the Red Sox came back 03?
What's that?
Wasn't that the same year the Red Sox came back from 03?
No, this would have been like 13, I think.
No, I mean they were down 03.
Oh, possibly.
It was
possibly. It might have been 1-2 or 1-3 or something like that, but it would they were deep. We had them deep.
Yeah, but that's what I think. I think the Dolphins, the Hurricanes, the Panthers, and the Heat. I notice I didn't say the Marlins because they don't want to spend money, but I think all four of those teams are going to be good at the exact same time. And that's going to be crazy, man. Lot of business.
Let's hope that Kevin Durant goes to Miami. I don't think it's going to happen, but
I don't think it's going to happen.
Got to pay for that Vegas-style strip they're planning to run down between the Guitar Hotel and Hard Rock.
Man, them Canadians already going to pay for that, man. Them Canadians don't have nowhere to go but to South Florida. Are you crazy? They're going to continue to come. I don't care. I'm going to go after this real quick.
I'm just going to put in more roundabouts. That's all they're going to do.
Listen, I'm going to say this. This is going to be my last thing, and I got to go.
Appreciate you, Big. We appreciate you, Big Nick. Go ahead.
I I used to work in the travel industry where I was a back end reservationist, which means I accepted the rest of the vacation money. I set them up on the itinerary, things of that nature. And it's always the Canadians that always want to worry about the tax and the conversion rate and how much things are. But they were the only ones taking this vacation package. Like, it doesn't matter. They're going to complain about it, but they coming to South Florida because they have nowhere else to go. Nowhere else to go. They're not going to travel all the way across their country just to get to California. They're going to come straight down 95 and get to South Florida. I'm telling you, watch. There's more Canadians on vacations than any other country in America or in Florida.
I do. I used to see more Canadians in Florida than I do in Washington State.
Right. It's true.
Big Nick, you've been in them trailer parks in Fort Lauderdale. They're like nothing but Canadian tags, man.
We don't have snowbirds and we don't have summer birds either.
And in Washington State, Vancouver's kind of uppity, you know that too. So it's like
Vancouver, BC, America. Dude. Vancouver, BC is like Seattle of Canada. It's okay.
Yeah.
But
they uppity and they loaded.
Wait, there's the sister city for Seattle in Canada?
Yeah, dude, it's Vancouver. It's basically Seattle.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You ain't never seen buses that are double buses, like not double top, double length. Besides
right, I see
Vancouver,
what you're saying. It's the Seattle of Canada.
Of Canada, 150. Because I've been to Montreal, Canada, and it is not even remotely like Vancouver.
Well, Montreal is a happening place, though, bro.
I'm trying to go to Toronto next, so I guess, but that's probably more like
Toronto's cool. Toronto's a lot. I mean, Toronto is the biggest city I've ever been in, and I don't know how it compares to New York, but I imagine it to be like that. You know what I mean? It was that.
I don't want to go to Saskatchewan. You know why? I'll tell you why I don't want to go to Saskatchewan. Because Brock Lesnar chose to live in Saskatchewan. And I know that's not the type of terrain that I want to live in. Fuck that. I'm not want to live anywhere that Brock Lesnar chooses to live. No, that's not me.
Why? What's wrong with Brock Lesnar?
I'm not going to look, no offense. I ain't going to do all that white boy shit in the snow in the woods. I'm not doing that shit, man.
That's so
that's
funny.
My point. If Brock Lesnar is there, that's my point. If Brock Lesnar is there,
funny.
There's nothing but trees and snow.
Dude, it's so funny you say that because there's this place called Port Angeles. So you have Washington State, and if you look at the left part, that peninsula area of Washington State, there's a city called Port Angeles. And I went there, and the first time I went there, it happened to be, this was before COVID, it happened to be like a triathlon going on. And so like, it's a real small town. So it was like the biggest thing that they do there. And it was literally all Caucasian people, and they all looked Russian or Native Americans.
They probably were.
Like, it was only Native Americans who like ancestors are still, like they're basically ancestral there, or people that like are so Caucasian, like it's the most Caucasian of people, or like Native Americans. There was like no other race there. I was like, this is crazy. Man. Like it was, and not even on no racist, nothing that has to do with that. It's just
I know, just culturally.
Like you said, I ain't trying to go up there and do all that. Like it's just like I was like, this ain't on no racist shit. This is just people ain't trying to be up here.
Like, hey, Color, listen, the people that he's talking about. The people that Tank is talking about are literally the type of people that can split a block with one swing of the axe. Like, I know I can't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? So,
this one's like fishing on a frozen lake, drilling a hole.
Yeah.
They'd be out there just trying to be out there.
No, man. I don't want to live where Brock Lesnar chooses and wants to live.
Hey, Big Nick, I lived in Greater St. I told you I lived in Greater St. Louis area for like 11 years, man. And that was some of the most brutal winters of my life. I cannot imagine how people grew up there, bro.
Man, there's nothing compared to Saskatchewan. Nothing.
Yeah, no,
Alaska's nothing compared to Saskatchewan. They're 10 feet away from the pole, man.
Yeah, it's just because it's so in the middle, you know. I mean, even Alaska is like a peninsula.
Yeah, nothing like Canada.
Yep. And just even as a Floridian living in Missouri.
Yeah,
okay,
but like that area.
Well, what I'm saying is just from that experience, when I watch these shows on TV, like the ones that are from Alaska and all that, I can't even watch it. Like I get cold from watching these shows because of that
Canada, and that shit has nothing on Canada. Nothing on Canada. Nothing.
I want you to come jump in the water out here. I want you to come jump in the water out here in the summertime.
Oh yeah, and watch it. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Look,
all that shit coming from those
people
mountains.
Be like, because like when I first moved out here, being from Florida, everyone was like, "Oh man, you got to be careful this and this." And like, look, I grew up in Florida. Ain't nothing that can worry me about swimming, even if the water's cold as hell. Like so, like. Because I knew what I was in for jumping into this water out here. And before I jumped in, I took in a big breath of air and just held my mouth and shit tight. Because when you jump in that water, like the first thing you want to do is just like, like that. But that's people die out here. People die out here doing it. I was like, look, I ain't going to be dying out here when it has to do with water. I don't care what temperature it is. Like, I'm going to survive.
Okay,
Washington State is probably the only state that everything that surrounds it, the neighboring countries, the neighboring states, is all mountain regions. So that's why that shit is cold.
Yeah, it's literally glacier runoff.
I'll tell you this then, Tonk. I got a little bit of a challenge for you then.
Fins up, guys. I'm out of here.
Thanks a lot, Big Nick. Appreciate you coming by, man.
Anytime. I just wanted to bring some levity on that to the Gators fan.
Yep, I knew you were the first person to talk to Canes, man. So appreciate
Kerwin Bell.
Yeah, put that 20 on my itinerary.
Lorenzo Hampton, Kerwin Bell, Jarvis Landry.
You want me to kick this Hurricanes fan, Tonk?
I bet you Aaron Hernandez take them all out though.
Oh,
no, we got Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Right. Later, Big Nick. Gotta love Big Nick, man.
I do want to answer Aquavision's question, but what were you gonna say, Color?
What were we talking about again, real quick?
You said you got a challenge for me.
Yeah, I don't, and who knows, you may have already did it. But the water running through the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon, because of the dams on both ends, the water is like low to mid 40 degrees year round. So you're in this blazing sun rafting down the river, and you can't just like jump into it. I mean, you can if you're like a polar bear, like if you're your type.
Yeah, you just have to know what you're in for.
But you only have like 5 or 10 minutes in the water before, you know what I mean, you'll seize up. Like even people that handle the cold well, like it's that cold, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because I've jumped in. So I've jumped into this lake that I've jumped in. I've jumped in there a couple times now, but both times was in the summer. But there is this other area that I went and jumped into, and it was in May. So this was super glacier runoff. Like the river was wider and deeper, and the current was super strong.
Right.
So it was very dangerous what I was doing, but I don't know. I could just do this shit. Yeah. And I jumped in there and I got brain freeze.
Right.
I got out of the water. Wow. And I got out and my head was just like, picture like just really, really, you know what it is? Brain freeze. Brain freeze. Wow. I was like, oh, like it hurts.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. The guide on our trip, he brought us to this spot where there was an eddy where there was no current, you know what I mean? So he's like, okay, guys, this is your opportunity to experience it. I wouldn't dare, man, because I'm lucky it's as dry as it is in Arizona, because I could hardly even wash myself in this river water. It was so cold. Being a Floridian, like not being. It was brutal, man.
A lot of people just die out here from the most, neutral of circumstances, because when they jump in the water, they tense up and they breathe in, and then they take in all that water, and then they're freezing cold and they die.
Yep.
It's like so many times people like, oh, well, people die and this and that. I'm like, look, I know y'all don't know me, but I ain't going out here trying to die.
Well, you also like seize up. You get hypothermia.
Yeah, no, dude, it's crazy. Like, but I don't know. It feels good at the same time. It feels really good at the same time. I just
don't know how. Because when the guy did,
it's just like in your bones, cold.
Right, bro. When the guy did that, he was the first one to go in. Like he went head on in. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe he just did that.
Relatively, if I'm only gonna hurt myself because of like I knew the risk before jumping in, of course, but I still did it because I knew I was gonna be okay. And I knew not to. I mean, that's just swimming 101 is don't breathe in the water.
This river water was so cold that the little side creeks that were feeding into it were water that was coming down from the top of the plateau, right? And that was snow melt as well. But it already had touched the sun enough that by the time it creaked down, it was still what you would consider brutally cold. It was like 56, 57 degree water. But dude, I was wading in it on the side creeks like in heaven. Like, oh my God, this is so warm, dude. It was the main river water was that cold. It was like 50 something degree water was warm on my feet. I'm like, this is great. Oh man, it's warm water. I was washing. I was like, wash it up. You know what I mean? This is the creek right here, man. 50 something degree water. That's how quick, like, you realize, like, when I was living in Missouri, it'd get down into, the negative temperatures sometimes. And for days it would be, below 10 degrees. And then the weatherman would come on and be like, oh, tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a high of 35. And I'm just like, oh, thank God. You know what I mean? And I never thought I'd be saying thank God for 35 degree highs. You know what I mean? But it happens that quick, man. That's brutally, brutally cold. That negative degree weather, man. Oh, it's tough.
Yeah, it does. It does have its benefits. Freezing cold ass water, and what Aquavision was asking. Portland and Seattle are like they're almost outliers to like the rest of the cities. I mean, the surrounding cities of Seattle and Portland are like that, but it's way different in other areas of Oregon and Washington than Seattle and Portland. It's kind of like if California was put into a city, kind of. And like so they did reduce, they decriminalized a lot of drugs with in Portland and in Oregon. And you do have, plus like when you got a lot of open areas where there's no people around. So it's perfect areas to like make crystal meth and stuff like that. Like there was a trailer RV that I just saw a couple weeks ago. It was completely burnt 100%. The only thing that was left was like just a metal frame. It was probably because they were cooking meth inside of there. And, but it's very interesting because it's like the big cities out here just have so much of, it's just politics kind of just gone. They had good intentions, but it's just gone in a bad direction for so long that it's hard to deal with now because it's so far along on like a liberal cycle that it's hard to get it back.
That's a very honorable thing for you to say.
It's because I disagree with both extreme liberal and extreme conservative because it's not solving anything.
That's why I gave you that compliment.
It's going to create top heavy situations, like like what the situations with homeless people and drugs and stuff here in Seattle and Portland, it's just they're trying to look at good ways. All right, well, let's stop putting them all in jail. Okay, because that's not helping. But then you're not charging them with crimes and it's legal for them to steal. Well, that's not helping either. So it's kind of them just trying, because Seattle and Portland have always been countercultures. For a long, long time, they've always been countercultures, and it's just gone in a certain direction. And it's just like, it seems like the direction.
I just hope it doesn't swing the other way. Like all of a sudden, instead of having no laws, they have like every law gets the death penalty, like in that Star Trek episode where you walk on the grass and you get the death penalty.
Well, like the politics for both states are made in just those two cities. Like if you drive outside of Seattle and go to Sammamish or Puyallup or out towards Spokane, it's Trump flags everywhere.
That's what I hear too.
But then you get to Seattle, and
I think you got a lot of that. I think you got a lot of that dichotomy throughout the country.
It's burning down. It's burning down cars. It's anarchy. It's chaos. Like an autonomous zone. Like they made their own area and basically said, "This is our city. You cannot come in here." Cops weren't even allowed to go into this place. And it was in front of a police station. And I wanted to reach those people so bad. And I went and made a speech there and I kicked ass. And it wasn't because I was sitting up there saying, screw the police, screw this, screw that. I'm saying, no, this is how we can all work together to make it work. And there was, so like after, I think I'm trying to think of what it was after George. Was it after George Floyd? Because I remember after a situation where it was a person getting shot by a cop, more specifically a black person.
I believe it was. I believe it was.
It was in retaliation of that. They were literally posting it on Instagram. You saw people making a video that said, "Are you ready to go fuck shit up?" And then they literally went and burned down police cars. So, okay, I can understand why you're angry, but how is burning down a police car in Seattle going to help the situation that was in Minnesota? So it's
to be fair, Tonk, and I certainly don't want this to come off the wrong way. But I think there's a lot of those Northwestern, Oregonian, Washingtonian liberals that, tried to create something up in that corner of the country that they themselves have now started to recognize has gotten way, way out of hand. You know what I mean?
Well,
you said earlier, you know what I mean?
It absolutely has, because when these people set up these encampments around the city, these people are dangerous people. They have pretty much nothing to lose. They're addicted to drugs. They don't really have regard for other people. They party in the streets. They walk out in front of your car. Like if you drive through downtown Seattle, people will walk right out in front of your car. Like they'll step off of the sidewalk. I almost hit people multiple times because they literally walk right in front of your car. It's very, very dangerous.
I'm just wondering if society stopped to think for a second that people like Kurt Cobain were the only ones that went to college out there.
Yeah, and at the same time, you have a lot of people who've gone to college. I mean, big tech is huge out here. Microsoft, Amazon.
You remember Chocolate Rain, the guy that did Chocolate Rain? I forget his name. Chocolate Rain. Some will cry and others feel the pain. Chocolate Rain. You remember that guy? Forget his name. Gosh, I don't want to miscredit him. But he ended up, it turns out he went to that liberal arts college, Evergreen in Washington State.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I like getting my I mean, I also like, it was cool to go vote in a place, but I also like getting my voter pack like in the mail. Like I get my voting document in the mail and I can fill it out and then put it back into the mailbox. I actually kind of like that. That's more of a liberal thing. And I am not fully against incarcerating so many people over a minimal drug possession. Like, there's better ways to deal with that, but I don't think they've done a good job of, instead of putting them in jail, doing something else instead of it. Instead of just decriminalizing it, you should make it so that they still have to serve a penalty for having these drugs, whether it's like community service or something else along those lines. Just because you don't put them in jail doesn't mean it's going to make it better. I don't think there's enough of what else are we going to do besides put them in jail? It's kind of, they just decriminalized it and just left it at that. And now it's gotten so bad that you see people during the day shooting up heroin on the side of the road, just like doing like during the day, like during the day, downtown Seattle, you will see people. You will see people doing it. So it's like, that's not helping anything. That's making it worse.
Well, I guess if you get me to look at the bright side, Tonk.
We need other ways to deal with this. Like I said, like community service, or I don't know, some kind of, so they're trying to pass this situation, this bill or this reform that just got passed to help these homeless people get into like an area where they can live kind of together.
Like Chaz?
Almost like Chaz, but it's like government. It's more government. It's government processed. And
well,
I mean, it's just a kind of a way to get these people together.
You say you were there. Are there any truth to the kind of the reports that, you know, all the people involved that created behind the scenes that had political interests manipulated those very homeless people you're talking about into doing the whole Chaz thing? It
was amazing, honestly, to see it in person, because there was people that were really, 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 really trying to make it work in a good way. They were volunteering the time. They had a little tent set up. This is one of the areas that I went and donated food. I walked up there and I said, here, I want to donate this. You know, it's like toothpaste, toothbrush, soda. And like, you had all of these people working there. Like, they were working there. Of course, it was all voluntary. They weren't making any money, but like, they were making it work. I was like, I've never seen anything like this. Like, where they did it and in front of a police station and stuff, it could be better. But I saw something happen that could really, really work. But it takes, everybody has to be responsible for themselves. There's not enough people, because someone ended up getting killed there. And once you start, and they weren't even, the fucking paramedics weren't allowed to go in. Someone got killed, shot in that Chaz area, and the paramedics were not allowed to go in. So how is that going to help anything? But I actually, because
they didn't have any medical practitioners that wanted to join their cause.
City officials weren't allowed in.
No, I'm saying the people that thought that they could start their own city didn't have anybody that agreed with them that happened to be medical practitioners.
So there was people that
like there wasn't a doctor. What I'm saying is there wasn't a doctor in this zombie apocalypse team.
I mean, if it was Walking Dead scenario, we probably would have made it work, but it didn't have enough time to flourish before. I forgot how, because if you still drive down there, it's still like you still see all the chalk on the road. And they actually they put barricades around this one area as like a remembrance. But like when I was there, like, because I wanted to give a speech there, but I wanted it to be welcomed before I started talking. So I looked around, because there was people there that had megaphones, and they were giving out news about what was going on there. So I went and talked to them. I said, hey, I want to give a speech here. What would be the best way to do it? And I told them what I wanted to talk about and what I was going to bring as the display. And they're like, yeah, just walk up in here and do it. Because like as a Caucasian person at that time, I didn't want to just walk into a place and start talking because, you know, being Caucasian wasn't, you know, it was, you know, because of police brutality and specifically towards, you know, other races. And so I had to be very, I needed to just check my surroundings. I needed to make sure that I wasn't going to do something that could end up in me getting stabbed or shot. But I knew I could do it. And so I talked to the people who were organizing it, and the people that were organizing it were some of the nicest, smartest people I've ever had a conversation with. Like, these people genuinely really, really, really cared about making something like this work. And so when I gave that speech there, I was getting a lot of like people looking at me like this, people walking by staring at me weird. But after like 10, 15 minutes of talking, I asked him, I said, hey, do you like what I'm saying? Because I was talking about police reform. I was talking about prison reform. I was talking about safer schools. Everybody can agree with that. And so after some talking, I stopped talking, said, do you guys like what I'm saying? Do you want me to continue or do you want me to stop? And they said, yes, continue. So like, there's a lot of potential there with that stuff. There's a lot of potential in these, like when they were making these laws, they were doing it with the best, there was a lot of incentive there to do good, but it's just hasn't been managed well. Cops aren't very appreciated here. Like whenever I see cops, I always say, thank you for your service. And you should see, like Sunday, I was at a big Pokemon event and there was like 5 cops standing together. And when I was there, like I was doing something on my phone and then I was walking away. I looked at all of them. I said, hello, officers. Thank you for your service. And like the way cops look at me when I say that to them, they're like, oh my God, you actually appreciate us? It's because, like, can you imagine what it would be like without cops? We couldn't have a functional country if we didn't have police. So, you know, there's always be bad apples, and there's always a better way to do things. And so that's just been what they're trying to accomplish here. It just hasn't worked out very well. It's just been too lenient. Like it's to the point now where there's a Safeway, there's a grocery store close to where I am, and they put up like alarms, not just like when you walk by a theft alarm. They have another alarm before that. So that you you have to go through 2 barriers of security to leave the store. Because it's legal. If you're homeless, it's legal for you to steal. But if I steal, I go to jail. So it's like, that's not helping.
Wow.
You know, that's not helping. Yes, it's keeping people out of jail, but
bread and circuses, man.
It's not
Except
helping.
they don't get
anything.
any circuses.
So, you know, it's like just a lot of things going in one direction and it hasn't changed. So it's hard. Like when I recently voted, I did not vote for Democrat or Republican. I voted for only other parties. Because I haven't seen anything different in either party of Republican or Democrat than what we've already been dealing with years and years and years. So I purposely voted for other parties because I think that's what's going to bring things back to a good way, a good standard here in Seattle and Portland is to just get other, like they're even looking at like, instead of where a sheriff would get voted in, because like sheriffs, they're not hired, they're voted in. Whoever the sheriff is, they're like there for 4 or 6 or 8 years or 10 years, but they're voted in. So you can't just get rid of them. I don't know if it's actually happened yet, but they're starting. They want to have a way here where a sheriff gets hired and fired, where city officials, politicians get hired and fired, not voted in. Because if you vote somebody in, you're stuck with them for who knows how long. But if we're hiring and firing people, you best believe they're probably going to be more concerned about bribery. They're going to be more concerned with what the decisions they make. You know, like the president, regardless of who president, he can probably get away with stuff because he's going to be there for 4 more years. You know, even when they, what is it called? When they, what they did it to Bill Clinton, and they're trying to do it to what Trump was doing. What is it called? Where they impeach. What actually happens in impeachment? I don't ever see anything really happen. Nothing really happens. So because Bill Clinton was impeached, but he was still the president. So like, what does that even really do?
Because it takes the Senate to also follow that impeachment up to be able to and then vote to remove the president from office. It's not necessarily. It's just saying that. But it's like it doesn't do anything. It's because this person is by law is there for this amount of time. And so when we're actually able to hold these people more accountable every month, every year, that's probably what's going to start to help Seattle. Is holding people more accountable that make these decisions. So, and it's just motivate, you know, and like at the same time, why is it $3,000 for me to go rent a 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment? $3,000? Like that's so expensive, and it's ridiculous. Bro, mine is over $1,000, and I'm in a 1-bedroom, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's. How are you not surprised that more people are becoming homeless with the rising cost in living? Like, how is it a surprise that with rising costs of living is also showing a rising in homelessness? I mean, can you not see that? So it's just, there's a lot of things that go behind it, and it's going to take a long time to bring it back. But we'll see. I mean, I think once I'm ready to like buy a place and actually have more stake in a community, then I'll probably get into like local politics. But in the meantime, I'm just focused on just myself, my grandpa, saving money, you know, doing this. But I'm real anxious to like, because man, some of the people I've met doing this stuff so far is just like, these people are just amazing. There are so many amazing people out there that are willing to do what it takes to make a difference. I remember when I took government in college, my government teacher, he told me that one of the reasons why politicians like in Congress make so much money is so that it's hard to bribe them. And I'm like,
that was the idea.
That's not a fix. That's not a fix. That's a Band-Aid. Like, oh, well, since you can be bribed at $150,000, we're going to give you $200,000. So, well, why don't you just have more accountable, more responsible people, more people that are be held accountable? Like like the gun laws, like we have all these problems with murder and guns, and they're thinking that if they take guns away from law-abiding citizens, that it's not going to make a difference. These are criminals doing these things, so they're going to still be criminals. It's just back and forth. It's just bullshit. It's just the same old. All these school shootings, and there's nothing out of our politicians. They literally say they have no idea what to do. They're like, well, we don't know what to do.
They don't. At least they're being honest.
Hold the fucking hold the fucking school accountable for allowing bullying. I used to when I was in 5th grade, I got bullied so fucking bad. I told my teacher about it. She did nothing. I told my mom to tell my teacher about it. Still nothing happened. A lot of these kids that go and shoot up schools are bullied like a motherfucker. So the schools need to be held more accountable, and the fucking parents need to be held more accountable. Like, why aren't you talking to your child? Why is your child going through this? And you like, why isn't anything being done? Like, there's so many things that can be. You need to binge watch your children. So there's just a lot going on. I think it's just uninvolvement. I think it has a lot to do with parenting and respect.
Yeah.
And it's hard, and this has nothing to do with politics. This is responsibility. Like, you need to talk to your kid. You need to know if your kid is being bullied. And if you think so, make sure he can't get a hold of your AK-47.
Right.
Don't hold me accountable. I have concealed weapons permits. I'm not the problem. You're going to make it more difficult on me, but not the person who's going to break the law. It's not fixing anything. But it's just the same bullshit. It's Democrats, Republicans, Democrats, Republicans, Democrats, Republicans. I remember one time I was hanging out with a friend and I went to her house and she was living with her mom, and her mom was literally this far away from the fucking TV. She was this close to the TV. And like, she turned around to like introduce herself or meet me. And the first thing she says is, the Democrats said blah, 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 blah. And like, everything was Democrats. Everything was Democrats. I'm like, oh my God, man.
Oh, they are in control.
I do you like, it was like, that's not the answer. One way is not the answer.
No, but I love Dolphins Realtor's statement right here. Federal level, I'm a libertarian. State level, I'm a Republican. Local level, I'm a Democrat. And with my family and friends,
well, exactly. It's
brilliant.
It's not that easy. It's not that easy anymore. Back when, when it was illegal for women to vote and illegal for black people to vote and only white men with land could vote. Yeah, that stuff worked.
Moss, you probably want to stop saying things like that if you've never been here. So please. Like, you literally have no clue what you're talking about, bro. Trust me.
And I mean, yeah, it's just it's interesting, and I try to learn from it, and I try to practice what I preach. Like I practice what I preach. That's one thing I've always been big on, is not being a hypocrite. And I see a lot of hypocrisy in politics, or just laziness. It's just laziness. And so there's a lot. I mean, it's just crazy to see, like, just how far something can go politically and statewide. But yeah, and like how one city can just dictate all of the politics in the entire state, and how like everywhere else in the state is just so different than that one city. It's crazy. It's very interesting to see. There's so much to this country that just people haven't seen unless you get out and you go visit these places and you travel around to learn, what other places are like. And because like the last time I was in West Palm, my cousin's neighbor, in the time before that, he asked me only the same question. What's with the riots and the protests? And like, that's all he knows about Portland is just the riots and the protests. And like, that's not the only thing that goes on in that state. But I did go to those. Big ass, dude, thousands of people. I went to this protest in Portland, thousands and thousands of people, and fucking cops and SWAT teams everywhere. And I went into the middle. This was in June 2019. I went into the middle of all of that, and I started screaming out loud. I said, because there was people standing in line looking at the cops, and they were saying, fuck you, and screaming and yelling at the cops. I said, all right, well, you know what? When you need help, don't call the police. I said, don't do it. I started screaming that out loud, right? And so I started getting people around me when I was saying that, and I started talking to all these people, and at first
I'm really surprised you made it out of this whole thing.
Dude,
alive,
I don't care, man. Like I do care is what it is. I do care. And I understand that we need police reform. We need it big time. We need big time police reform, big time prison reform. But I'm not going to blame every cop in the country because of what one cop did, or two cops did. You're not going to blame me because of what my neighbor did, just because we live in the same building, or the downstairs people. You might as well put me in that same category. So when I was doing that, I started getting people around me. And one of them was even a podcaster. And at first I had a lot of people that were in opposition of what I was saying, but I was like, look, no, listen to what I'm fucking saying. And we had a lot of conversations. It started at yelling and screaming, and then it got down to talking and agreeing. All within like 20, 30 minutes. I was saying something that
probably... And you never got umbrellaed,
50, I was saying probably 60% of the people there, 70% of the people there were against what I was initially saying, but I got all of them to finally start agreeing with me. Yeah, but I mean, it was dangerous, but I don't know. Like, I know what I'm talking. Like, I could always learn. I could always improve, and that's why I like doing stuff like that, because I want to get people's reactions. I want to get their comments. I want to learn. But I believe in what I'm saying, and I'm not I guess you could say I was talking shit, but I wasn't really talking shit. If you hate the cops, if you hate officers so bad, well, where would we be if we didn't have policing? You know what I mean? So it's just interesting to be able to jump right into that and not have to see it on CNN or Fox News or whatever these people report on. Like, I filmed a lot of footage. I made a lot of videos when I was there because I wanted people to see actually what was happening, not just what was being reported.
I gotta squash this, dude. I guess. Hold on a second. We're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. We're gonna do it the way Colored likes to do it.
It was crazy because there was people that ended up in the hospital, people getting arrested because you had Antifa, and then you had organizations like the Proud Boys, and I'm not there to fight people. I'm there to make it work.
Oh, you said there was Proud Boys there, you say? I thought they were all... no, wait a minute. I know there were.
Right. There was just similar organizations. You know what I mean?
I followed the whole thing, so I know there were. My only point was that I thought they were all in Dade County. But we're going to squash this right here. Miami, Dade County, Miami-Dade County, Florida. Okay. According to as of the 2020 census, the population is 2.7 million people. I want Moss to tell me how many he estimates of those 2.7 million people are members of the Proud Boys. Can you give me that estimation, Moss? You found out Dade County Proud Boys, mostly all from and run the show for Republicans there. Yikes. Yeah. How many of them out of the 2.7 million people in Miami-Dade County? How many are there?
Who was the shaman?
You can get back to me on that number.
Ask the shaman guy. You had a Viking helmet on.
I'm not going to yell about it. I don't want to get into politics. That's not why I started getting into the Dolphins community. I was running from politics. I don't want to talk it anymore. Too many morons involved on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I won't vote Democrat or Republican. I won't do it. It's going to be the same shit. It's going to be the same shit.
My question to you would be those days that you were describing to us, and I appreciate you telling us your experience there, because it's very rare to hear somebody that, maybe I'll disagree with you on a lot of things politically, but you're actually you understand the nuances of why things happened there were wrong, yet we're able to interact there and come back to tell us about it. So I appreciate you telling us your story. But the one other question I had for you was what do you think would have happened if you or somebody around you or somebody, I don't know if you were there purely alone or if you had some comrades there with you, or whatever or whatnot, but what if somebody would have pulled out a camera and started filming the whole thing?
There was a podcaster there. I forgot who the podcaster was. I followed him on Instagram, but I don't even think he posts anymore because I haven't seen him in a long time. But he interviewed me. I forgot what it was like.
Well, from them, but I'm talking about somebody that they don't know.
Dude, I'm saying it on camera now.
Well, yeah, because they can't touch you now, but I'm talking about right there on the spot.
Dude, no. Look, man, I'm a man of my word. If I make a bet and I lose, I'm gonna pay up.
Hey, you know.
Like if I'm
not doubting you. That's why I'm asking. You know what I mean? Because we've seen a lot of incidents of it. You know what I mean?
I will say this on any level. I will say exactly what I've already said. Maybe even go into more extent. I'll say anywhere, anytime. I don't care who's watching or who's listening.
No, I get it. That's why I'm asking.
So
only because we saw a lot of incidents of it is all the only reason I'm asking you what your experience there was on that regard. You know what I mean? I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying, I didn't know. I was curious to know what somebody who actually went through all of what you described, had to say about that, because like I said, we saw a lot of incidents of that where, people seem to be going along fine. And then a person in the crowd would all of a sudden get upset that somebody's filming the whole thing. And, you get
there was a lot. There was camera crews there, and not necessarily saying CNN or Fox News. There was camera crews everywhere. There's people with shotgun mics and big cameras.
Yeah, like I saw footage of them destroying a lot of that equipment.
I personally didn't see it, and that's exactly what I mean. There was so much going on there that they probably found the worst things that happened there and just reported on that.
Yeah, well, it was a lot of it. It's not like they kept showing the same thing all over and over again. There was a lot. It was an entire summer of different stuff.
The protest that I went to in Portland, it was very loud, very aggressive, but the only violence was just like people standing in front of cops and screaming and yelling at them. And eventually some of them got arrested or some of them got in fights. There was people that got in fights and got hurt. That was really all I saw. But honestly, as far as the protest, I thought it went relatively well. I'd rather see something like that than burning down buildings and police cars and breaking down windows and throwing rocks. I'd rather see people out here hashing it out in person, face to face, with lots of cops around than wearing masks and going out in the middle of the night and destroying things. Like, that's not going to help anything. I did not. Whenever I saw that stuff posted on Instagram that they were going to do stuff, I would not go anywhere near that.
This is probably why you didn't see that kind of thing in Miami-Dade County. This is Realtor's comment. The Realtor's comment. This is probably why you didn't see all that in Miami-Dade County.
I mean, I didn't.
I'm assuming that was probably burn your shop down, right?
I saw someone get beat up and I saw people get arrested, but yeah, that I was just there that was one day, and there was probably a few other. Now there was a lot more that happened in Portland after George Floyd got killed, but I didn't go down there for that. So that might have been where that happened. That stuff happened. I'm not sure. But from what I've seen in person, it was just a lot of arguing and yelling and screaming, and a lot of cops. But except that was in Portland. But the Chaz zone, there was no cops.
Well, I think ironically, I think a lot of people forget because they see the glitz and the glamour of Miami and all that. And I think that a lot of people actually don't realize just how conservative the town, the Miami is actually, in fact.
Well,
for instance, remember the whole Jim Doors thing? I mean, that Jim Morrison thing with the Doors? How, like, he ended up, like, doing some things on stage that today would be, like, G-rated. And the city of Miami, like, arrested him and, like, charged him with a bunch of obscenity law crimes. And he ended up fleeing the state before, not too long after that, going out, leaving the country, and then ended up finding him, him being found dead in Paris.
Yeah.
And so he was actually wanted by Miami-Dade police when he died for acts he committed on stage that were considered to be obscene. This is Miami. You know what I mean? People forget how conservative a town it actually is.
Yeah, I mean, Florida.
Like, and we're starting to actually, and it's funny because it's coming from a different place. It's not actually coming from conservatism in this particular case, but it's still manifesting that way. Is that, as Ali had alluded to, Capitan has alluded to with his run-in and his incident that he really hasn't gone too public with and gotten into all the details with, but Ali in particular, how, and others have reported this, you start yelling on third down, standing, because you're supposed to make noise, the security guards are coming to you saying you're going to be removed from the stadium if you do that. Like, everybody has to sit down, shut up, and fold their hands.
Yeah, and it's starting. We're definitely starting to lose freedom of speech because you say one thing that a lot of people don't agree with, and you could lose. You lose a lot of credibility. And I'm not, and that's different than being saying racial slurs or homophobic slurs. I'm just saying, just in general, we're starting to lose our freedom of speech. Not that it's going away, but that it's not being accepted anymore.
Well, what it starts, it's kind of what you would call chilled speech. It's like a lot of people, and this is a fair statement to say that it's like chilled speech is also censorship. You know what I mean? Like, if you're convinced that if you do speak, there's going to be negative consequences, and you curtail what you say or change what you originally would have said, that's chilling your speech, and that's just as bad as censorship.
And it's very challenging, especially people who are trying to be politicians or stay in the public eye, or
hypercritical Miami Dolphins fans.
Yeah, or just anti-vaxxers, or I don't know. It's censorship is becoming
or hypercritical Miami Dolphin fans.
I think it's becoming somewhat of a problem. And I think that people are becoming scared to say what they believe, even if it's not bad, even if it's not terrible. It's because they don't want to get blackballed or canceled. So it's like, well, damn, man, we're trying to. If everybody can't say what they, if everybody isn't allowed to say what they feel or what they've seen, well, then how are we supposed to move forward? How are we supposed to grow and become better if I'm not even allowed to really talk? So. And
I agree, Moss. Thanks. You're absolutely right. It is. and it's always on both sides a loud minority. You're absolutely right. But
and I like how he said pay teachers more.
Right. To Dolphin Realtor, I'll get to that in just a sec, Tonk. To Dolphin Realtor's point, we all just down here, I think he's saying down here in South Florida, we just call each other dumb and keep partying. That's about it. That's about right.
Because it's nice, because the weather's nice all the time. But what Moss said about paying police and teachers more. So think about it like this. If teachers and police, I'll just stick with teachers for just this one. Imagine how good of qualified people we would have. Not saying that teachers right now aren't qualified or good, but if they made like $100,000 a year, the candidates, you would get like CEOs, or guidance counselors. Guidance counselors could be one of the most important parts of a school, and they're basically not even used. They're not used to what they should be. It's because they don't make enough money. You don't get the type of qualified people that you would if it was paying more money. And a teacher told me this, and she would probably be able to discuss that more. But basically what she said was, if you want to have better students, better outcomes of students, well, we need to pay teachers more so that we get more qualified teachers. For example, when I was in college.
Do you think that, I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. It's going to be a longer question than I had originally thought. So go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt you.
When I was in college, between my associate's degree and my bachelor's degree, I was getting to the end of my associate's degree and I didn't know what to do. I knew that I wanted to do something with environmental science, but I just didn't know what to do. So I went to the guidance counselor there, or the counselor or guidance. They said, hey, I need help trying to figure out what I'm going to do. And he goes, well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm like, well, isn't this your position here at the school? And he goes, yeah, but I'm kind of just a fill-in, so I don't really. And I'm like, okay, well, what do you actually do then? He goes, oh, I just kind of, do this and that. Basically, he said he's fucking worthless and that he can't help me do shit. I'm like, well, why are you here, dude? Like, why are we having a conversation right now if you can't help me do a fucking thing? Like, how are you in a position of why are you in the position you're in if you can't help me? That's what you're supposed to do, is help me, and you can't, and your reasoning is like kind of like this. I'm like, this is a freaking joke. Like, I was offended, honestly, because when I got so far into my degree and I understood how to go to college and how to be a good college student and how to take that right road so that you're not wasting your time. And then when I was a math tutor, I helped out so many people, because when I would become their math tutor, they started to talk to me about other things in college. And like, I don't know what to do with my degree. I don't know to do this. So I would help them figure it out because I figured out how to do it. But I didn't need no certification. I didn't need nothing to be able to do that. So I'm like, I don't know how this other dude is in this situation. I don't know how he's qualified to be here when he can't do shit. And we have a lot of that in our school system. We have people that just can't really do much, and there are teachers. And this is no disrespect. I'm not sending out disrespect, because we need teachers, but we need to pay them more. Absolutely.
So do you think that and this was going to be my question, do you think that, let's say, if schools were made to compete with each other to raise those standards, do you think that would make a difference, like in a private situation?
I don't know. That's hard for me to answer. I would start to lean on, like, in this is like, I would lean on teachers and private school and public school. I would get them together and have this discussion.
Well, I mean, as far as paying them more as
Well, so
as Dolphin
private
Wheeler
schools,
pointed out, if we stop paying $13 million a year on programs to see if quail breed better on cocaine, we might pay our teachers better.
Exactly. No, exactly. There's definitely the money is definitely there. It's just not being divided out the same. It's
and
not,
again, if let's say in a private situation, if schools were being made to compete for that money based on the standards of their teaching, you know what I mean?
No, we definitely need school reform. We need school reform. So,
well, first of all, you would increase the quality of teachers, and you would end up paying them more.
Exactly, and then maybe have less students per class. I mean, one teacher having 40 students, that's a lot. I know teachers right now that are in public school systems, and the amount of work they have to do outside of teaching, it's like these people are worked to death, like they're worn out. They're worn out. Like the system, it was when it started, it was good because we didn't have that very many people. Now we have so many people and it's the same system. It's not working anymore. We need a reform. And how that money is divided up. Yeah, I think that the state should have more control over private and public school systems.
See, they've already had control. That's my contention, is that we should actually get them out of the picture altogether. Like, in other words, I believe in some ways mandated education should be a thing, but I don't think that. I think somewhere along the lines back in the day that got confused with a socialist school system, and I don't think, or a socialized school system, and I don't necessarily think, I mean, look, it's one thing to have the state regulate standards, i.e. to make regular. That's precisely what they're supposed to do. You know what I mean? As the state. But to socialize it, I'm not so sure anymore. And, a case could be made to where it's like, should the state even be involved in other than, if you're talking about below certain standards, should they be involved in paying the teachers involved in the first place? Because then you enter in certain things like tenureship, guarantees, public sector unions that make things even worse, because they're negotiating with our tax dollars basically, and we don't even have a seat at the table when the union goes to negotiate with the politicians. Because remember that when you talk about a public sector union, this is what the governor of I believe it was Wisconsin figured out, was that when you have a public sector union, okay, first of all, forget the public sector union for a second. A government job, okay, is the people for that that work for that job, that the employees of that government job, their salaries are paid by the taxpayer, right? And as such, their benefits, their whatever comes out of your paycheck all the time, your insurance, all that stuff, that is also paid for by the taxpayer. So they already get all that stuff. And so when it comes to whether their wages and their benefits are fair or not, and they want to collectively bargain through a public sector union, the person that they're unionizing against, that they're collectively bargaining against, is the taxpayer. So who speaks for the taxpayer's interests to those public sector unions? The politician. You see what I'm saying? You see how this works? And so we as the taxpayer are having our tax dollars negotiated to pay the dues of that union out of the salaries that we pay for those government jobs. And those unions themselves take those dollars that were originally tax dollars, who may not have taxpayers' interests in mind as voters, and use them for what they will politically. So you can see how that vicious cycle happens. And that's what the governor of Wisconsin broke up. Not unions themselves He's not a union buster, as they labeled him. He just outlawed public sector unions. Unions where you have a collective of people that are bargaining against the taxpayer's interests without the taxpayer being at the table or their representative being a politician.
Yeah. So you said a couple things. So
I mean, that's literally, I don't know why that all just came out of me, but I've never had a place to actually say it for many people to hear it. But I wanted to clear up all the confusion from all that stuff that happened back in the day in Wisconsin, first of all. And secondly, clear the air on being able to be a person that, while I support collective bargaining, I am vehemently against collectively bargaining against the taxpayer.
Yeah, you're demonstrating a lot of knowledge and and experience with that. We
can make a whole show about it.
Yeah,
that's what we want here at TMI.
So when it
that
comes
was way too much information, right?
Yeah. So when it comes to that, like, some of the smartest people I know, I went to school with at Lake Worth High. Some of the dumbest people I know went to a private school and had everything paid for. Okay. So just because you go to a private school and have rich parents doesn't mean you're going to come out smarter than someone who went to a public school. And if it wasn't for public schools, I wouldn't have got a good education. I eventually would have been able to go to a private school, but only because my grandfather worked there.
Mm-hmm.
Not because anyone that was paying for me could afford it. And
well, I just wanted to say
public schooling.
Wanted to say, oh, by the way, in case y'all don't know, Lake Worth High School in Lake Worth, Florida, in Palm Beach County, is as far as education goes, I'm telling you, it is the University of Miami of Palm Beach County, as far as high schools go.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, it was an F school when I was there.
Was Mr. Cantley your principal?
No, I forgot.
No, dang, he was already gone by then. He's the one that basically turned that whole school around and made it what it is when you went there.
Well, it was a magnet school when I went there, but it was still an F school. Like, how is an F school being able to stay an F school? Like, why hasn't there been change or something happened? Like, how is that even a thing? Now, I'm not hating on Lake Worth. This was a fact.
Well, again, I went there. I went there a very long time ago. You know what I mean?
And
so it's hard for me to know.
And the only reason why I graduated was because I worked my ass off. I graduated with a 2.1 GPA.
Right.
I worked my ass off to get to get a diploma and to graduate. I worked very, very hard.
So by the time you were there, this logo in my avatar was probably long gone by the time you were there.
Not a little bit. It just changed.
Like, I mean, on their football gear. I mean, on their football uniforms.
Yeah, it just changed.
Right. Because we never really wore this a logo like this on our uniforms. We had plain maroon and white uniforms, but we had an LTW on our helmet, right? Like a little
L.
L.
Have some of that,
right? A little L, a little W, and a big T for Trojans, right? And if anybody wants to know what that looks like, it's almost identical, except the two little letters are different. But it's almost identical to the Texas A&M uniform scheme, and their helmet.
Yeah. Same
with
color.
The little A and the little M and the big T for Texas. It's the same exact maroon and white. It's the same exact color scheme. The logo from far away almost looks like Lake Worth Trojan helmets. That's why they're my second college team. If I have to root for somebody besides the Hurricanes, it's Texas A&M because their uniforms look like my high school team.
But when we're talking about like taxpayer dollars, private sector, public sector, we need a lot of change there. And who suffers the most are the students themselves. So I would you know, if this was something that, let's say I'm a politician or I'm a president or mayor, I would call up every teacher I know and have conversations with them or have them help me with this, because I only have experience of going and being a student. I don't have any experience of like being like, I was a tutor and I worked as a tutor, but I was paid from a grant system. I wasn't really an employee. I was a grant employee.
Right.
And another thing that is starting to really happen is administrative personnel is on the rise and teachers aren't. It's almost becoming the opposite, where you're getting less teachers and you're getting more people working in the office. We don't need all these people working in the office. We need teachers. I go to school to see teachers. I don't go to school to see office personnel.
Right.
Like, we are seeing a huge rise in administrative, almost, and a lot of money goes to administrative because those are the people that make more money than the teachers.
Right.
How the hell?
They're funneling them in right from the college too. Like, the college students become those administrators.
Yeah, and it's like, how is this? A school is where teachers work, not administrative. Yes, we do need some administrative, but why is there becoming more administrative than teachers? We go to school for teachers to learn,
because they have to govern, they have to administrate the safe zones.
I know, but
it's literally what it's about, Tonk. I know it sounds political, but you know what I mean? It is.
You're going to make more money than me, and you don't even talk to a student.
They have to make sure there's enough of regulation of the microaggressions, bro. That's literally why why the administrators' numbers are rising, dude.
It's absolutely ridiculous, and it's so stupid. It's like, at the same time, then we have these people, I don't know how much it affects schools and stuff, but like people that work for a company and then they retire and they still get paid after they're retired. A lot of that is starting to now backfire on companies because they're almost having more people that are retired and making money than they have actual employees that are working and making money.
Yep.
So, yeah, that business model worked in 1940.
Well, right, Tonk, to your point. Why would I go work for a company as a network IT or IT administrator or technician? Why would I go do that when I could have started a YouTube channel pumping out videos teaching people how to open up laptops and repair them and make thousands or whatever, or hey, who knows? Sky's the limit. You know what I mean? If you're a good presenter, and that's what I was just gonna get to you with too. Is like, you ever thought of like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not. Hey, you're here for life. At your leisure. You've got a relationship with El Capitan that supersedes mine. You know what I mean? So. This is above and beyond the Finn's tailgate, but you ever thought like even on something on the side, like just like teach people yourself online, like in some form, just do your own thing and say, fuck the world. And I'm going to teach people. And if that hits off and you're getting donations flooding in because it's another YouTube gig or whatever, you know what I mean? Bro, I mean, if that's what you want to do to contribute, people are willing to give you what your value is. People are willing to make sure you get your value. I mean,
interesting.
Just keep that in mind, bro. Because if that's what you aspire to do, man, I wanted to be a teacher when I was young, when I was a younger adult, when I finally really formed my maturity and realized what type of person I am and this and that. I wish I would have got into teaching, man. But I'm talking about teaching people, not teaching kindergartners, not teaching high schoolers. I'm talking about teaching people that are paying to be there, people that want to be taught.
Yeah.
Like a college professor or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
It's just in me. I want people to know what's in my head.
Yeah, I mean, like you said it to me.
Or if what's in my head is wrong, I want to be corrected. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's how I am almost all the time.
I mean, I always look at it like, if a person is wrong, if you're wrong, but you're wrong and coming from a place of education, there is nothing to be ashamed of in being wrong.
Absolutely. No, I absolutely. I am always willing to take I don't want to say, I guess it would be called criticism, but let's see, what would the word I use?
Like self-deprecation?
No, but like if I'm talking stuff and saying stuff and people know more about what I'm saying and can correct me, please do.
Right.
You know, that's why I let him, what's his name, come on. I made a bet. I lost the fucking bet, but he came on and told me the business. I'm always down for that.
Right. But now check this out though. 10 years from now, if you, and I'm not saying Big Nick was lying or don't know what he's talking about or anything like that. I'm just saying 10 years from now, if you come across somebody else that corrects both of you in some way, maybe some nuance of the conversation we were having, you know what I mean? You could then say, why should I have to be ashamed of then? I came from a place of education. Me and that guy, Big Nick, had worked it out and looked things up and agreed, and kind of everybody educated themselves that night. And we said what was. And so if that ends up getting corrected, there again, you don't have to feel shame for being wrong there, because again, you came from a place of education in being wrong.
Absolutely not. No, I wouldn't feel bad. I didn't feel bad tonight. Yeah.
No, I'm just talking in general for anybody.
No,
you just happen to have had a great example of it tonight.
I've always tried to be someone that could stand behind what I say. It's why I've always been on the term, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
That's why when I'm eating crow, when Tua proves me wrong and I'm eating crow, I'm pulling out the jerk seasoning. I'm not crying about it, because I think I've proven over the last couple months where, my disbelief in him is rooted in education. So if I'm wrong about that and he proves me wrong, then why should I be ashamed? Give me the crow.
No, there's no shame. I mean,
hey, I don't know. Is crow white meat or is it like gamey?
I don't know. Watch Game of Thrones. Yeah, I mean, if you're saying what you believe in and what you understand and what you've learned, then there's no reason.
Right, and it has nothing to do with my personal feelings about Tua Tagovailoa. You know
what
I mean?
I do want to answer another one about electric vehicles.
Mm-hmm. I thought you might. I was going to pull it up.
I am 150,000% for hydrogen when it comes to alternative energy for house and vehicles, because you use water, you separate the molecules, you burn the hydrogen, and you get water as the byproduct. But with electric cars, so the thing I like about electric cars is they need less parts, because it's like picture a big RC car versus picture like back in the day when we would race cars, we would have the little gas ones, and now we have electric. Look, there's less parts. So besides the battery, there's less parts that are moving. So it'll be more sustainable that way. And the more that we incorporate alternative energy into our total account of energy consumption, then electric cars are looking better and better, because you're getting the energy from a sustainable source.
So do these electric cars, do they have like 50 little Arduinos running the whole thing?
They're giant batteries. And as long as you take care of them,
the program, the electronics involved. Is it like one big Arduino, or is it like 50 of them all linked together?
Well, it might be 50 of them in one.
Well, I'm being sort of complex but simplistic at the same time. It's just a bunch of microcontrollers, but in the sense, it's like a bunch of, like your RC car example. It's like a little bunch of Arduinos powering the thing.
So I'll continue talking about electric cars in a segment about Aquavision, but what Anthony is asking, yes, they do, because it's called straight drive. So it's basically the battery is right on top of the tires and it just goes. It doesn't, there's not a transmission. So you're removing out a whole system. By default, you're removing out a whole system that operates the car. That's why they're a little bit better, because they don't need as much fuel. They don't need as much lubrication either. And now that we're starting to have, like, FP&L has multiple solar panel farms in Florida. So when you have this alternative energy being introduced into our grid system, and it's not requiring coal or gas, and that powers a battery, it's basically carbon-free electricity being created and then sent down into a carbon-free emission car. So when you have a system like that, it's really good. But if you don't have a system like that, it's like a big power plant with coal, then it's still a little bit dirty, because where you're getting your electricity is from a dirty source.
Tonk, looks like you made it to the late crew, bro. You're about to have an influx of people if you want to keep talking.
No, I can do this.
Crypto's here now. How you doing, Crypto? Anthony just showed up.
Because it's not gonna go anywhere. I just looked at an advertisement for electric Blazer. I am still 100% for hydrogen. I don't know why we're not doing that here. It's very confusing to me, but
is it not efficient right at the moment? Is it still not efficient?
Well, it's dangerous.
And
I
can see that.
All right. If you look up a map,
I mean, isn't it sort of like, and maybe I'm being real basic.
So look up a map. Look up a map of Europe.
I mean, it's like hydrofusion, right? It's like
no. You have water. You take water and you send it into this electronic device. It's called hydrolysis. I see what you're saying. Oh, of course. It's like a little. It's basically like a little. It's like this big.
It's like a kind of a gaseous form of a hydroelectric dam.
Okay, so
I know what you're saying. So when you have a copper pipe laid up against a concrete wall without any insulation, it'll eventually rust. It'll eventually corrode because of electrolysis, which is when the water is running through the copper pipe. Because of the running water, it creates an electric current on the copper pipe, and that interacts with the lime and all that stuff in the concrete and causes the copper pipe to corrode. So what I'm saying is there's electricity created because of the flowing water. So it sounds like a similar principle, like you're saying, where the hydrogen is being injected somewhere, and it's creating that same phenomena, the electrolysis, and they're taking that electricity to use it for the electric motor, or no?
No, there's no electric motor in a hydrogen car.
Okay.
So when you have, let's say,
maybe I just came up with
I have a cup of water. Usually it's distilled water because it needs to be a perfect 7
pH.
pH.
Mm-hmm.
You pour it into the reservoir. You turn the car on, and it takes that water and it separates the molecule, having the H2 and the O.
Right.
The oxygen gets released into the atmosphere for us to breathe and love.
Right.
Then it takes the H2,
which is deuterium, right?
No, it's hydrogen.
Right, but 2 molecules, 2 atoms of hydrogen, I believe, is deuterium, I think.
So hydrogen in its natural form is always 2.
Oh, okay.
When it floats around, it's 2.
Right.
That's why it's, So you take that H2 and you send it into the engine, and you have the combustion where you're lighting a flame up to it.
Okay.
And when you burn hydrogen, all you're doing is adding oxygen. So you get an explosion, but you get water as the byproduct. So it's
so do they cycle the oxygen back through for the compression purposes, or what? Like you said, they separate the oxygen from that. They could pipe that back through for the compression. But I'm saying, couldn't they pipe that back through, loop it back through for the compression?
Yes, there could be systems
for like more turbo horsepower or whatever.
It's not okay. So, and has nothing to do with atomic splitting. We're not splitting the atoms. We're splitting the molecule. Atoms make molecules.
Right.
So we're not splitting the oxygen atom.
Right. No, I know.
Splitting
the H molecule. From the O, and the H is being, the O is being expelled, but then
it goes away. Yeah.
Then later you said that O gets added in.
Okay, but
couldn't you just loop that original O back through?
Well, okay. Possibly. But when I say that O is being added back in, it's because burning, whenever you burn,
right, it's the forward momentum of the car. It's rammed in. It's ram air, like the oxygen. It's the intake of the oxygen.
It's the combination of
right. So maybe to increase horsepower, like in a turbo situation.
Well, it's a combustion. It's a combustion.
Right, and what I'm saying is to increase that horsepower, that compression, they could re-loop that original O back into the flow too.
Well, that's not like how they're doing it in Europe. So you get water as a byproduct because whenever you burn anything at all, ever, as that reaction itself is adding oxygen to that molecule.
Right. Right.
So you get water as the byproduct. So it's super clean and it's very efficient. Like when space rockets leave Earth,
so does it spit out a big rooster tail of water, or does it just like drip out?
I haven't seen one in person. They probably have some kind of filter there to collect it. But when rockets leave Earth, they use hydrogen to leave. They don't use jet fuel; it's hydrogen.
Right.
Because it's so powerful. So if you look up Europe, if you go hone over Europe, where you can see Germany all the way down to France and over, and just put hydrogen or hydrogen gas station, you'll see it all over the place. So you can pull up into this is my dream right here.
See, you can pull up. Anthony's talking more like a steam jet.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's actually burning the hydrogen to pump like a piston. Instead of adding gasoline, you're adding hydrogen. That's the only difference.
Right.
That's the only difference is that what you're burning is H2 instead of that long molecule of gasoline.
And the key of not having done that already.
Gasoline is like CHO.
And I believe that the reason we haven't done that is first the danger involved in burning the hydrogen, but also that I don't believe it can provide as much compression as like ethanol or gasoline. You know what I mean?
No, it's because oil companies run the world.
Well,
and hydrogen isn't oil. That's why.
But see, if that was the case, I mean, and I'm not saying it's not, but maybe we should be exploring other easier technologies to accomplish, like teleportation. You know,
dude, we have to be 100% capacity up here to teleport. We have to be able to like travel through electricity. Human body travel through electricity.
I don't disagree. I kind of think the other way around though. Like I think computers have to have such processing power by then to be almost as close to the human brain in processing.
I think in like 10,000 years humans will be able to do
well,
that.
I don't know, because you got to remember the exponential growth of technology. Remember that theory. And it's been
Let me just finish a couple topics first.
Sure, man. I'm sorry. I don't,
So
by the way, before you go, I wanted to let you know earlier that was Capitan with them memes, not me, bro. Just wanted to let you know.
I didn't know who it was.
I know.
Because I know you have control too. I
got
it's just like when I'm talking and it just comes on. It's like,
I got you. I know that. So that's why I was letting you know. I remember our conversation when we first met. So that was Capitan with them memes, bro. Just letting you know. Go ahead, man.
So in Germany, and I've had people, and I've seen pictures of it. I actually use a picture of it all the time. You can pull into a gas station that has solar panels and a machine that has water in it. The electricity, all you need is electricity. It separates the molecules. It sends the H2, like you hook up the device to your car and you like screw it on so that there's a connection without any air getting in. You can fill up on hydrogen fuel. And we're talking like 50, 60 miles a gallon you would get with this stuff. And people drive all around with it. It's so used in Europe. I don't know why we're not doing it here, but I think a lot of it has to do with oil companies, because there was a company that made hydrogen devices that you could put onto your car. And I found a guy who knew how to install them. But every person that I've ever talked to who knew how to actually install those and do those here in the United States was the most sketchiest person. And you could tell that they were scared. And whenever I've talked about this with other people, they literally said, yo, you better be careful talking about that because you can disappear. It's because oil companies have had their grasp on this country for so many years that it had to take someone like Elon Musk to come in here and say, no, this is what we're going to do. Because he's just high enough up there to where he can't be.
Oh, he's high enough. All right.
Yeah, exactly. So it took someone like that. And I want to just finish a couple, because I was asked a couple questions.
Let me know what you want to bring up. Anthony's comment.
So electric is going to continue to happen more and more just because it's already happening. And yes. What he said, yes, 100,050. Look, we can't just keep all right. Yes, hydrogen you burn, but you get oxygen, you get water as the byproduct. We can't just keep burning everything to get energy. We're going to run out of a fuel source. Where does coal come from? You have to dig your fucking ass off to find coal. It's not just popping up, or we have to dig for oil. Like, yes, we still have it. Yes, it's going to be used, but we need to find other ways to get electricity, regardless of what you believe. We need to find other ways to generate electricity. Burning stuff, coal and oil, it's only going to last for so long before it's very hard to. It's not coincidence that the farther we get along in civilization, the more expensive oil is becoming. It's not only inflation. It's because it's becoming harder to find. It's becoming more expensive to drill. And with more and more people having automobiles, it's becoming more needed. But we already need it for plastic. We already need it for roads. So we're going to, like, plastic, even though as difficult as it's become now, it's used all the time in hospitals. It's used a lot in our life. So we need that. We haven't, besides silicone, we still need oil for other things. And wind turbines, when placed properly, yes, because you have to watch out for migratory birds on land. And then in the oceans, they affect whales and seal, well, anything that has echo in the ocean. Because, I mean, if you're swimming in the water, you can hear a boat from really, really far away.
I actually knew you were going to get into the wind turbines, and I have to interject here because I was wondering if you saw those the new style wind turbines that look like a big box. They look like a big cube.
And they just turn.
It looks just like an air furnace or something. You know what I mean?
And they just turn. So they have trees. They have this thing. It looks like a tree. And all the leaves are little tiny turbines, and they all spin like this. So for an animal to get hurt by that, it would really have to mess with it. It's not like this big giant thing that has a big giant fan. So once we figure out how to start making that work to where we're not killing the shit out of birds or really hurting whales and dolphins and stuff with echolocation, And sometimes even sharks attack these lines, the conduit lines that are going from the wind turbines out in the ocean onto land. Sharks attack those things. And I mean, imagine how long it would take a couple great whites to chew through. They literally have teeth that just keep growing and growing and growing, so they can just keep chewing on the shit. So we're always going to have an impact on this planet when it comes to like birds and other animals. We're always going to have an impact, but we just got to figure out what impact is the least but also is the most beneficial for us as far as energy consumption. I think that batteries are a big part of energy future as far as harnessing the energy and then storing it, whether it's batteries or it's some kind of other liquid. But there's a lot of companies nowadays that are trying to find other ways to make hydrogen. Like if you grow algae, a certain type of algae, if you grow algae with no sunlight, their byproduct of their cellular respiration, like what they breathe out, what they emit from breathing, is hydrogen, H2, instead of CO2. So that's another way to like just get hydrogen. Yes, wind turbines and solar panels, like there's so much sun that hits the earth in one state. If we had one state of just solar panels, it could power almost the entire planet.
Can you imagine if one day we went to the grocery store and got some bottled water and it was algae water? Like, you know what I mean? Like that water, like they made water out of what you're talking about, you know, drinking water.
It's I mean, you have these technical companies that are popping up that have a lot of investing firms, and they're just figuring out all these different ways. They're finding out how to like have plastic be eaten. They're growing bugs that eat plastic, literally just eat plastic.
That's they have those ones that do oil too. That's how they've been cleaning up oil spills for a long time.
Yeah,
this bacteria that eats oil.
There's a lot going on. I mean, it's fine, and you know, and it had a lot to do with the laws, these freaking laws around the country that are so anti-alternative energy. It was in 2016. There was a big push for not having solar panels, and they said it was going to affect firemen. It was a lie. It was straight up a lie. They said if you vote for Amendment 4, it's going to hurt firemen. It was a lie, and it got voted in. Amendment 4 got voted in. I've never seen so many solar panels in Florida until after 2016, because Florida finally got rid of these stupid laws that don't only support coal. I also support nuclear energy, but not the way we do it. So France is like 70, maybe even 8. I know they're at least 70, but they might even be 85% nuclear energy. And the reason why they are so good with it, and same with Germans too, is because you have the uranium, plutonium that's harvested and used to actually make the nuclear reaction.
Right.
They come in these, it looks like, picture like the fucking Empire State Building shrunk down to about this big.
Right.
That's what it looks like. That's what is actually used in a nuclear reactor.
Right.
The United States has a law that doesn't allow those things to be reused. So they fucking bury them in a mountain.
Yep.
And they call it, they said, no, you can recycle them. That's how France does it.
Well, I mean, other than recycling them to dispose of them, that's all you can do. That's the only method of disposal, is what I'm saying.
Currently, I mean, you could also send them to the sun.
I know. That's why I've never wondered. I mean, I get that we already got space junk, but that doesn't mean you can't send it on a trajectory out of our orbit, right?
Yeah, just send it towards the sun, like literally where it came from. And we have this law, it's called proliferation, where they don't allow the recycling of the nuclear, the waste is what you would say. But France does a very good job, but they allow the recycling. And there's other types of ways to harness nuclear power. There's uranium, plutonium, and then there's called thorium, thorium.
Yeah, cesium,
that's another
cobalt,
element.
Few of them. Yep.
Yeah, that's another element. So, because we've just had this grasp on freaking oil companies, dude. Bill Clinton signed into law. I was so pissed when I found this out. I was so mad. I was so mad, and I was really heartbroken. Dick Morris was an advisor to Bill Clinton.
Campaign advisor for Bill Clinton, yeah.
He should be in prison.
Or political advisor.
He should be in prison. He told Bill Clinton it was a good idea to sign into law that if a company, when they're drilling, let's say in the Gulf of Mexico, they're drilling. If they have a leak, they're not responsible for it. Are you kidding me? Like, he helped Bill Clinton sign that into a law. And he also signed into a law that it was something with royalties.
Wait, are you excusing the president of the United States for putting his pen to paper because of what his political advisor told him?
No, I'm not excusing him. I'm saying he's stupid as hell.
No, you're saying, okay, that's fine, but why is Dick Morris culpable?
Because he helped him. He told him it was a good idea.
Oh, come on. He's the president of the United States. Dick Morris didn't make the decisions Bill Clinton made to get there.
Yeah, I know, but why would you say it's a good idea for a company to have an oil leak?
Okay, but take a poll of the room. I'm sure he had more people he was asking than Dick Morris.
Okay.
Just saying.
Okay, but look what happened with the BP oil spill.
Okay, but that's still, I'm just wondering how Dick Morris plays into this, because it's the president of the United States. I'm sure he asked more people than just Dick Morris's opinion.
Okay, but when I found this out, it was Dick Morris talking about it on TV.
Well, of course, but you're killing the messenger.
Dude, why would somebody want to allow an oil company to
Ask
not
Bill
be
Clinton.
responsible?
Ask Bill Clinton. He put the pen to paper.
Okay. I guess you're just not seeing what I'm talking about here. I'm saying that oil companies have had so much control of this country that they're allowed to have a leak in the Gulf of Mexico and not be held accountable for it. That's how much control oil companies have.
I know, it's terrible. That's terrible.
What I'm saying. Regardless of why, that's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous.
Would it surprise you to know that the governor of Florida recently signed into mandated a new restrictions off or I should say mandated that no new drilling start off Florida coastlines?
That's good.
Gulf or Atlantic?
That's good.
Just letting you know.
We need to stop drilling. We need to focus on...
Just letting you know.
No, that's good. We need to, because it destroys the environment, and especially water environment. I mean, you know how far oil will go? Like, once it gets, like, if you look at like a puddle of water and one little drop of oil, and it goes all over the whole freaking puddle. Like that, it's one of the most toxic things that can happen in the ocean is oil drilling.
Now, I don't know how many miles that goes off of Florida's coast, you know what I mean? But just to give credit where it's due, you know, the current governor.
Yeah, I'm not very fond of what he's done, but I mean, I can't disagree with that at all. And I'm glad to finally seeing action be, you know, put into place, because we need to stop focusing on oil. We need to focus on other things. I mean, we have enough energy to last us for years from one day of sunlight. Like, it's right there. It's been there the whole time. But they want to look into the ground. I mean, this stuff worked when there was only 1 billion people on the planet. Like, that's what I mean. Like, what we're still using isn't working anymore. We need more. We need a lot in our infrastructure bill that just got passed. It doesn't really help a lot. A lot of it was just it's called pork. A lot of that infrastructure bill was pork, and they're talking about hydrogen, but they're trying to make hydrogen from oil. Like, why would you want to use oil to make hydrogen when you could just get it from water? It's just like these politicians. It's like
on the same token, Governor DeSantis also just directed a large amount of new money towards fixing the issue and repairing the Everglades, fixing the issue with the Okeechobee levee and all that.
Yeah, that's been a problem that started a long. Honestly, dude, Florida shouldn't have ever really been developed. It shouldn't have. It was one big giant marshland. Like, I don't know why Henry Flagler went down there and said, "You know what we need here? We need roads,
railroad.
I want to put a house right here.
You know,
in water everywhere." Look, dude, can you imagine?
Remember, Tonk? Remember, we got you. You remember? You grew up here. You know, we got an old local saying: "What was swamp will be swamp eventually again."
Yeah. Hello?
That's why we have people getting swallowed up by sinkholes here. Looks like Tonk's got a late night visitor. We'll give him a second to get back. Appreciate y'all hanging with us this late. I had no idea Tonk would want to go till 3:30 in the morning. It's not usually the norm, but appreciate y'all hanging with us. Like and share. Subscribe if you haven't. While he's gone, I'll go ahead and get that out of the way. Oh, here he comes. So, yeah, you didn't have to regulate nobody, right?
Sorry about that.
Right on.
Yeah, so I mean that's crazy that like I mean I mean can only imagine what Florida was like before all the development. It was like just swampland. I don't know why it was like mosquitoes. I mean, imagine how bad the mosquitoes were back then. Why would you want to go down there and live down there? Like, whatever, it is what it is. It's too late now, but at least, I mean, that's great strides. I mean, that's great strides. That's really great strides to stop oil drilling. And FAU, it never happened. I was so excited when I heard about it, but FAU had a plan to put water turbines in the Gulf Stream, and they were shaped like little jets, but it just never, I forgot what it was. It just never actually happened. And there was also freaking Governor, what was his name? The guy who looks like a fruit bat, Rick Scott.
Oh, he was a fruit bag.
So a fruit bat.
Oh, a fruit bat. Well, he was a fruit bat.
He looks like the vampire kid that we used to see on those magazine covers.
See, Tonk, down here in Florida, we just gave up on Democrats a long time ago, bro. We actually got Republican on Republican crime, bro. Like I told you, DeSantis, made the executive order for no new drilling off Florida coast. He directed new money to the Lake Okeechobee and Everglades problem, right? And to your point about Rick Scott, when the voters of Florida legalized or voted to legalize medicinal marijuana, the first thing Rick Scott did was use his executive power to kind of stymie that by making it by putting a ban on smokable forms. So you could only get edibles and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and when you could get smokable forms, it came in a container.
Right. A little vape cartridge or whatever, right?
No, it was like a little garbage basket.
Right.
You would put into a device, and it was like, what the fuck is this?
So back to what I was saying about how we long left Democrats behind on a lot of issues. When DeSantis became governor, also a Republican, he immediately reversed that ban on smokable forms of marijuana. So thank Governor DeSantis for your ability to go buy an eighth of bud at the dispensary.
I don't know. The war on marijuana is just like,
I know.
Oh my God, would you just?
I just wanted you to know that that particular issue has been a carrot on a stick for that party for a long time, and for the Republicans to be coming around on it. Here's the problem with marijuana talk, and it's always been this way. First of all, and I'm going to go raw on both parties right now. I don't care what people want to call me or think what my ideologies are. I don't care, because I'm going to say it like it is. Democrats have been using marijuana as a carrot on a stick to get young voters out to vote for my entire life. Okay. Our current president literally just did it. Literally just promised 3 weeks before the election that he would deschedule marijuana at the federal level. Okay. The first thing he did was fire half the staff for testing positive. Okay. So that hasn't been done yet. Another time that another promise has been made. Okay, they've been doing it to us in Florida. They do it to their voters in Missouri. Okay, I witnessed it at both places. Okay, and the now on the other token, Republicans, they have been so scared to upset grandma and grandpa for so long. Okay, when it comes to fighting for our liberty, they claim to be constitutionalists. Okay, and I would submit that there is no there's no reason they should be curtailing our constitutional liberty as long as alcohol remains legal and constitutionally protected. Okay. That being said, look, what a lot of Republicans are starting to realize as they get old, as the young ones get older, is that when they're talking about grandpa and pissing off grandpa and grandpa for legalizing marijuana, who's grandpa and grandpa? I'm 45 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, at what point do we become grandpa and grandma? Like, and governors like DeSantis are realizing that fact, is that it is a constitutional liberty issue. And if he's going to stand on Republican principles, that something needs to be done. And at least he stood on those principles when he reversed Rick Scott's ban on smokable forms. We'll see what happens with recreational going forward in Florida. But, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm calling to action right now. I'm calling to action I'm calling for President Biden. I'm calling for action right now. You promised to deschedule it at the federal level. Okay. It's right there for everybody to see. The evidence is there. You said it yourself. Do it. It's a stroke of the pen. It's always been a stroke of the pen. It's calling up the DEA and saying marijuana is no longer a Schedule I narcotic. It's that simple. Get it done. We don't need Congress to be passing it around like they have been. Okay. It's not their purview. It's an executive order. It was an executive order. It is an executive order.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe, I don't know.
It's that simple.
I don't know.
And if y'all think the Democrats, what are the Democrats going to do? Pass a law to what? Force the president to deschedule it? Is that what the law said? No. They're jumbling around another carrot on a stick for everybody. Okay. And I ain't buying it because I know what it takes.
If anything, I mean, dude, billions of dollars are made every year. I don't know how many states actually make that much, but I know Colorado makes that much every year. $1 billion on marijuana sales. Like that's an economy booster. If anything, I don't like, just look at the numbers alone. And imagine how many people won't be in jail. And plus, nobody's really doing stupid stuff when they're stoned. Like,
well, let me give you an example. Even in Florida, where it's just medicinal, okay, if you want to talk about the numbers involved, and now this is totally anecdotal, okay, but it'll help illustrate in a layman's way how easily you can assume or presume how much money is being made. Okay. When I go to my dispensary and I get an 1/8 ounce of bud, of flour, right? An 1/8 ounce is like 3.5 grams. It's a small amount, okay, of flour. And it comes in a glass jar, a little glass jar, right? I have got piles of these glass jars all over my apartment because it's hard to throw away little glass jars. They can be used as containers. Plus, I kind of feel compelled, since it's such a large amount of them, it's not just throwing away one glass jar. I kind of want to recycle them. But my dispensary has no way for me to return these jars to them for reuse, which they could be perfectly easily sterilized and reused for the same purpose.
Yeah, they're not allowed to.
Okay, in an exchange. But no, every time I go there, they give me another glass jar. Like, seriously, you telling me that it ain't expensive to be distributing an 1/8 ounce of bud in a glass jar like that? They have to be making money hand over fist, man.
Yeah. I mean, you could put those glass jars in your recycling bin.
I know. I just gotta my apartment complex's recycling bins are all like, because nobody can read what the side of the container says, so they're all like everything, which defeats the whole purpose.
Yeah.
So like the blue one and the yellow one, they're both brimming with paper. Like, I don't know which one's which anymore, and the side of the thing is, you know.
So I wanted to answer a couple questions, and then I'm getting tired as hell. I wanted to just answer one about Anthony, and then what James was saying. Jimmy Jones. Yeah. So the one with Anthony said, Tonk, how long do you think it would be before our generation starts taking control and being able to take money out of politics and not allow lobbying for these big corporations? I think once we start getting more millennials in there and younger generations, and stop voting of Democrats or Republicans. Look at, before you go vote, look at all the names that are on there and then look those people up. You could even call those people. Most of the time you can call those people, ask their views, like what they believe in. If they believe in that or not, or if they, I don't know how honest they'll be. I'm not sure, but it's going to be active voting, but like the right voting, not just Democrat, Republican. And it's going to take
not necessarily not either.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, if you really believe that, and it's all, I mean, obviously there's always trust involved. And that's probably why we default to when we say, oh, yeah, vote not just Democrat and Republican, because obviously all of us has lost trust in all of them. So, but don't be afraid to I mean, just because somebody is one or the other, not to vote for them. You know what I mean? Like that too. You know what I mean? Try to look elsewhere, but don't be afraid. Like if it's a party you're not used to voting for, just look at the person involved. That's all. That's all you can do anymore.
Get more information on who's actually running. And it's our voting. I mean, there's always probably going to be some kind of lobbying because we can't just depend on politicians to do all of the marketing and research. They have other people that do that for them. But yeah, as far as like lobbyists that work for oil companies, we got to start pulling the power away. Like a good way to be like every Sunday, nobody get gasoline. Nobody in the entire country fuel up on Sunday.
Well,
every Sunday.
We've done things like that before at the private level. Like people have made little campaigns like that where it's like, don't go this Friday. You know what I mean?
It's got to be every week. Like we have to start. We have to we have to put our foot down. Like,
I've never been against that kind of stuff. The only thing I've ever been
trying to get everybody to do it.
Look, this is the thing for me, Tonk. I've never been against that kind of stuff. I'm against a party or a politician that would ever mandate that by the government. That's all. Everybody should do stuff like that. We should all get together and do campaigns and agree and try to live up to it and stuff like that. But the second the government tries to mandate something like that, I'm done. I'm off the march. You know what I mean?
You mean to where you're not allowed to get gas on Sundays?
No. I'm saying things like that. Like if the government were to come out and be like, I mean, obviously they can do that if you're talking about shortages and stuff. But then we're admitting we're in the 70s again. What I'm talking about is like you're talking about where, just as a proactive thing, not if it's government mandated. I can't go that far if you're talking proactive.
We're starting to pull the power away from them with all of these. That's why I am impartial for electric cars, because the more electric cars we have, the less fuel that's being required to push all these automobiles. So it's slowly pulling the power away. Now it's actually giving the power to but I don't know. I mean, the same system isn't going to keep working.
We kind of got off it a little bit earlier, but you don't think with the theories behind the advancement of technology and the exponential growth, you don't think that we would be at the level of computational processing power in the not too distant future enough to be able to teleport matter?
Teleport
or
matter?
at least starting with teleporting complex matter. You know what I mean? Like a table or something, or a TV or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think electricity will have a lot to do with that.
Because to your point, if you're going to remap memory engrams,
I don't know, it might take, but we got to be careful doing stuff like that, dude. Like they already have these super colliders, and those things can literally cause a black hole. If we cause a black hole in our planet, we could it could suck us all in.
Maybe, but it's likely it would just dissipate right away. But here's the thing: if that's a good conversation, though, I like that. But what I was saying was, if to your point earlier, I kind of believe that if you're talking about reconstructing memory engrams so that when you're teleported, you're still who you were on the other end, you know what I mean? You would have to reconstruct all of the memory engrams in the person's brain and everything. And so what I'm saying is, it almost makes you think that the computational processing power would have to equal or exceed the human brain computational power. You see what I'm saying? In order to reconstruct its very own memory engrams, it has to be at least as powerful as the processing power of the human brain. And we may never achieve that level of processing power with computers, with synthetics.
I think it's capable with computers. I mean, because we could send information.
Right.
So information.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How fast, how much processing power would said computer have to have?
If I send you a video of 1 gigabyte video, whether it's a Google Drive or a Dropbox, we could still send data and, through the internet, through a satellite in a couple minutes.
Right. Now imagine the amount of data you're talking to reconstruct the entire human body, all of its organs, and your memory engrams in your brain.
I don't know, man. I mean, you can't just compact a fucking human body.
That's a lot. That's a lot of computational processing, computer power.
I think it would be like maybe something that we get inside of. that can travel that fast.
That, yeah, I can see what you're saying there. Like a chute.
But I don't know if we can actually.
Like maybe a tube, like a chute that travels at near speed of light.
Yeah, I think I don't know. We need thousands of more years.
Well, there you go. Like a vacuum tube that stretches all the way across the ocean.
I mean, we eventually can be able to move really fast. Like there's this video, and it was actually the guy that I knew when I was in college that was in the military that was really paranoid from being in war. He showed me this video, and like he brought up the conversation initially. He said, "Oh, well, yeah, because we're shooting lasers at aliens and UFOs." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And so he showed me this YouTube of like it's a satellite that just has a camera running, and you could see, and it's over Australia. It's a company called HARP, HARP, and they basically use Tesla's designs to build things. And so you see
Wasn't
like
that
this
the
little
thing controlling the weather for it was supposed to control the weather or something?
well, it can make clouds and stuff. I
Right.
don't know how much weather control it can do.
Right.
But you see this like this little dot, which like it looks like a ball, and it's going over Earth, and it's starting to go towards Earth more and more. And then you see this bright light flash, and you see the thing just move like this, and then you see a laser go up through like
yeah,
that.
I seen that footage like years ago. I know exactly what
Right.
footage you're talking about.
So for something to move the way that thing moved, I mean, that was probably like 100 miles a second. It
Well,
was
they were
moving
and they were
like
saying the
1,000
laser
miles a
beam.
second.
They were saying the laser beam came from our Star Wars project.
Yeah, it's HARP, HARP.
Like, remember the Star Wars project, the old Reagan project, where he was like, "We got to be able to shoot out nuclear weapons from space." You know what I mean?
But I mean, like, I don't know. Of course, I could have been made up, but I believe it was real. Like, I 100% believe it was real.
I've seen the footage.
And
I
for
just
that,
never had anybody debunk it. Like, I think it might just be space debris burning up in the atmosphere or something.
but like, for that UFO to move that fast, I mean, that was like 1,000.
Well, what I'm
miles
saying
a
is,
second.
it could have been a piece of debris that got to a certain threshold in the Earth's atmosphere where gravity like took it that fast real quick. You know what I mean? Like you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know. I don't know. It was. Just
I've
so
never had
crazy.
anybody like analyze. I've seen the footage you're talking about, and I always thought myself, wow, that is pretty compelling, you know?
Crazy.
But nobody's ever sat down and said, nah, this is what it could be. So, you know, I'm just throwing devil's advocate stuff out there. Like, it could have just been a piece of debris that got to a certain aperture or whatever they call it in relation to the Earth, where it just kind of like shot in, all of a sudden.
I think it was us trying to shoot at UFOs. I think it was us trying to shoot at UFOs. I think that's what I think. I just think it was. So I wanted to say, that Disney World thing, for one thing, I hate Disney because it's not a surprise. It's not a coincidence that Disney is still having pedophile rings.
Allegedly.
Dude, it's happened in like twice in the past like 5 years. A pedophile ring at Disney employs, like
allegedly.
There wasn't okay, but growing up, when I would talk to other kids about what they saw on a Disney movie cartoon about something with sex or penises, it's like this isn't a fucking coincidence. And then the Little Mermaid had a dick on the cover.
Allegedly.
It did, dude. I saw the thing when I was a kid. So what? What?
Well, remember the poof of cloud that came out of Simba when he plopped down on the ground on the cliff?
You could hear it say like, "Take your clothes off." Take off your clothes. It said if they would legalize most drugs, there would be less crime. So that's what they've done in Portland and Seattle, and it's not helped at all. But here's what I would propose. Let's say you have to be a certain age to be able to buy the drug. Like, imagine a 35-year-old or a 40-year-old that has a full-time job. He could probably handle a little bit of if he could buy cocaine and be able to do a little bit on the weekend. Like almost like a functioning alcoholic. I think if they had like age limits, that it would make a difference in.
No, because there's sick people out there that would sell it to the minors.
Well, I mean, if you could only buy so much, because it's like a way to legalize it, but not just like all out. You know, you're not going to have people on a side.
Right, but the problem is if you regulate how much they can buy, there ends up being a surplus, which goes out the back door. It's the same thing happening with marijuana in Florida.
Yeah.
They're regulating tightly how much you can buy. And so what's happening is, especially with a thing like flour, where it has a finite shelf life, they're literally pumping this stuff out the back door to the black market, allegedly.
I mean, humans, okay, but
all because they only want me to buy 2.5 ounces per month.
Yeah, it's okay for the government to make drugs and give us drugs, but it's not okay for us to take a plant that comes right out of the ground and roll it up and smoke it.
Well, it's no small coincidence that before I got licensed, the stuff that would come my way, that's as much as I'll admit to, would have the same name for the strains and all that I find in the dispensaries now that I'm licensed to buy it. Isn't that a coincidence?
So, but here's another point I want to make about like an age basis when it comes to legalization. I would not trust any white substance nowadays. I would not trust any powder substance that you are buying to not be, whether it's cocaine or heroin or whatever, or Molly. I would not trust it at all that it isn't have fentanyl in it. So if we had another way to control this stuff to where we know it doesn't have fentanyl in it, that disrupts that illegal market. Because I mean, this stuff, the way it's killing people and how little of it that you need to die, I just don't understand why it's so publicly, it's just crazy, dude. Like, it's just so crazy how many people are dying off of it, and it's still in our system. It's in all of those drugs. Like, we almost need to do that just to say that will save lives. Right. If you knew what you were getting. When I was in Mexico, you could buy tramadol at a pharmacy.
Well, if you have a prescription, you can do that here too.
Yeah, but you didn't have to have a prescription there. And I didn't really see what I was in Tijuana, and it did not look like the same situation that Seattle and Portland are in, where like cocaine is decriminalized, heroin is decriminalized. It was perfectly legal to buy tramadol in Mexico. And I didn't really see anybody look like it's just there's ways to go about this. I don't necessarily think we should just legalize stuff like that, but I don't know, man. Humans are always going to look to do stuff. And now that fentanyl is being introduced at all these increasing rates and the way it's killing our people, it's like, what do we got to do something about this so that like that market doesn't survive. Because I think that's what it was in the drugs that killed Mac Miller. I have someone close to me who bought a powdery substance, did a line of it, and immediately overdosed. They found him in his truck laying out like with his foot on the brake at a stop sign in West Palm. And they Narcaned him and saved him, but I don't know.
On a lighter note, all of our favorite frozen waffle maker that shall remain nameless makes double thick waffles now, and they're absolutely murdering it, dude. That's all.
Give me some gluten-free ones. I'll be down.
They probably got those too.
But yeah, so it's getting late. I'm getting tired as hell. I gotta be up early tomorrow.
Right on, man. So yeah, have at it. I'll drop him back. You can end your show, bro. Good one, man. You got 15. You're at quarter to 6 hours. You're at 5 minutes and 5 hours and 45 minutes, dude.
Oh, fucking triathlon
Champ.
here.
Talking about some deep stuff too, bro.
Hey,
that's what TMI is all about.
It kept going though. I mean, look at the comments and the conversations. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, dude. Thank you everybody who was listening, was replying, conversing. Thank you very much. I tried to talk with you guys and reply and stuff, but I saw a lot of the comments about what I was saying about my beliefs and stuff like that, and I got a lot of good reviews, a lot of positive feedback, a lot of positive replies. I honestly, that's exactly what I'm trying to accomplish. I'm trying to really look at this in a way that a lot of people can agree with. I think it's amazing how you guys, the way you're responding in the comments and talking amongst yourselves and wanting to just be a part of it and offer your suggestions and ask questions. It's wonderful. It's truly wonderful to be able to have this, this platform to be able to do this and get honest feedback immediately. If you guys didn't like what I was saying, you'd be probably talking mad shit to me, but the fact that you're conversing amongst each other, asking me questions, giving me comments, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I believe right now I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And it is showing it, and I'm so happy, and I'm so happy that you guys are here with me. So if you want to run the thing, color, remember to like, comment, share. TMI Tuesdays, every Tuesday between 10 and 6 a.m. We got color commentary every Thursday at 10 p.m. And then we got Ali. He was on here with me tonight. Me and Ali were killing it. Late Night Exhale, 10 p.m. And then Capitan, he's been real busy lately, but as soon as he gets settled in his new place, he's going to be back Sunday, Monday, Fridays. We got everybody in here. Of course, my show is a little bit different. We got Fanatics. Link is at the bottom. Got a lot of great stuff on there. We're an official partner. We got our own gear, shirts, hats, beanies, sandals, flags. I can't wait to get me one of them flags. I'm going to run out of room. I got so many now. But I have my own hat. It's up there somewhere, but it's great. We got the back room collection. I know Ali said that he is going to get something from the back room, so I'm really excited to see what he ends up with. That's like real custom stuff, more expensive. If you're really trying to decorate your man cave. We're getting a lot of followers now. I think we're up to 1,400. So we were at 0. What was this? November is when we maybe started. November, December is maybe, or October is when we started. So.
Yep, and I believe also we have memberships now. So we have I believe we're up to 12.
Yeah, and the people that are commenting and it has green, those are the actual members. There's different levels of membership. So
appreciate you, everyone. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Is that who those people are?
16. Wow, 16 members now, man. Shout out to every one of you. Great.
Yeah, I mean, Capitan is putting in that work. I mean, you guys are putting in that work during the week. I try to have a show every week, but I'd rather have a show every couple weeks, every 3 weeks, and be able to have a lot of really good content than just throw something out there every week. So that's just how I feel. But we got our core team out there just reporting everything they see, going live, reporting things as they pop up. So we're in it to win it. I've been given a really good platform for what I want to talk about, what I believe in. And it's the proof is in the descriptions and the topics and conversations we have. So thank you everybody for being here. I'll try to be back next week. And if not, we'll be talking about the XFL soon because I'm so excited. Peace out.